Everyone ready up here? Okay.
Ready.
I will call this St. Patrick's Day 2025 meeting of the Jefferson County Board of Commissioners to order. Anyone without green on in the room has to leave. Just kidding. Just kidding. I did get sleep this weekend, so watch out, I might get punchy. So we have a packed agenda today. Made me realize, what are we gonna do next week for an agenda when you guys are gone this week? Anyway,
That was a bit of a sinister giggle there.
yeah. Maybe we don't have to have a meeting next week. So we always start off our meeting with public comment, and I imagine there are a number of folks here wanting to make public comment today. We also have a hearing later on the agenda at 10:30. After our update with DNR at 10. So you're welcome to make public comment now if you're here to talk about the matter at 10:30, and then comment again then as well. So I will open it up for public comment. If you're in the room with us and would like to make public comment, you can raise your hand. If you're online with us and want to make public comment this morning, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. I see a couple of hands going up. I see your hand, Dennis. Anyone else in the room want to make public comment during the public comment period this morning? Okay, a few hands up. Okay, great. So we'll start, why don't we start online today? And then we'll go to the folks in the room. So BOCC, you're the first hand I see up online there. You'll be brought over as everyone will have to accept their invitation to be a panelist. And then unmute when you get brought over. So all of you, BOCC, Ed Bowen, Tom Tiersch, Shelly Yarnell, are all going to be invited to come over as panelists. Maybe while we get them in the room, I will start in the room. Why don't we start with Dennis?
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. I'm here. I submitted written public comment, and so I'm here just more as a point of emphasis and previous comments that I'd submitted to. I'm here in support of the proposed regulations for short-term rentals, STRs. I particularly support increasing limitations up to a ban on short-term rental STRs that are owned by primarily for purposes of investment by absent owners. On the other hand, think the county should support and make easier licensing and regulations for a certain presumptive, what I would call presumptively qualified STRs. And those are ADUs in structures that were built according to permit, that have an approved septic system that's annually inspected, and that the property owner lives on the property as their primary residence and runs that ADU. That's describes myself, so I can't claim to be unbiased on that particular topic. But for the first 6 years that we lived on our property, it's in rural residential, it's about 3 acres. The ADU sat empty 90% of the time. We except when family members and things like that. As I started to plan my retirement, I'm currently semi-retired. I think I'll be retired at the end of this year. Running the SDR was a big part of my retirement planning. It allows me to do a lot of pro bono work as an attorney, and so that's important to me as well. One thing I think that gets forgotten sometimes is STRs aren't always primarily focused on tourism. The majority of our guests are people here visiting family members. This Wednesday, we have grandparents coming back. I think this is their 3rd visit. They're here to see their grandchild in the school play. In the last year, we hosted 2 different families who had family members living here who were dying, and we worked with them to block out periods of time so they could be with them up to the end. I think we're up to about a dozen sets of grandparents who regularly visit and are repeat visitors, so they can see their grandparents and babysit the grandkids to give the parents. We have many people who stay with us who have aging parents in the community. And the ADU is small, but has a kitchen, and these are people who don't want to stay in a hotel. And I really like providing this service, and I think that's something that the county should support. One way I think it could support it is by having an online application process, much like the food service establishment, to make it easier to figure out the licensing rather than having it being part of DCT and zoning. You know, so if you can like just check out the list and say, here, these are all things, it's a matter of record, it's easy for the county to confirm that there's a septic system that's been annually inspected, that yes, that structure was built according to permit. I think easing the licensing process for that category of STRs would be great. Licensing fee is fine, sales tax. I've always operated, we have a business license, I pay B&O tax. When I first looked into this whole thing, I could not find any, and I'm an attorney, I could not find any regulations on the county that required. And it was kind of buried in the zoning. So in any case, that's my position. You can consult my written testimony too, and I thank you for your attention and your public service. And I have a dentist appointment too, so I'm not being disrespectful by leaving.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you, Dennis.
Who else in the room? To the folks online, I decided to go within the room because we weren't getting you guys coming over. So we're going in the room first. We have a few folks with us. Come on up. And then we'll turn to online.
And my name's Nick Napton. We have a property down on the Quill. And we have a large, extensive rhododendron collection. We have thousands and thousands of rhododendrons. Our family sells cuttings to Whitney Gardens. We've been involved with the rhododendron species botanical garden over in Federal Way since its formation.
Did you know June
Yeah,
Sinclair?
we know June Sinclair, Warren Berg
Right.
from is my relative.
Sorry, I'm
From
killing your time, but.
So that's okay. But yeah, we know June Sinclair. She was good friends with my great uncle Warren Berg. And, you know, they exchanged rhododendrons and they went on trips together to Asia and did 8 or 9 trips. And so I've taken over our family rhododendron collection, and we do have properties that have been vacant. My family's owned the property since 1960s out in the area, and they typically sat vacant and they just were empty. And we have them as short-term rentals, and in an effort to protect the watershed, it's really important to have that surface water come down and then be sprinkled on the rhododendrons as opposed to using wells or things like that. We bought an adjacent property. We bought it in the spring of last year before the moratorium was put in place. We had it under contract and we were not able to close on the property until after the moratorium. So we've been prevented from doing that, even though we obtained, you know, the property with a commercial loan. We went through all the requirements and things like that and didn't have notice of the moratorium. And so it was very hard for me. I've attended meetings with the Planning Commission, Wilson. I've attended 3 of them in Port Hadlock. I was born in Spokane. I'm a licensed attorney, but for me, my hope is that one day I get to live out at the Coil. But obviously, living out at the Coil now, there's not a lot of industry and things like that. So it was very disconcerting for me to go to the last meeting and to hear that there's going to be one set of regulations for people who are residents in Jefferson County and a whole different set of regulations for people who don't. And I was surprised by that because, I mean, we feel like we're a part of Jefferson County. We've owned property since the 60s. I have relatives that have lived their lives in Port Ludlow and passed away. I have relatives up in Bridgehaven. I have relatives up in Port Angeles, which I know is outside the county. But just because I can't work here, or I can only work here part-time remote, and my children are in school in Spokane, I was just really surprised to see that. And I just, it really honestly hurt my feelings because I felt like, how would people in Jefferson County feel if they went over to Kitsap County and they were treated differently than everybody in Kitsap County? And so I would just encourage you guys to think about, hey, when people come into your community, you know, sometimes people can't be full-time residents, even though they want to, because of the limited employment opportunities. And we love this community. We spend money here. We go, you know, buy things in Brennan. We, you know, go out to the Gooey Duck. We go to the Quillbillies. We go to, you know, Tree Valley. We follow those Henry's and, you know, all those things. And we feel like we're part of the community. So, sorry, I wanted to have a little bit of timer going, but I really feel like,
That's 3 minutes.
yes. So anyway, thank you guys.
Thank you. Come on up.
Good morning. I'm Mike Heckinger, live at 170 Sunset in Cape George. I'm a trustee on the board of trustees for Cape George. And we have I'm the liaison to the ad hoc short-term rental committee to try and guide the use in Cape George. And full disclosure, I also owned the house next door, which we short-term rental. We had bought it for a aged friend who then couldn't even travel to occupy it. And so the thought now is, with the price of assisted living, I could much easier house the caregivers next door and stay in my own house. And it's the usual story of family and friends stay there, and then there's short-term rental as well. The obvious fire and life safety issues that you've addressed are paramount to everyone. We will have a tragedy, as the prediction of a firefighter friend, if that's not continued to be enforced. And like the county, Cape George has 4 licensed permitted short-term rentals and about 14 operating. So we happen to have one of the permits. What have written and testified before, I'd like you to consider that the density of short-term rentals in the county be applied to a Cape George zone. We have substantial amount of view properties. It's we have, as the county and the city has, a number of residents spend their time at this time in their life outside at another place, whether it's rental or owned, outside the county. I understand we're the second oldest by age of population in the country of counties. So people in that time of their life travel, stay other places, do all those things. So they're vacant properties. The house that we bought next door was occupied 1 week a year for 14 years. So which is really hard on the house, but it's getting much more use now. But my message is, I'd like you to consider a Cape George zone to keep the density in Cape George at if it's the proposed 4%, that would be about 20 is a maximum, and we're now at about 14. So, thank you.
Thank you. In the room, anyone else? Yep, come on up.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Brandon Bishop, and I'm here in support of short-term rentals and the building of ADUs and other structures. My company has the capacity to provide and manage housing within Jefferson County. More importantly, we believe we have the ability to add housing options within the county. When it comes to the housing crisis, we believe the answer to the question of how do we provide more housing is the sort of D, all of the above option. And today I would like to impress upon the commissioners that my company has the ability to add structures to a vacant lot owned by my employer. As the gentleman before me said, if Jefferson County chooses to discriminate against outside investors and builders, then we will choose to take our money to markets such as Kootenai County in Idaho, where they welcome us with open arms and our skills and our resources are appreciated. We'd certainly love to apply those skills and resources to Jefferson County because we love it. And as the gentleman before me said, we love shopping at places like Henry's Hardware, Carl's Hardware. I'm friends with Adam, the manager there. We buy gravel from Schultz, etc. So we choose to invest where we can, but if we're not welcome, then we'll take our money to places where we're appreciated. Regarding short-term rentals, we believe that they provide a necessary service to the approximately 1.5 million visitors that come to Olympic National Park on an annual basis, not to mention the crews that are laying fiber optic cable down on the Torondos Peninsula, or the families that just get to share in the beauty of Jefferson County and create those memories. So the lack of hotels in the area need to be competent. We need to provide housing somehow, some way. And so, like I was trying to say, that the lack of hotels can be made up for with these Airbnbs. And so they do provide a really important service to the county and the community. So money brought in by those not only supports the local economy, but also our schools and first responders. So thank you for this time.
Thank you. Thank you. Come on up. Come on.
Thank you. Mike Schultz, live on Marrowstone, District 2 Commission for Planning. I'm speaking on my own behalf. More than theirs. Anyway, we had several public hearings. And one gentleman came and he said he had 7 short-term rentals. And that if this went into effect, he would turn them all over to market, sell them to somebody else, do with what they wanted. And basically has a business where he has a 7-unit motel. But that's one of the reasons why they tried to limit the number of units in Jefferson County by zip code. But I know DCD is gonna come in later and explain that they wanna take away the residency requirement. And so the planning commission debated this at length. And finally, we had to come to a consensus to send you a recommendation. But when the planning commission comes before you, maybe they can explain further if it's legal to have one regulation for Jefferson County and another regulation for others. So at 10:30, we'll see, talk some more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Maggie, do you want to say anything today? Yeah.
Okay. A man once said, God grant me the things to accept the things I cannot change. This is Women's History Month, and a woman said, God grant me the courage to change the things I cannot accept. So the UN talked about Women's History Month and said, when we make things equal for women, everybody wins. Things become more equal for everyone. So I would like to say in that spirit, the housing bill that passed for the 7% cap on the landlords, it's more than a day late and a dollar short, and I think the capacity is gonna be extremely diluted, and I don't think it's gonna help that many people, especially with the Trump administration. And I would like to say that regarding the urban rest stop idea, let's get going. Let's make things more equal for everyone. Let's have the courage to change the things we cannot accept, which is we cannot accept just the rampant fair housing violations and shelter housing, the corruption, the not meeting of essential life needs, showering, toilets, laundry. Let's get the Port Townsend Yacht Club. Let's get the permit application so it can be discussed by the public, because I think the public needs to be the one to decide whether or not that should happen, even though the zoning is legal. The 2 docks, the 2 cement docks out in the front, this is marrying social justice and environmental justice. You'll be able to use the 2 docks in front for ecology, for restoration of the shoreline, for shoreline mitigation because of climate change. So in marrying environmental justice and social justice, everyone wins.
Thanks, Maggie.
That's it.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're gonna turn to our neighbors online. Peak 6, you're gonna have to accept your promotion to panelists to come over and make a comment. Oh, they are? Okay, you're still stuck over. They're not on my screen. That's interesting.
They're not online either.
Oh, am I there?
Yeah, not on ours. Anyway, let's start with Ed Bowen, because
Oh, there, now, yeah.
he's got his camera on and his hand up. So Ed, you'll need to unmute and you'll have 3 minutes for comment.
So Ed Bowen, West Jefferson, and it would have been nice to hear from Peak 6 first, so I'm not duplicating. With this, the Upper Ho Since your last meeting, I'm still at a loss in the news media regarding the proposed Economic Development Strategic Reserve solution to opening up the Upper Ho. So I look forward to hearing about that today because the media is not getting it right. The proposal of the county declaring an emergency for both roads along with the state. I'm looking for an update there. And I say this because my state and federal representatives haven't been really in contact since your last board meeting. So I really don't know what's going on. And the county website continues to be my only real true value source. And that hasn't been updated since February 28th, but that's okay. With that, I will say Olympic National Park came out of the woodwork and talked a little bit about the South Shore Road issue, but now I'm really concerned with the July 7th closure at Big Creek on the North Shore and shutting down that entire area without any reprieve. So I would like the county to stay on top of that. It does appear that it's not just a bridge project, that it's also some type of restoration project because the park brought up the point about engineered log jams. I have ruled out that floodplains by design is not involved, but I'm still trying to figure out if the surfboard or what's going on up there. The reason I bring this up is because the park superintendent mentioned there will be no bypass. There will be no option. It will be totally closed down. And that's what concerns me. I do note that the Olympic National Park, though they haven't totally committed, they state that they will replace the temporary bridge issue at the Quinault Bridge crossing beginning of April. So I'd like the county to stay on top of that too. So at least we have a short window of getting in and out of that area, especially the private property owners. Thank you.
Mr. Bellin. Thank you, Mr. Bellin. And then let's see, did Liz have her hand up?
6 is ready.
Okay, looks like
Yeah.
Bill, it looks like you're ready to go. So why don't we give you 3 minutes for public comment?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so briefly, Bill Wise, Port Townsend. We have an affordable housing crisis. This affects our workforce and many who are housing insecure. Sometimes folks living here need to supplement their income, and STR is perhaps a good option. I get that. What I don't get is the investor, be it an individual or a corporation, who is not living here and renting out a possible home as an STR simply to make money on the backs of the folks that do live here. They are taking our county's dwellings off the market only for their personal gain. We need these houses and dwellings available to provide a home for those that live here. We have a crisis. Limit the number of STRs in Jefferson County to 2%. Establish a limit of 1 STR per homeowner, meaning someone who lives here more than 6 months, and use platform-based enforcements to require short-term vacation rental platforms like Airbnb, VRBO to register with the county in order to operate. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. So I still don't see peak 6 on
They're
mine,
ready.
but let's.
Yes,
call
we're
them.
ready. Can you hear us?
Yeah, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Pat Neal. Greetings from the Hoh Rainforest, where it is not currently raining. We have a bright thing out there. I guess it's the sun. I can assure you I am wearing green socks. Anyway, trust me on that. We had a huge slide in the Upper Hoh Road this week. County road crew cleaned it out in a day and a half. They're our heroes. And I just wanted to thank you, the commissioners, for the work that you've done to try and fix this road. I know it's confusing, but it's also a unique solution involving private funds and state funds in a way that is really confusing, but at least Upper Hoh residents do appreciate your efforts to restore the road as soon as possible. I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Thanks to your voice, and wish I could see those green socks. Let's see, let's go with Shelley Yarnell.
Good morning, Shelley Yarnell Brennan. I just have a couple things on short-term rental. I totally disagree with a zip code cap. We need the short-term rentals that we have in Brennan. And if we have if we have a zip code cap, that's going to severely limit what we can do. I don't think it's fair that there's going to be a lottery system. If that lottery system means that short-term rentals all have to do all of the things that they need to do to be licensed, and then they are not able to keep their license for multiple years, making that investment be a good one, that doesn't seem fair to me. We do have a housing crisis, but that housing crisis is originating in DCD, not in the number of rentals that we have. If we could limit the rentals, we can fix the problem of issuing permits. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you, Shelley. I'm just gonna say again to the folks on the attendee list in the Zoom room, if you want to make a public comment, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, if you haven't already. And also, if you're on the phone, you can press *9 and we'll bring you over, and then you'll need to press *6 to unmute. So if you're on the attendee list and you want to make a public comment, please get your hand up and then we'll bring you over into the panelists. And with that, I'm going to go to Tom Tiersch.
Good morning, commissioners. Busy morning, a lot of comments. Speaking of something other than short-term rentals for a minute, want to thank you for including on your agenda this morning the proclamation for Sunshine Week. Happens every year, and it's really important. I think the fact that the public has access to your meetings by Zoom, as well as in person, shows that the county is, and the fact that you've maintained that ability shows that the county does have a good commitment to open government, and public participation in that government is another important component. So again, I thank you for doing that and for all your efforts on that behalf. I will have some comments, more specific comments in testimony regarding the short-term rental issue, speaking of government actions, but there's sort of a larger issue that this has brought up, and something I've spoken to before in years past, and that's the whole issue of enforcement. We pass laws, we have lots and lots of laws that say you must do this, you must do that, but the county doesn't enforce them. And, a law that's not enforced is really an invitation to lawlessness. It says, hey, I know I can get away with this because nobody's going to catch me. Nobody's going to report me. The only way that anybody ever reports anybody is if some other person, not a county employee, but just an ordinary person, files a complaint. And then and only then is something followed up with respect to these sorts of issues. Well, that doesn't cut it. We really need to have a much more proactive enforcement policy in this county. I mean, food permits, for example, you got to have annual inspections. Fire safety, you're going to have annual inspections. That's the way it should be. And the same thing should be true of all these other mandatory things. Now, there's this principle of see something, say something. Well, who sees something more than, for example, the assessor's office? They're required by law to physically visit every property in the county at least once every 6 years. And believe me, they see stuff because when they see a new structure, hey, they put it up there so that it can be property taxed. And yet they don't say anything about that new structure to other people like DCD to say, hey, was this a permitted new structure or not? And, if they see something being used as a rental, which they clearly can tell a lot of the time, are they going to report it for enforcement? Not unless we make them. This whole policy of not dealing with things proactively is creating more problems, and eventually, as I say, it leads to this attitude of lawlessness. That no, it's a law, but we can just ignore it. Well, that is just not right, and that's I have some more specific recommendations on that, but I'll hold it for now. And again, I'll be testifying in more detail with regard to short-term rentals. Thank you for having that on your agenda this morning.
Thanks. Thanks for your comments, Tom. Let's see, Jean Ball.
Good morning. I would like to provide an RCW reference for Mr. Bone. I don't know if it will specifically address his concern, but maybe it will. And that number is 43.330.250. And that is in reference to the economic development and strategic reserves that are being used for this hoe repair. I would also like to request of you, Heidi, if you could give us a little bit of information about if this cost has an overrun, if we exceed the 623,000 provided by the state and whatever the private donations have amounted to. I wonder how we will deal with that. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? I see Nels. Did we bring Nels over? Did he have his hand up? I'm not, my screen is not seeing hands as well today. So Nels, you'll have 3 minutes for public comment.
Okay, it just really short and sweet, and it probably, Gene maybe asked it when I was coming over, it cut out a little bit, but just an update on the schedule if a contractor's been secured or if a short list, and if we have any update on the schedule. We're starting to really feel the pressure of the excitement of the road being repaired, but always the when will it be repaired? Is May the kind of the goal point? Is June? Just a lot of people wanting to know an update on the schedule. So thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to make a public comment today? Last call. Not seeing any other hands go up. We'll close public comment and go to response. I can start out with what I know about the Hoe Road, and unfortunately, what I know is what you all read in the paper last week. So, in terms of the timing, our team was working to get that out to bid by the end of last week. I haven't had a confirmation that that happened, but I know the bid documents were ready to go, and I can't imagine that that didn't happen. So, and then based on that, and based on the previous repairs we've done on the road and the contractors we've worked with, it has taken 3 to 4 weeks to do those repairs. So Monty and I felt like it was safe to say May as a time frame for the repairs to be complete, but that's really all I know at this point. Sorry to not have more updated information. Let's see. To Gene Ball's question on a cost overrun. If the costs go over, we don't even know what the bids are yet, but if the bids come in higher than what we have estimated, then we will come up with a plan for cost overruns, but we're not gonna do that until we actually have the problem. I don't know if Mark, have you had any conversations with Public Works about potential overruns?
I know in several emails that Eric Kuzma talked about unanticipated costs. There's a very real probability that, we could come in under, but more likely over. And so small overages, I think we could cover in-house.
So I don't know if folks heard that, but if it's a small overage, we'll cover it in-house, and if it's a large overage, we'll have to figure out a plan, just like we have with everything else on this front. Anything else on Hoe Road? So to Ed Bowen on Quinault. So also, around the same time that we were hearing that there was these funds available from the state, we were hearing that we were also eligible for FHWA ER funds for these projects. But those funds would take longer to get and deploy, so we are moving forward after conference with the governor, moving forward with the plan for repairing the upper Hoe Road in a shorter time frame. But I know that our Public Works team was already looking into those federal funds for repairing the South Shore Lake Quinault Road, so that
Heidi, that's connecting to the bomb cyclone.
Yeah,
Emergency.
and that declaration was made last week as well.
They signed it.
Yeah.
Friday.
So the both road failures were tied to the November bomb cyclone storm event. And that emergency declaration was signed by the governor on Friday, I believe, or maybe even Thursday evening. So, again, all this stuff is unfolding real time, but I'm feeling, great that we have the partnership with the state. And I have no, concerns that that funding will come through for the Ho Road. And I'm also now confident that we'll be able to get those federal funds for the Quinault Road, but that it will take longer. So I think that's,
Hey, can I just add for the public to know the work that our Public Works Department did to get ahead of this? They actually started the permitting process ahead of time, anticipating the funding, and that was why they were able to act so quickly once the word came down that there was possible funding. So I just want the public to know how prepared our Public Works Department was and the work that they already got going, just in case we might get funded. That was great forethought, and it made us able to be agile and jump right on it once the funding came in.
yeah. They're my heroes right now.
They've done amazing.
So let's see, what else? Do you guys wanna
Keep going.
tackle? A lot of input on short-term rentals. We're gonna hear a lot more during the hearing today. I'm not really gonna pontificate, because that's not really my style anyway. I mean, I have some independent thoughts after reading hundreds of pages this weekend, but I also want to hear from everybody today and have a full hearing and conversation with our staff and amongst ourselves. But it's a big issue, and I think it's really important that we give everyone the time and space to have their comments heard.
Yeah, I appreciated people taking the extra time to comment now, honestly, because we're gonna get so much information here in a little bit, so. I appreciate you taking the extra moment to supply us with information. Have a more in-depth conversation soon.
I'm curious on Maggie's comments about the urban rest stop.
Yeah.
Is anyone working on that issue?
So, Maggie and I actually had a email exchange. I replied. And I think I might have actually copied you guys on my reply. I can't remember. I might have taken you off, but, we just kind of stepped through the concept that, this takes a coalition of people here at home to pull together, and so I offered to support that if she wants to move together to pull together a group. I will just say here, and I said in my email, I've been pushing for an urban rest stop, and I think it would be an incredible resource here, and I think it would take a big burden off of our housing providers as well. So I'm very interested in exploring it further, and I think one of the next steps is to pull together our providers and our volunteer base that might be interested in pulling something like this together, and who might, I mean, ultimately what we need is a project owner. We need somebody to step up and say, yes, I'm willing to take this on. So I think that's the path, if Maggie is amenable to, that I would like to pursue, is pulling together a coalition and finding an entity or group of entities who would be willing to steward this and take it on. That's the approach I'd like to take.
I'll just respond to that real quick. I think, it's a great idea. Love the urban rest stop idea. I think you're on the right track, getting someone to own the project. It's certainly beyond the capacity of our staff capacity. And
Right.
of course, we've had requests already from our housing providers about budget gaps with the limited funds we have too. So we don't have the money the capital dollars to create it. We don't have the operational dollars to run it. Sounds like a great idea. And I think that it would, laundry, shower services, all of these things are critical barriers, and the way that we're doing them right now isn't really working.
It's not
sustainable.
Yeah,
So
it's not
figuring out a
cost-effective.
new model is worthwhile, and I support your path on that.
Okay, great. Well, we'll keep looking into it and, basically just take those steps to create and analyze a project. Yeah, I feel like, a lot of the comments we've already responded to. We'll address all of the short-term rental comments in a bit. Feel like there was something else that I wanted to address, but I guess I want to say to, is it Mr. Napton?
Yes.
Yeah, I especially appreciate your comment because it really represents a nuance to a multi-generational family that I think it needs to be considered in the thinking process. So I appreciate you specifically calling that out. And otherwise, I think pretty much the comments that we've heard will be get to address in the hearing and deliberation.
Yeah, I don't wanna, I won't pontificate on the housing, though I'm ready to pontificate on the short term.
Great.
Stick around with us, we'll be, 10:30 is gonna come, real quick. Appreciate Mr. Tiersch, emphasizing or amplifying our Sunshine Week, we really do, prioritize transparency, and this is an effort to just amplify that.
And it does take a lot of work from our staff.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's huge,
Yeah.
and we go beyond, the minimum
Many
required, for
counties,
sure.
yes.
For the Upper Ho and South Shore Road on the Quinault, appreciate the appreciation. Yeah, Public Works has been working overtime on this and, at the cost of working on the Quilcene Complete Streets project and other projects, right? Every, we don't have any slack in that department. So, I mean, it all comes at a cost, and it's, great news that we've got funds for one and a path for the other repair, and
It's been interesting for me because I've been getting criticized about what I'm not working on, but I started keeping track of how many days or hours I was working a day, and there were 8 days where I was 14 hours a
Yeah.
day.
Today will be.
And it was
14
mostly on the
hour day for
Ho
me.
Road, and so when I was last week just at the bitter end of tired, I was like, no.
Yeah.
I can't, I'm doing what I can on the fronts I can right now, and whatever pot is boiling over on the front burner was getting the attention, and I'm sorry if I'm not working on the other things.
people talk about work-life balance, but it just work balance is a struggle for a
Yeah,
small
yeah,
county sometimes.
Yeah.
On the South Shore, the comment, about the closure in July, that report that we got last week from Parks.
Right.
My sense is that's not something that we have a lot of control over, right? I mean,
No,
are
that's a
gonna do
flat
that project.
Yeah, and they're putting
Right.
EOJs underneath the bridge and everything, I think, is the idea, is how we describe Kevin.
FLAP
described
is
it.
Federal Land Access Program, just for
Mhm.
folks who may not have heard us talk about the FLAP program.
Yeah,
But
and it sounds like they've already delayed it and
Right.
need to get it done, so
we just have to figure out if we can repair the South Shore Road.
so
before
that they
July,
have an
right?
alternate.
So like, we know that there's gonna be access through April,
Yeah.
beginning in April through June, May and June, so.
Yeah.
It just gives us a timeline, I think, to shoot.
Yeah, for sure, okay.
I think once our staff has the time to get a work plan in place for both of these repairs, it would be good to have a workshop, but I don't think that that's
Right, let's not take an hour out of the time.
right.
Right now, yeah.
Um,
It's done.
and I think that was it. I do appreciate everyone commenting on the nuances to say about the short-term rentals. So there's many things, and people are talking about how it's not just tourism, but I will say that tourism is important also.
Absolutely, it's
So-
important, and the dollars that we get from it are especially important right now. We
Yeah.
need that, those funds.
But I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Let's move on our agenda. We have choices. We have choices. We have lots on our agenda. Would you like to do consent, or we could do the Sunshine Week proclamation?
Can we get them both done
We could
before
do
10?
both,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a,
So I have a mini question. I have only one question, actually, about the consent agenda. And it had to do with the Seton Construction
Mhm.
contract. It's really about the contract review form, so this might be for you, Mark. I know, although this is not one that you signed. If you look at that, zoom it in myself here. If you look at the contract review form for that agenda item, I'm going to make it small, but not too small. There's always, so normally under revenue and expenditure on the contract review form, we see dollar amounts. But here we're seeing these very long numbers with dots in between, and also the fund number is a very long number. This is just not something I'm used to seeing. And I don't understand what it means. Can you? Is
All
there
of the
any
ex-
insight?
The expenditure is the amount.
No, it's
Right, we
got
have-
595.
Oh, no, this
It's
is
not.
Discovery Trail.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Yeah, because it's million.
Yeah, it's not, because this is a multi-million dollar.
Right, $3 million, yeah.
Yeah,
Right, well, if you, if you look at when the contract review form was signed,
yeah, which was back
back
in
in November.
24.
So they want to get the contract reviewed by legal and risk before they go out to bid and
Uh-huh.
get in the bids. So that they know they have a contract that passed legal and risk, rather than putting it
Without
out
the
for
dollars.
bid and then submitting a contract that has a problem either with legal or with risk.
So is that why the weird numbers are in revenue and fund
TBD,
number?
the TBD,
No, this is on the seating on ODT.
Yeah, on the ODT.
yeah, I'm looking at the contract review form.
Oh, not the TBD on contract with, but the revenue and expenditure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
revenue
those are
expenditure. and
bars
fund
codes.
number.
Those are bars codes.
Mhm.
So, honestly, there should be dollar amounts in there,
Okay,
but they put in the bars code for revenue and for expenditure. And, quite honestly, those lines, at least for the expenditure, should be down with fund, where it says fund number.
Right.
Munis org object.
so you think this is just because they did it well in advance before they had these numbers in place?
Yeah.
Okay, and everybody's comfortable with that. Thank you. I'm a new commissioner for anybody who doesn't know, and these are so a lot of questions.
It's great.
Things that I don't
We
recognize.
appreciate it.
And you get that title until we have another
I
commissioner,
get to
I
keep
think.
saying
Yeah,
that
so.
for quite some time.
Yeah, we need to take away your fund.
Anyway, I'm comfortable with that otherwise contract. with-
I was just thrilled to see it on here. I think
Me
every time I
too.
see this just feels like a baby we're all having together as this next phase of this trail is so important for the community, and it's gonna extend the Olympics Discovery Trail from the Milo Curry Trailhead down to Anderson Lake State Park. It's a huge stretch of trail. We're all excited to be the first ones on it. It's gonna be a mosh pit out there when they open it.
Yeah.
But super exciting, huge step. And
Huge
I'm
step.
sure John Fleming is just thrilled. I mean, he works tirelessly on this trail project and
And these are also FHWA funds?
there was two sources of funding. One, let's see, I forget.
I think it's in the.
Yeah, RC.
FHWA
Federal aid
surface,
project.
yeah, RC,
State,
recreation and
state and federal,
conservation,
yep.
and FHWA surface transportation block grant.
Guess that's why it's paved.
And then on number 5 was like $10 million, an increase of $10 million on the sewer project. And then I read the
Yeah.
agenda item and it was not 10 million, it's
No.
just over $100,000. So I was like, oh geez, okay. Broke a sweat on when I got to that one, when I was reviewing agenda, but
Yeah.
super
Yeah.
grateful for folks stepping in for advisory
Like all the
board
advisories.
appointments, and Carol Bernthal, nobody more qualified to serve on Conservation Futures.
That's great, and Sierra Young,
Oh, yeah, it's awesome.
fantastic.
And, props to Glenn Gately, who's been,
That
on
for
staff
decades.
for,
Yeah.
decades, a lot of service. I mean,
Yeah.
pretty much done all the methane testing on the transfer station.
Yeah,
the
that's
old
amazing.
landfill.
We have some
And
of those.
commissioners, I'd like to call out number 1. It took a great deal of effort to get the contract from the Department of Licensing
Oh,
Right, yeah.
okay,
in order for that funding to start in July.
Right.
Great.
well, thank
Yeah.
you. for
And it's
all
interesting,
who worked on that.
yeah, a lot is actually on Department of Licensing shoulders. So, yeah.
Yeah, they do. They
Finding
collect and
appropriate-
remit.
Yeah.
And they charge a 1% fee.
Mhm.
And I'll say also the HDR contract for the community coordinated water system plan update is very timely, as we've been having meetings already with HDR, and we have another WOOF meeting this week, and that 125,000 is covered by a grant that we got, a climate grant, and then the rest will be covered by the the large water purveyors, PUD and the city primarily, and then maybe some of the smaller.
Yeah.
Rebate.
I'm happy to
Yeah, good stuff.
entertain a motion.
I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Consent agenda passes. The trail construction can begin right now. John, get that.
I hear state parks is, doing the planning too, to
Yeah.
continue it on the inside.
Yeah, we got that funding. That was like my first year as a commissioner. I worked with Steve Derringer to get that in the RCO grant budget. Okay, so let's turn to our proclamation. We have a proclamation to read regarding Sunshine Week, which is basically the light we shine on all the work that we do and having the community present and contributing to the conversation, so important.
Vitamin D for governance.
Yeah. So let's just go down the dais. I'll start and then Greg and then Heather. Proclamation, Sunshine Week. Whereas James Madison, the father of our federal constitution, wrote that consent of the governed requires that the people be able to arm themselves with the power which knowledge give. And
whereas an open and accessible government is vital to establishing and maintaining the people's trust and confidence in their government and in the government's ability to effectively serve the people. And
whereas the protection of every person's right of access to public records and government meetings is a high priority of Jefferson County, Washington. And
whereas the Jefferson County Board of Commissioners is committed to openness and transparency in all aspects of county government and seeks to set a high standard in this regard. And
oh, I lost it. I lost the thread.
This-
All right. Whereas Jefferson County intends to hold all open public meetings in a hybrid format whenever practical to allow for greater accessibility for the public and will allow for in-person attendance as physical space and health and safety protocols allow.
now therefore be it resolved that the Jefferson County Board of Commissioners joins members of the news media and many jurisdictions throughout Washington state and our nation in proclaiming the week of March 16th, 2025, which includes the anniversary of the birth of James Madison, a founder of our federal Constitution Week, as Sunshine Week. And during this Sunshine Week and throughout the year, the BOCC commits to continuing to enhance the public's access to government records and information, to increase information provided electronically and online, and to ensuring that all meetings of deliberative bodies under its jurisdiction and their committees are fully noticed and open to the public. We encourage all people to join us in observing the importance of transparency and openness in a free society. Proclaimed this 17th day of March, 2025.
I'll move to approve the proclamation as read.
I will second it.
all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Let the sun shine.
Let the sun shine.
Open the curtains. Okay, thank you, guys.
Can I say one thing on this
Yeah.
real quick? Just that, sunshine, it's really important, and I think that it's also incumbent on us, not just to make sure that records are available to the public, that meetings are accessible to the public.
Yeah.
Also that we engage with the public in a meaningful way and try to continue to improve. Where do we seek public input in the process of this work? Because it's really, sometimes it's challenging often,
is
you'd be like, do you get people's input at the blue sky, at the top of the project where anything's possible? And that's how we ended up with the key patch at our transfer station for a year, right? And the idea of it basically. Or do you do it just at the very end where it's kind of a thumbs up, thumbs down? I think that's kind of suboptimal as well. So I think just trying to find that sweet spot where you can engage with the public at different levels to make sure that they have a voice in that their lived experience informs our decision-making on their behalf.
It's an experiment, isn't it? And
An
it feels like
ongoing,
it's
yes.
different with each project and each type of project and each community. So, I had an experience last night replying to emails. I think it's important for the public to also know it is really tricky, and it's not just tricky for us, it's tricky for the public too, because when you all send us messages, you, for example, send something to Jeff BOCC at the email address. Or if someone copies each of us individually, we actually can't reply with the other two on. So we have to actively go and delete each other. And therefore, that sort of the ability for us to talk to each other is limited. But that means the conversations that you see that are about county government, we talk about other things with each other when we see each other. But, you know, they need to be here or in a publicly noticed meeting. And someone sent a message over the weekend asking for us to all get together and talk about a certain topic that had been here at, you know, at the BOCC. And as much as I could say, yeah, it would be really useful to be able to do that, I had to go back and explain why it's really important that we don't do that and here are the options for getting us together in a publicly noticed meeting, which we can do outside of these meetings as long as we notice it properly. So it does feel like a big rigmarole, but in the long run, I think we're all better off for it.
I was wondering, I saw you reply all on a couple things and I was like, does someone talk to Heather about the reply all piece of things? Because I felt like when I first became a commissioner, I got talked to about that a few times.
Yeah, and so I've pulled all of it, except when I needed to say, hey, this is something that either, you know, there are times when we will all be on it when it's like scheduling something.
Yeah, right.
Whatever, and that's.
Can you cover
that's
this or
worked, but
who
yeah,
can cover this or?
yeah. Then there was one that is just about like, hey, I need you to know, here's why we do this.
Right.
Mhm. Well, it's important. That's why briefing and calendaring is so important, because that's the time when we can kind of go, I heard this last week. Can we get a workshop on the agenda in the future or, you know, so. Okay, it's 9:56 on my computer. We have our colleagues from DNR are gonna show up here in a few minutes. Do we want to take a short recess? Stretch
Until 10:30?
No, until 10.
Oh, and just
a few minutes if
Okay.
anyone needs to.
Sure.
Sure.
Go get a cup of water or whatever you need.
Enough time.
Mine was,
Well, we'll wait for Mark to get in the door and then we'll get going.
We're gonna share the county and
oh, are we? Awesome.
we're taking over the.
Well, I'll take Saturdays and Sundays.
Go under you, go under. Yeah, well, thank you.
Okay, now that we're all back in the room, we'll get started with our colleagues from DNR with us today, Drew Rosenbaum and Bill Wells. Nice to see you guys in person. Every time it's refreshing when it's not on Zoom. The humans are here, so appreciate you guys being here. Yeah. So how's it going in our region?
It's going good. It's been different this year. We're seeing more litigation, but things are still progressing. So we're doing good. This meeting is about the end of calendar 2024. So we'll sum up that one. So finished about where I thought we would be. 941,000 for the year for calendar 24 with 2.8 million left over under contract going into 25. Last rocker and maladjusted both sold. So that's, the market's still real competitive. We're still getting a lot of bidders at the table, and so we're doing it. You know, they predicted a little bit of a downfall towards the end of the year, but we really didn't see that. We've had good competition across the board and good prices.
Drew, can I ask, you talked about litigation, but none with last Crocker or anything? I know it was paused and kind of re-examined and reevaluated. How is that one going? I mean, it's good to hear that it's sold.
Yeah.
I'll jump in. So yes, Last Crocker and Maladjusted both have litigation against them. For Last Crocker, there was an injunction on 2 of the 4 units, but we were given permission to continue on the other 2 units. And so operations are progressing for those. We do have an injunction hearing now that's been set for May. I don't remember the exact date.
17th or 21st or something.
And so we are able to make progress on two of those units. And so that is a short sale, so that's one that beneficiaries will be seeing revenue coming in here shortly. They're still road building, and I think I just signed the last of the sort contracts, and so that's coming. Maladjusted also has litigation against it, but there's been no court actions at this point, and so we communicate with our attorneys that, what the plan of operations are on those sales. They pass that on to the opposing counsel, and so we, don't know for sure what will happen. We anticipate as we get closer to the operations beginning that there could be, a court action, but we'll just have to let the lawyers figure that out. So.
Can you remind us the character of that timber sale? I can't remember. I feel like. Yeah, maladjusted. I just don't remember what are the species? What are the?
I don't remember the species. From our assessments, our stand assessments, I believe we had something under 10 acres that was classified as maturation 2. The litigation claims a higher number.
Okay.
They were counting other maturation stages than what we count.
Okay.
It's a small part of the sale, but it's overall a small sale. So.
That's what I thought I remembered, but I didn't think there was older trees in there, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
we thought it was fairly low risk because it had just a small number of that maturation 2 by our calculation. But still, it's an overall small number of acres that we would expect the litigation to be on. If it took a similar route as last Crocker, then we would, have the opportunity to still, get started with the sale and still start producing revenue. But again, that's, once it's in litigation, then we just, I want to make sure that you're aware. We count that as sold volume. That's still revenue that you should be expecting. But it's in litigation. So what that final determination is it's really a little bit more cloudy.
Okay, thank you.
Is that down by Pennywise, the maladjusted? I'm not very familiar with that.
There's a unit over that way, and then there's another unit. I believe there's a unit in Leland Valley. And that unit was, I think that was in center thinning, the 2012 thinning. And it thinned, got opened up, and then root rot moved in.
Oh, shoot.
And so they're going back in to salvage that, and then we'll plant something in there that's resistant. Hopefully get it out of the soil.
Great.
Yeah. Center 21 thinning is done. I'm not sure yet, looking at the division spreadsheet, whether they released the initial deposit on that one, but it's all done. And then Pennywise is wrapped up too, and it's closed out. We had a small sale of Beaver Valley pulp, which wasn't a pulp sale as much as it was firewood. It was just a large deck in one of the units that got left behind, and the pulp market was sour, so we found a firewood buyer that would come in and clean that up, so it's done. Mount Jupiter access is extended. It's tough logging, and they just didn't have time, fire or not fire, they wouldn't have had time to finish it. The good news is it's basically paid off. Because of the extension, they paid the bill on it, so it's, you're pretty well, except for the initial deposit, you're pretty well paid off on that one. Last Crocker, like Bill said, it's moving now. I'm hoping that we're gonna, once units 3 and 4 are done, and the litigation, we'll see what happens, but then I'm pretty sure that Olympia is gonna go ahead and distribute that part of the funding. It just would make sense to go ahead and distribute that out. So we should see that this year, maybe next fall. Maladjusted, no idea when they're going to get started or what's going to happen with that one. Typically, they might road build this year. And then harvest the summer of 26 will be typical. But given its size and volume, they may just go get it. I don't know. And then the last one we have for sale for this calendar is AC Alder. And it is, I don't think it's been cruised yet. I know the field work's done, the road plan's done. It hasn't made it to SEPA yet. But it should be anytime. We still got to get a cruise on it, but we lost our cruiser, so we're borrowing, trying to refill that position right now, and we're borrowing from division and other regions. So we're actually keeping up, doing real well, but it is taking a little extra time. And this only goes through the end of our fiscal year, so anything that's happening from July to the end of the calendar year, I don't have yet, but I will have that in your next report. And then also a breakout for expectations for 25. And what makes out. That if with AC Alder, the alder market tends to stay hot all the time. It keeps its price because it's kind of rare. So I expect a pretty decent overbid. The 276,000 is kind of a conservative estimate for it. So I expect it to go higher than that. Won't see, it'd be my guess that we won't see that harvest this summer. It's just selling too late in the year, and so it'll come in 26. But that leaves you with 3 million under contract. But part of that is the litigated part of Last Crocker, so that's still an unknown.
I think our treasurer has a question.
Yeah, could you speak to the change for Last Crocker from 1.04 million to 1.97? Because in November, December, it had a much lower amount estimated
Market.
for the under contract. It had 1.04 million for that sale, but now it's at 1.97, and I didn't know if that's the market changing or if what you have, okay. So it's really going up.
Yeah, because nothing else changed on the sales, so the same volumes, and the same road plan, everything. So it's just an uptick in the market.
Like a doubling.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sort sales are designed really to capture that.
Yeah.
Right, it's us selling, directly to the mills on a specific log, and so.
Gotcha. More responsive to the market.
Exactly, and shorter time periods, so we can capture that increasing market. So that's just the realized, after it's sold, that's the actual price list, and so.
So it could go down too if.
It's all based on delivery, and so we have, our crews estimates the types of logs that we're gonna harvest and ship, but really it's on the ground, the manufacturing of those logs and shipping them to those markets. And so they'll pay as those logs arrive at the mill, then we'll get paid for them. Which is different than, our typical lump sum sales where it's a agreed upon total amount. And then we can just tell you, this is the amount in total that you'll receive on the length of the contract. The sort sales are very specific to what we actually produce at the landing and ship to the mills.
And this is the only one we have right now that's a sorts.
Correct.
Yeah. Thanks.
Any impact, any sales in the Olympic region from the commissioner's pause?
Yeah, there's 8, I believe, that are paused right now, most of those in McClellan.
Okay.
In fact, I don't know if there's anything.
No, they're all the paused when they're in plant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised to not see anything, so.
Yeah.
As far as the planning, we didn't know what to expect with the change of commissioners, but we've been looking at our action plan and trying to arrange it in a way to minimize any impacts. There certainly will be sales on the longer term plan for Jefferson County that as we get out and look at would be subject to the pause, but we've moved those back in time.
Past the pause, right?
Correct, so that we can see what the final decision is at the end and then adjust accordingly.
Great.
So.
Yeah.
So Drew, if you were gonna predict your predictions that are coming back, it's gonna be a pretty slim year this year, right? Maladjusted's coming in 26 probably, and last Crocker Storts is
Yeah.
mostly gonna come in 26 as well. I mean, litigation, of course,
I
pending.
would have to take a look at the crews. I think the 2 units we're cutting in last Crocker are probably lower volume. So it might be like 60-40.
Yeah.
Maybe you get 40% of that. They've been, the last year or two, our sort sales have been overperforming, they've been overrunning. And again, it's a scale sale, so you're paying by the actual volume. But then impacting that volume too is how they market the logs and cut them. And if they end up being able to market higher value sorts, then that pushes the price up a little bit. So those are always kind of questionable. And we've been over, it seems like they've been overrunning a little bit on us, so that's what I'm hoping for here is we get some overrun, but I'd say more like a 60-40 split. And I'm almost positive that we're gonna distribute units 3 and 4 this year. They'll come in 25.
In fact, we can, just to give you some surety, we can request that happen so that we're not leaving you with nothing coming in. So whatever comes from that sale, we can work with Olympia to make sure it's distributed.
That's great, thank you.
And then we can give update at the next 3 months from now. We'll have fairly good kind of an idea of what those 2 units are gonna produce, and so we'll have more accuracy for you for what you should achieve in the year for that.
I'll just point out every time I point out that they're on a gap fiscal year, we're cash, so we typically have rollover, so your distributions that you're putting in December typically are in our January, so it bleeds over.
Couple things, you started putting out, or DNR started putting out a monthly distribution report to the trustees, which would be the various taxing districts. And there were problems with the first couple, as it wasn't terribly accurate, and the reason is because you're using levy information and tax code information that isn't always in sync with what is really happening. And I know DNR is changing the way that tax code information gets in there, is that we're gonna start entering it into the DNR system directly. And that's new to us. I mean, they notify us that they give us logins and we're gonna go in and update it. But even then, you can have a levy be voted on in August, I mean, it's an ever-changing scheme. So I was hoping that maybe we could get a chance to view that before it goes out to the trustee. I mean, I don't know how much feedback you get from fire districts or school districts about it, but again, they're not gonna, if we keep coming back going, whoop, that's an error, whoop, that's an error, they'll get to where they won't rely.
Yeah, the reports that you're talking about are not generated in the region, and so we've been working with Olympia to verify that best we can. What amount of time do you think you would need to review
a week?
So we can work with them on that and see if we can fit that into the schedule. I think we probably can. We do get asked by some of the juniors, what money they should be expecting and when. And so that's why those reports started going out. But again, that was done in Olympia, and Drew always, every time one of those comes out, he's calling me almost instantly saying, I hope this is right. And so I understand the angst, and so yes, I will see if we can give the county a chance to review that.
Yeah, I think Quilcene Fire District was left off one sale, and Well, and I don't know if they call, but I go, well, that's, and of course it changes the entire distribution.
Right.
So.
No, we want to distribute accurate information, so.
So if you could send that to the treasurer and the assessor, between the two of us, we'll get it reviewed in time.
Okay.
I know the
Thank you.
first couple that went out to Clown, I caught errors in them right away and then had David's staff go through them and proof them all. And then after that, they started sending them to us. So it's, you know, it's new, so it's kind of a product in the works, but I think it's gonna get better. We're at least getting a chance to look before.
And I don't think they were monthly, I think they were at the sales.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, just if we had, you know, a couple sales in a row that were coming up, then those would be sent out. And so it's, it was really just to inform them that we have a sale coming up, here's the board date, here's the sale date, here's the expected revenue. And so we have time to build in the review. Yeah, and make sure we get that.
Well, it's nice getting information out. It's just. We want, yeah.
No, I agree. Thank you.
I'll just share my moment of panic I had with the change of commissioner. I was like, oh God, I hope he doesn't change staff.
Oh,
And for me, because I was on 3 DNR work groups over the last few years. I worked a lot with Dwayne Emmons. And she reached out and said, do not. And it was conveyed to me that there was no intention to make those kinds of shifts with the leadership team. So I was super grateful for that. I'm super grateful we still have the same teams. And I know that the policy level people came with the governor and he got our Kate Dean. So
that's right.
we should have a friendly ear in the office there with Kate. But I think it was in December, that was my no sleep moments, like, because Dwayne has literally been the one at all these work groups who kind of threads the whole thing together from the DNR policy side. And I was in a moment of panic, but I'm glad I could breathe after that, because, you know, I'm only on one work group still, the carbon and forest management work group, but the trust land transfer work group, the encumbered lands work group, I've been on all of them. So I was just like, who's gonna ground truth this for DNR? So anyway, grateful for that.
Yeah, I'm grateful for it as well.
Yeah.
As far as the operations team, I don't believe there was any changes.
Yeah.
And even on the executive team, there were some holdovers, so it wasn't, you know, 100% change.
Yeah.
So, had an opportunity to work on that with Kate and other members of the executive team, and seems like a really great group of people to work with. So
I agree.
Looking forward to it. So, but yeah, on the operations side, everyone's the same.
Awesome. I'm just
Yeah.
super
Bill and
grateful.
Drew, where are you based? Where do you work?
Yeah,
live?
so sorry, we should have started with introductions because I haven't had a chance to meet you either.
I'm Heather.
So I'm Bill Wells, I'm the Olympic region manager. So the region office is based out of Forks, and so that's where I reside.
Okay, great. You're local.
Drew Rosenbaum, I'm the State Lands Assistant Region Manager.
First.
So I also work out of the Forks office, but I live in Port Angeles, so I bounce back and forth between the work center in Port Angeles and Forks, trying to split my time half and half.
Half and half, so we get to have you out here on the peninsula.
Yeah.
It's great, thank you. I was just saying, it sounds like you guys are our timber realtors, basically. I'm sure you do a lot more than that.
No, super grateful for the collaboration. Have been the entire time.
We're also working with DNR on a couple of fee assessments, a fire protection assessment and landlord's contingency assessment. And it seems to have some staff changes there because they want us to go online with the GIS. It's complex, very complex. I can't imagine. You know, of all our fee assessments, it's by far the criteria, it's written in statute. It's the most difficult to manage because if you mow your lawn, you don't get the assessment. If you don't mow the lawn, you do. And you can imagine that changes throughout the year. So it's interesting. It's good to work with DNR, and it's just It hopefully will eventually find a way that we can manage that assessment fairly across the board.
That's been kind of a long-term thing.
Yeah, we need to change the statute so it's a little easier to manage.
I paid the forest assessment on my property in Forks, which had DNR in the backyard. And it was like $12 a year, so who cares, but, you know, I could have gone through all the steps to get that $12 back, but it's like, man, and I mowed my lawns. Yeah, that's always been kind of a fun one to deal with.
Thank you so much. I'm having a good time.
Yeah. Well, we also want to make the offer, you know, to any topic that would be useful for you. We can prepare presentations, or like we already have presentations that we can provide in this setting in the future. And so, if you know, just on DNR management, or, you know, if you want something specific on FFPA or some other, you know, element of DNR management, we can prepare the topic and break it in. So
You did a great timber school last year. Maybe just sending that slide deck to Jeff BOCC so we can share it with Heather. I mean, because I think just her ability to just scan through that will probably catch her up to where our recollection is.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of positive feedback.
No, that was
That would be
really-
great. Thank
was
you.
Really constructive. That was a lot. Yeah,
So we did have public comment listed on this item,
Okay.
and we had a hand up in the Zoom room. So if anyone in the room is here and would like to ask a question of our DNR colleagues about the quarterly report from DNR, you can raise your hand in the room, but I imagine you're all here for housing. But if you want to raise your hand, you can. And online, same thing. If you have a question for DNR, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. And with that, I will turn it over to Ed Bowen for his 3 minutes in the sunshine with our DNR colleagues.
Well, Ed Bowen, West Jefferson, and I agree. Jefferson stands out with their sunshine today by allowing public comment on this topic. I do want to point out, I'm glad the topic of the pause sales came up. It was interesting. The only public information released included a parcel in Jefferson, but I understand that was the reason why that was pulled, because of OESF. However, that meant 8 instead of 3 in Clallam County. That count went up to 8 in Clallam County. So Jefferson got out of the weeds. So my question, though, today is in regards to, I guess the best term to use is encumbered lands payout. And I believe I heard the board speak to this last week, that the Jefferson portion of the encumbered lands, the 300 plus some odd acres, has now been satisfied. So I would like an update to that, because I know there was a pending transaction to take place in Clallam, and I haven't heard any updates on how that's going. And does that take care of the 300 plus acre encumbered lands in Jefferson? Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Do you guys have insight into that, or should I invite someone from the encumbered land side to come?
So I believe what Ed's speaking about is us purchasing additional lands. And I know there was a portion where the county was involved. It is still in the due diligence phase of the purchase, but I know the hope is to bring that to a near-term future Board of Natural Resources for decision this spring. And so I wish I could just say, you know, out loud, this is what we're doing and this is where, but because the process hasn't been completed, it's just a little too early just to say that, but we're very confident that we'll have a land purchase completed here real soon that will benefit both Clallam and Jefferson County.
And just to remind folks, the encumbered lands counties were defined by 2 legislative budget provisos, one quite some time ago, maybe a decade ago, for Pacific, Wahkiakum, and Skamania counties. And then Jefferson and Clallam were called out in a proviso written by Senator Vandeweghe in 2022, I believe. And so the encumbered lands work group was formed by WASAC to kind of do that work figure out how we were gonna address those 5 counties and the encumbered land issues in them, and admittedly, Jefferson is a tiny player in that,
Yeah.
but we were called out in the proviso. And the group felt like it was important for us to stay together as 5 and move through the work together. And then come up with a solution, which we did. And then the counties would be compensated kind of and let out of the room basically, and Jefferson was the tiniest. We had like 323 acres or something. And so, but Clallam and I think it was Skamania each had over 20,000 acres, so they'll be at the table a lot longer. But
Makes sense.
yeah, so
I do want to just address just informational purposes to another part of Ed's comment. And so the experimental forest, the west side of Jefferson County was exempted from the pause. And so that's why Jefferson County is not as impacted, although we don't have the 01 county transfer lands on that side of the county. And so you'll still see from those sales excise tax revenues, but not the distribution to the juniors in the way of our 01 sales.
Right.
That's why the impact didn't hit you as hard. It's because of the more than half of it, half the acres are exempted.
right.
Was it exempted because it's such a small amount?
No, those areas were exempted because so stated goal of the commissioners to meet our habitat objectives outlined in our policy for sustainable forest, and the OESF, the experimental side, the west side of
Olympic Experimental State
region.
Forest.
Has already met those targets.
Oh, okay.
And so it already exceeds those
Goals
habitat
that have been
targets,
met.
and so it was exempted from the pause, so.
And our west side school districts really rely on TAB, on the timber assessed value, which is what we were talking about for the tax money that comes in from those sales. Even if we don't get the timber money, we get the tax, and the tax is very important.
It's like Clearwater couldn't operate without it.
And it's been really low the last couple of years. We had a surge, but we didn't meet our reserve and didn't complete the fulfillment last year.
Right, I think a lot of the private harvesting's gone down from Rainier to, Fruit Grove.
And they sold a
budgets, okay.
massive chunk of their forest, right? To EMF.
Yeah.
Eco Trust Forest Management, EFM, thanks.
But they're keeping it in timber program, so we'll see, what kind of revenue.
Okay, well, it's 10:30 and we have a room full of folks here wanting to talk about housing, which we do need lumber to build housing and to build short-term rentals and long-term rentals in our community, so. We're glad you're here and on the team and appreciate you guys making the trip over.
I appreciate the offer to come speak to you quarterly. We really do enjoy it, and look forward to meeting with you again at the next quarterly meeting.
And anytime you need to get us out in the forest, just reach out.
Always looking for
My current role, that's useful for me. too.
Yeah.
I enjoy it. So,
Yeah.
I
Thank you so
bet
much.
you everybody in this room would like to come along.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, you guys.
Field trip.
Okay, so we are gonna transition to our hearing on amendments to the Jefferson County Code regarding short-term rentals, and joined at the table by, it looks like Brent and Greg, are you coming up to the table too? Sure. Okay, we're getting the whole team, yay. So we welcome everyone to this public hearing regarding short-term rentals. The purpose of this is to hear from all of you, so that's what our number one goal is. And I'll just say that if you've joined this meeting by a phone and or by a Zoom and wish to provide hearing testimony, please stay on the line and you will be provided an opportunity to speak during public testimony. Thank you all for being here. We really do relish the opportunity to hear from you all. And before we open the hearing for testimony, we're gonna hear from our staff a presentation on the issues. And I would just say, and maybe I'm just saying this for me, but the purpose of a hearing is really to hear all the information. We received a ton of information in advance of the hearing in writing, which we've digested, but I don't ever try and, I have some notes, but I don't ever try and like fully form a thought or an opinion until I hear all of the input. And so I really look forward to hearing from all of you and also from our staff. So am I turning this over to you, Brent?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I say one more thing?
You bet.
Just that it's planned that this hearing will extend to the 24th, right? So we're not looking to wrap this up today, but just want that.
Thank you.
In the
Yeah.
public's mind.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'm gonna be brief. I'm gonna move through slides pretty quickly. The purpose here is to share presentations that we've already presented to the public. And so I know Commissioner Dudley Nolet wasn't at the Cape George meeting. And so I'm just running through the slides that were presented in the workshops and covering the extensive outreach that was undertaken, both in person and online.
Brent, thank you for the recordings that were made of the planning commission meetings and whatnot. So I've gotten to go back and I think a lot of you have gotten to go back and really educate yourselves about this. So that has been really helpful. Highlight that during Sunshine Week.
Thank you.
And we did have the opportunity to attend some of these meetings with Brent, so.
Yes.
Yeah, and I got to go to a planning commission meeting by Zoom. So it's you've done a lot of outreach over this last year and I appreciate it.
Thank you. So a brief presentation overview. I'm going to look at the workshops, the PC meetings. I'm also going to talk about why now, why at all, the current regulations, and then what we're not covering and what we are covering is really important because quite frequently people assume that we're looking at what are known as hip camp and things like that.
Right.
But I'm gonna make sure that you are understanding what we are covering. And then there was a question or two that remained unanswered, and then I'm gonna go to the PC deliberations. And then in closing, I'm gonna pass it off to Greg Ballard to talk about the additional edits that the department would like to see.
Okay.
So we initially started with a workshop in each district. We had District 1 with Kate Dean was present, and then we moved down to District 2, and Commissioner Brotherton was present, and then we had
I was the district.
actually District 2, Heidi Eisenhower was present, and then we moved down to District 3. And I would point out that the largest number of persons that attended were in District 1, and then we had maybe 40 people in District 1, 45, and then we had a smaller number, 25 in District 2, and then we had the smallest in District 3. And I think that's probably because a lot of the questions were answered. Now, one of the questions that has been posed is why now and why at all? And so based upon the concerns that we heard, there were identified workforce housing impacts. There was a contribution assumed to the county's affordable housing crisis. And then we heard from community members that were aggrieved by spillover impacts of unresponsive STR owners. And then one of the areas that staff is required to look at is what does the data say? And so I've looked at the data. This was originally presented to the Planning Commission and to the board with the 2023. I've got an update which says that if you look, they do what we call the housing affordability for first-time home buyers was looked at. And when we looked in the fourth quarter of 2023, we had some of the worst housing affordability figures. There was only one other county that was less affordable than ours, and that was San Juan Island County. Flash forward a year later, it's changed. Now there are, at least according to the first time home buyers index, King County, Kittitas, San Juan, and Whatcom are also now more less affordable than Jefferson County. It doesn't mean that we've become more affordable. It means that other counties have had an increase in declining affordability. So then why now and why at all. I'm gonna go back and look at our rentals with and without structures. Now, you can see on the lower screen on the lower right, that's what we are not looking at in this review.
Yeah.
Rentals with structures. When I say with structures, I mean that we have already completed an exhaustive review when that building is permitted. We've looked at access. Is it safe to access that? We also looked at the capacity for septic through our partners in environmental public health. So that's already been addressed. So when you're looking at a structure, it's a really different animal than looking at a campsite or something that has not even been looked at from the standpoint of life safety, access, which typically we have that through public works, and then septic, which is typically done through environmental public health. So this review is limited to those in structures, and I think that's really paramount to understand. And then in looking at the types of issues that are presented when we look at structures, there were 3 different categories: lodging and sales tax, and that has largely been addressed by the state for the larger platforms, meaning that the state does collect. And then the surrounding neighborhood impact. And then we've addressed that by regulations conditions in our permits to reduce the spillover impact. And then also that has been addressed through our life safety provisions, which include some of the similar provisions that hotels and motels are required. We want to make sure there's egress, that people can get out, or alternatively, first responders can get into the structure to get people outside in case of a fire, and smoke and CO detectors and things of that type. And so then current regulations, so I'm only going to be looking at, and I will have some slides that just talk about real quickly, well, without structures, but we're really focused on those in structures. And so, and these on the left, short-term rentals, transient accommodations is what we have called them. We're proposing a change to be consistent with state regulations. So hip camp, glamping, those are much more, we're not looking at those. Those are without a structure. So we're looking at Airbnb, that usually is done within a structure. Verbo is also done within a structure. Home sharing is also done within a structure. And then, so if you are looking at our regulations from outside, if you don't have a structure, we already have a pathway. And that pathway enables all of the various departments to weigh in, public works, environmental health, because you don't have an approved septic. So we don't know what to design based upon it being an open slate. So you would propose to us, wow, I'm doing 8 campsites, and I'm gonna also have a kitchen, building. So then we would have to have the septic, or environmental public health would design it. Well, it has to be 8, a septic for at least 8 different individuals, and then the bathroom. But we didn't look at any of that, but it is done through a conditional use permit, and that is, and it's hard to see when we look at it under campgrounds and camping facilities. And that will be another iteration of this if the board so directs the staff.
So can I just restate it to make sure I'm understanding? It's not that we're not taking hip camps or glamping or outdoor, non-structured short-term accommodations with this regulation that we're looking at today, but you do have to apply for a permit as a campground under existing.
That's absolutely correct. So, and the moratorium did not apply to this, right? And it's another important component that you could still be proposing that. You would just have to submit a permit, and we're gonna do the more exhaustive review. And so that is still permissible, and it was not subject to the moratorium. And then what is subject to the moratorium is what we look at is the short-term rentals. And then you can see here, it's really hard. I know it's just a lot, but we've got at the top where it says specific land use, agriculture, commercial forest, rural 1 to 5, rural 1 to 10, rural 1 to 20, and the rural village center. If you look at that, you'll see all across the board, we did allow short-term rentals. It's permissible in all of those zones. Next slide. And then we also have divided up bed and breakfast into 2 different categories. again, we have the same zoning districts, agricultural, which is AG, commercial forest, rural forest. Again, we have allowed these bed and breakfasts with the rare exception of in the commercial forest, and you can see that more detail. But I just wanted to make sure it's really important that everyone understands what our current regulations are before we make changes to them. And this was provided at each of the workshops that we had in each of the districts. We went through this because we thought it was a principally important first step to understand existing regulations before we make changes to them. And then the master plan resort, originally designed to accommodate this type of use. And so we had, it allowed in the two specific zones, the master plan resort RC and CF. And so, and this is for the Port Ludlow area, for those of you who are from that area. And then we also had it allowed in our Port Hadlock urban growth area. And so we've identified it's allowed in the UC, the BOC, ULDR, UNDR, and UHDR. Those are each zoning districts where we allow this type of use. So I just wanted to make sure that we're fully covering that. And then
Maybe Brent, sorry, on that slide, going back one. What areas is it not allowed? Is it not allowed in any of those zones?
so it's not allowed in UGA-C, you see that's excluded.
Yeah.
It's not allowed in UGA HDR. I'm sorry, I'll just make sure. UHDR, no, so it's UGA-C is excluded.
That's the only one.
Oh,
Okay.
no, and light industrial is also excluded,
Okay,
There's not any light industrial.
and public.
okay, great, thanks.
Okay.
And when you say you allow it, it's allowed with no caps, correct?
That's correct. And then, this is slightly different. This is what we look at bed and breakfast residents, and so that you can see that it's all allowed in all of the districts, bed and breakfast, except for the last two, light industrial and public. Now, regulatory outcomes in literature. This was a question I think Commissioner Brotherton asked. And so we did have an attachment in the original staff report, and it included quite a bit of literature. The most significant literature was done, I think, housing market conditions in tourism dependent municipalities. I felt that was particularly relevant because I believe that Jefferson County would be considered a tourism dependent municipality, given our proximity to the Olympic National Forest. And also the fact that Port Townsend is a generator of regional tourism, if not larger than regional. And so what it has identified is that local workers are among the populations most damaged by these dynamics, particularly those whose labor within the tourism industry and related services. And so this is a summation of the conclusion in that report. So it does indicate that there is likelihood for impacts by unregulated short-term rentals. And this is all available online. And so I did do some research, and one of the biggest challenges is determining, if you're doing the scientific method, you try to look at one variable, but we have so many other variables that are changing that it's really hard to determine, is that the sole reason that we're seeing an escalation of prices? Like, for example, in one of our earlier presentations, we looked at New Orleans. They were just about to roll out a short-term rental regulations. In the year since they've rolled them out, there's been a 3.9% decline in property values. But the question is that related to the short-term rentals alone? It's really hard to say. Saks Realty is one of the firms that looked at it, and they attribute it to the short-term rental regulations being a contributing factor, if not the primary factor for the decline in housing values. So, but this is just anecdotal, and I just wanted to share this with you. So Now I'm gonna move on to the PC deliberations, and I wanted to just by raise of hands, the planning commissioners that are here today, would you please raise your hands? And did you contribute in the deliberations? Please, if you okay. So what I've done in terms of summary, I try to make it easier. I've divided them up into different topics that were discussed. And we could change the format, but the first topic I had was a discussion about geography. And I thought maybe we could, the planning commission can share and so I'll go through all of the areas. We can choose to go through it this way. Geography was one, enforcement was another. Units occupied by homeowner versus in the near vicinity, that was another question we had. A discussion about caps was another. A discussion about numbers of persons was another, and then a discussion about community benefits was another. So those were a lot of the topics that were discussed, but we could take it in the format that the planning commission sees most appropriate. So with the planning commissioners, maybe we want to start, how would you prefer to do that?
I would suggest that you go forward into your presentation and we could comment as we have something to add.
Okay. So we had a discussion about geography, and then one of the big questions was, the planning commission asked staff was, well, how can we look at this, not as a whole county, but in subsectors of the county? So we looked at that, we had planning, what do we call them? In the comprehensive plan, we had planning areas, so like 15. We had looked at census designated places and census tracts. And then we decided, well, staff was asked, well, what approach do you like? And then I thought, well, one of the things that's important is to make it easy for community members to understand. And most people know their zip code. Most people don't know their census tract or census information. So it seemed that the zip code was on its face the easiest for community members to understand. And it also divided the county up into enough areas that we might be able to, for the cap, if they were going to consider a cap, we might be able to regulate it a bit easier. And so so the proposal was to use the zip codes. The planning commission agreed to that, but they really gave staff, they deferred to staff. They really wanted to see that what we're putting forward isn't something that is administratively challenging. And I want to appreciate staff, planning commission always being concerned about the administrative challenges that staff has.
Can I make a small comment about that? What's important about that is the idea, if we're gonna have some kind of a cap, how do we distribute it around the county? And so, with the idea of fairness, that we get to share this benefit with people who have these licenses to do some kind of a short-term rental, that we distribute that benefit around the county and to different people. That's the idea of a 3-year or whatever we decided on, a 3-year limit or a 4-year limit, whatever we decided on, as the planning commission. And so that we can cycle that benefit through multiple people. So I think the planning commission and the discussions that I participated in would have liked to have more granularity in terms of who, what parts of the county would get that benefit. So that it was distributed evenly amongst the people in the county or the areas in the county. But one of the challenges was what Brent just said, was how do we do that in a way that's administratable and understandable to the community? And so we tried to strike a balance.
Also, I would say that one of the things that we were looking at it was also understanding what percentage of the housing stock was STR in each of those zip codes. And that was in Brennan was the one that had the highest amount of STRs per population. So I was also concerned with looking at, as we were looking at it, the statistics that are out there often show that STRs take up somewhere close to 3% of housing stock. So I wanted to know if we were close to that 3%, over it, under it, so to know more about how that would impact us specifically.
Then we also had a discussion about enforcement. And so one of the challenges that we have is that we don't have a large enforcement team. And so we recognize that.
I see her sitting right there.
Got the whole team here.
I see her sitting right there.
And so, given that backdrop, we recognize that there was new direction in the state law. There was an adoption of state law for short-term rentals. And so that provided us some opportunities that may not have been available previously. And so the question is whether or not that is sufficient. Or if it is not sufficient, and because of the sort of the critical nature of that, I'm gonna defer to the DCD staff. They can talk about that. But I think that the planning commission should share what their feelings were.
I can go. Well, we wanted as much enforcement obligation put on the platforms as possible, because that felt like an opportunity for them to take a lot of that weight off of the county before we had to deal with licenses as well. So that would mean we supported two different kinds of enforcement. One would be that any platform, including somebody's personal website, or a newspaper or an online platform such as VRBO or Airbnb, whatever website we're talking about, would have to register with the county to say, we are going to be platforming properties in your county. So they have to essentially let us know that they're putting properties from Jefferson County on their site. And then the second level is that any property that registers on the site has to have a valid license or permit or whatever we're calling them. And that the platform can administer that to make sure that any active property being advertised on their site has that credential. So that puts a lot of onus on these platforms to help us make sure that those pieces are covered and that county staff isn't in the position of having to chase around and look at each advertised property to make sure that they are following the rules. So that was important to us.
Yeah, and staff, DCD staff pointed out, there's like, they estimate there's 400 and some STRs in the county, but only, I think it was like 60 are actually permitted.
Yeah.
So we're trying to put the onus on the platforms to tell us how many they have, so it can be permitted.
There's a hand up in the Zoom room, and I'm just wondering, is that a planning commissioner? We're not taking testimony yet. We are hearing the staff report and from the planning commission, which we totally appreciate you guys being here and contributing to this conversation, because you've been the ones having the most conversation about this. So if
That's Andrew Schwartz, he is a planning commission.
And I just want to make sure that we don't have more than a quorum.
And that's what we were just discussing.
That would be a quorum.
Right, so.
5 would be a quorum,
Right.
so.
We would
Andrew,
not be able to accept another planning commissioner to provide comment.
we
did not
yeah,
vote.
we
Open
can't,
Public Meetings Act. Right?
we
That's what we were
can't,
talking
we
about
can't take a comment from another planning commissioner at this
I
time.
can leave the room.
Andrew,
Well,
Yeah, but you-
this is 3.
there's four of you.
He's in your blind spot.
It's fine, we're fine now. Let's just continue, proceed.
Mike can step out.
I can step out.
Well, he put his hand down, so let's,
Can I ask a question about the enforcement?
it's fine, Mike. Just say. Sorry, Heather.
No worries. Is there anything that requires the platforms to report or enforce? I mean, what kind of teeth do we have to get them to do that?
So there's two things. One is the state law does provide some requirements
Of them?
Okay. It doesn't go as far as some cities and counties have. Some cities and counties say that thou shall not post unless you have a permit. We didn't, I don't think either version, oh, actually, but that's probably the most stringent.
Enforceable.
Right.
The state law just requires them to remit taxes, right? And make
Yeah,
sure
we
taxes are
primarily
remitted.
taxes,
Yeah.
insurance and life
It's
safety.
I
very
didn't
short.
see anything in there
Yeah,
that
at the
was.
time, 6437. Yeah.
Yeah, 6437, right.
Okay.
Yeah, and then a discussion about units occupied by homeowners versus in the near vicinity. This was a robust conversation. And I'm gonna defer to the planning commissioners here to talk about some of the topics that were discussed.
Could we maybe ask the planning commissioners to come up, just because I'm afraid we're not capturing their voices on their microphone, which is right up
Could all
here.
four of you please come forward?
Where would you like us to
Oh,
go?
by the
Podium or,
by the
We
podium?
can move some
One at a
chairs.
time.
yeah, we can.
Just bring a chair.
Yeah, there you go. Just bring your chair. Do you want me to move the podium so that it's? Yeah, here, I'll do it. Thanks, Heather. Yeah. Let's just take that.
Soft
away. Let me just go over
So
there.
nice.
Yeah. There we go.
Is this blocking anybody's view of?
What time is it? I guess I can go back.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Face up.
Thanks. I feel like we should be playing a game now.
Red Rover, Red Rover.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we had a discussion about units occupied by homeowner versus in the near vicinity. And so one of those areas that was really a component of that is a requirement that a homeowner and more broadly, I think, use the term landlord in the planning commission, so that it included a lot of variety, so that, for example, I might have leased my home to someone for 10 years, so that person is the person responsible. So we did include that from the Tenant Landlord Act in the planning commissions.
That landlord definition is from the Tenant Landlord Act, is that what you're saying?
And so, at this juncture, I think it's really good for the planning commission, maybe just go one by one and to talk about the concerns or benefits or that you see in the proposals before the board. And I'll start left to right.
Okay,
Stage right.
I'm on the right. Okay.
Yeah.
So, it's all about perspective. So one of the things that we were concerned about is reports we were hearing from the community that these are comments we heard specifically and particularly in the Cape George discussion where somebody who worked in the office said that anytime there was a house for sale in Cape George, they were getting calls from all over the known universe. And the main question was, I'm looking at this property on the internet and I want to know, can I do a short-term rental? And with the idea that they would make this purchase as somebody who's, as an investment property. And so in the interest of protecting, Jefferson County housing for Jefferson County residents, including workers and, the people who live here. As a person, anybody in the United States can buy any property, as far as I know. I don't know if there's any limitation, but we can look at what you've got to do on that property, and that was an interest that we were trying to balance with people's right to own whatever property they want. And so we were looking at how can we do that in a way that's legal and fair and provides the opportunity for people to come here and live and be a part of our community and still have this benefit. So we're looking at ways to either could we restrict purchases to sentient beings as opposed to corporate beings? And that seemed difficult. And we looked at, how could we limit to someone who lives on the property? And that seemed a clearer path to invite somebody to be in our community and maybe have this benefit. But limit the sort of ability for, people to, corporations maybe to scoop up vast numbers of housing units and just put them to work in Jefferson County. And it's a difficult thing to figure out, and how to be fair and how to be balanced and easy to administer. And so, we had a lot of discussion around this.
Go ahead and state again.
Oh, so it's a discussion about units occupied by homeowner versus in the near vicinity. And so,
Yeah, and a lot of things come up in that the individuals who own multiple short-term rentals, for example, and maybe a business. There were in studies that I saw some interesting options where and in the planning commission, what we discussed was certainly short-term rentals for an owner-occupied structure was a pretty simple thing. If it got noisy, loud, or a ton of cars showed up, you'd have an easy response. So that was part of that discussion and concern. The other concern was that, we have young or old individuals who want to, have a secure future. And those short-term rentals are a big part of that. I saw, it's fascinating, we're in a rural community, a tourist community. I was reading lots of studies done, Geneva and Bordeaux, London, it was all these really large, New Orleans, New York, LA, lots of different approaches. What I also found was there's several master's theses coming out now on the rural areas with STRs. You can see it starting to come up through the layers. And almost across the board, the regulations would often limit, but at the same time, so it impacted several things at the same time. And what we're trying to balance is we want there to be those long-term rentals out there. And so what one community did in a study I saw was that there was a limit. So if you're an owner occupied and you've got extra rooms in the house, then, you can rent out 1, 2, 3. You could have literally 3 different rentals. But then as you get to offsite, then there are issues of, who's responsible, the landlord that we were discussing is, again, would be able to respond to any concerns in the neighborhood. But for every additional, once there was a limit, let's say it was on site, you can have as many short-term rentals as is reasonable. And you can have one offsite. Beyond that one offsite, if you want a second offsite short-term rental, you had to have a long-term rental. So now it became a condition where a long-term rental is added. Okay, now you can have another short-term rental. And so one individual who came up to me specifically and said, I got 7 short-term rentals. I'll sell them all and, the heck with all of this kind of a thing. He was getting a bit frustrated. I said, well, hold on. What if you could, one of them's on your site, then you've got 3 long-term rentals and 3 short-term rentals. I mean, how does that start to incentivize your, continuing that trend? So there are multiple ways of looking at it. And, as a rural community, what we don't want to have happen is just have all of these unpermitted and, substandard rentals out there on the one hand. But we want to also allow, I know specifically of 2 or 3 individuals who were saying they were looking at purchasing a second property to create a short-term rental. But, once the moratorium comes in, they're all pulling back because I don't know what the rules are. I might get hit much harder financially by doing this now. So a lot of things that were up in the air, but some good ideas are starting to come out of it, including this long-term rental, short-term rental as a way of increasing some of that. There's another.
Kevin, what did the person say when you suggested that? The property owner
He
did
stopped
that?
and paused, because first thing I'm gonna sue, and he was kind of right, well, what if? And it's like, and it just stopped him in his tracks, like, well, you could tell he had to kind of think about it. I get it, I own 2 residences in the city, I can have one in my house and I can have one over there, that kind of thing. So it just seems like we've got to come up with the flexibility to fit Jefferson County. Because as many studies as are out there, somewhere in Utah, somewhere in Oregon, small towns, rural, but almost all of them are just large communities. And it's not an apples to apples or anywhere close. But understanding what we've got, the dynamics here, I think we can come up with a good solution to a limit that allows us to have safe short-term rentals out there that are reviewed on a periodic basis so that we know that they're safe, but also allow the investment opportunity for the public to be able to increase and generate wealth as well as provide housing for others than themselves.
Thank you.
In response to the guy with the 7 units, he said he makes triple what he could make on market rents by going short-term rental. So basically his
Business model.
premise is buy a house, short-term rental, and make a profit 3 times profit. But down in the Brennan, you know, they're building the planned resort and they're saying there's not enough worker housing for the housekeepers, groundskeepers. And so it's a battle down there because, you know, what's short-term rental, what's long-term rental? They need more housing, basically. And I also work for a community build where we build model, they call them THOWs, THOWs, to help people that like work in Port Townsend and can't afford a house. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Covered a lot of ground already, but returning to this specific discussion quickly, I would say that a lot of different perspectives raised in planning commission meetings among the public and among commissioners. For this, I felt like where I came down was that it was in the interest of the county to reserve some of the benefits of short-term rentals to people who are living in the county and have a vested interest in, you know, continuing to form community in the county. So that was why I was supportive of the limitation to supporting or limitation to allowing short-term rental landlords to be county residents.
Now, our next discussion area is about caps. And I figure we'll just keep going in the same circle, Cynthia, Commissioner Cohen.
Could you do a little intro and then we can respond?
Okay, so when I am saying caps, what is a cap? And so by cap, I'm referring specifically to a maximum number of short-term rentals. And it could be a maximum number of short-term rentals per housing unit. In some communities even do different caps. For example, San Juan Island County, if you're on Lopez Island, there's a different cap than if you're on San Juan Island County. And some of that's based upon the availability of water. And so caps, we were looking at, well, what is the benefit of that? And we've seen that, I guess most significantly at the Cape George meeting, there was a very concerned community member. And that community member echoed something that Commissioner Dean had echoed, that in certain areas that are really in demand for tourism, if there weren't caps, there was a loss of community. That those neighborhoods that were really highly desired by community members had such a significant influx and purchase of buildings that there were no longer school children going to school. They were mostly short-term rentals. And so this is what sort of engendered this discussion about caps and identify, well, should it be in specific areas and so forth. And so at that juncture, I'm going to pass it off to Commissioner Cohen.
I'm in favor of caps for exactly the reason that Brent just outlined, and it is something we heard at the community meetings. Short-term rentals are a reality of our world now, but their impacts, I believe, have been significant on communities and housing. And so balancing that opportunity and making it an opportunity that people can share in the sense of having a license or permit that is of a particular length. And then sharing that, being able to cycle that through the community as a benefit, but not having people's entire, the entire economy of housing be about short-term rentals, was an important balance to strike. So I have seen some of the the research that people are trying to do, and as Brett pointed out, it's very difficult research to do because there's so many factors, right? So, but in the communities where they have limited short-term rentals in some way to some cap, they are seeing that the effect of people being able to come in and essentially buy whatever property they want and pay it off and make a profit at the without even living in the community with no limits. Anyone can do it in an unlimited way. Is the ability to do it in an unlimited way has affected housing prices by allowing them to be more, there's more demand because more people can afford to go buy a house and have it be paid off by a short-term rental, whether they live in the community or not. So having those caps, I think, is a way to balance the reality of short-term rentals in the world and the needs of a community to have places for people to live and that are at least more affordable. I don't think this, I want to say just one more thing, which is, I don't think anybody on the planning commission, whatever point of view we have about caps or limiting short-term rentals in some way, believes that this is the only thing that's going to solve the housing problems that we have in Jefferson County or anywhere else in the world. It's a worldwide problem. So I don't think anyone is so simplistic as to think this is the solution to all our housing problems. But I think in a multifaceted problem, we have to have multifaceted solutions. And I think this is what we worked through in the last year is part of that.
Can we do a quick time check? Are we going past noon? I mean, I'm sure I want to make sure that everyone's.
Yeah,
time.
I was gonna wait for these guys to comment, and then I was gonna do a time check.
I understand the value of the limits. I'd like to see there be ways that, for instance, in that one long-term rental provides another short-term rental is one way where we can have, I think, both. We can have the development, the growth and the housing stock at the same time as we're asking for regulation. And certainly when it comes to owner occupied, if you want to have 3 Airbnbs on your place or in your home or on your property, I think you ought to be allowed to do that with certain limitations. Again, these are, because we got to look at things like roads, infrastructure and transportation. I mean, if it's a little dirt road and you're telling me you're going to put 10 spots down here, that's a non-starter for various reasons. So we need to, there's all of those conditions, limits, but I'd like to see ways to allow for individuals, entrepreneurs to be able to increase that so that they do have opportunity to, for their own future. And there were several jurisdictions that used the 30, 60, 120 days out of an annual year as another way of limitation. So there were a couple of ways that have been studied. One of the things I was most concerned about as we started this discussion was how many are actually out there right now and how much is it impacting us right now? I think we're ahead of the curve, which is great because the numbers we were getting were saying it's somewhere around 3, maybe 4%. And I saw several studies that said that in the natural environment of no regulation, that was kind of a limit that was reached by a lot of jurisdictions. It only got to the 25% when you're in a highly urban tourist general area. So again, I don't think it's a big problem now. It could become one. And so we're kind of ahead of the curve, which is all great. Some limits, but I'm not a proponent of saying, yeah, you get 2 and that's it.
What we looked at was the number estimated of permitted and non-permitted units, and it was 3 or 4%. We had lengthy discussion, days of discussion, till we finally agreed on a percentage.
Can I just ask to remind us, what are the remaining topics of discussion? Just because I have a couple of questions and I could ask them to hit on it if we don't have a lot of time left. And what are they? Community
One of them is,
benefits and
discussion
numbers
about
of persons.
Numbers of persons, how do you calculate it? That was it. I think that would be a pretty easy one.
Okay.
And then a discussion about community benefits. Those were the other 2.
Okay, so I want to do a time check. Because both sides of me have been saying time check, but I already thought I needed to do a time check.
Right.
So how many people in the room are here to make public comment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay,
One
and,
online.
and then online, if you're here to make public comment and you're online, please raise your hands and leave them up for until we get to that point. So so say 20.
Right, 2 minutes already.
2 minutes a person, that would be 40 minutes.
We can go past 12.
We can go past 12, yep. So we're gonna go as long as we need to. Our next timed item is at 1:30.
Okay,
So
and
hopefully we can wrap
It's
this
great to
up.
give people 3 minutes too.
yeah, I would love to also just hear just what your deliberation was around grandfathering and sunsetting.
Well, let's do
expiration
that. Let's
dates.
hold those. Let's do that after we get through Bryn's presentation.
Great.
Okay, shall I continue this? So, what I would say is the assumption upon which the whole premise of this ordinance is based, which is conspicuously not in the whereases at the top, is that limiting short-term rentals in some way will increase the availability of long-term rentals or
Notice that too.
or housing
Yeah.
prices. That was troubling to me. It is troubling to me. As other commissioners have said, we know this isn't the one solution to the housing crisis that we're facing. But I'm still not convinced it is a solution. So I think that the cap we came to was sort of a negotiation between some commissioners who wanted something lower and other commissioners, including myself, who weren't sure a cap was the right approach. It seems noisy, the evidence that limiting or capping short-term rentals is able to do that. And it seems like to the extent that it is, it's very much around the margins. I mean, the numbers we'll talk about in a second are, dozens, maybe hundreds of units, which is not nothing. I want to acknowledge as a renter myself. But pales in comparison to what the county needs. So I'm interested in some of the same things that Commissioner Cooper mentioned about, how do we actually incentivize more long-term rentals, more decreased housing prices rather than limiting other options.
And then we also had a discussion about numbers of persons, and so, where we sort of took the guidance from the planning commission, they asked us, well, what do you think is the best approach? And so we determined that the Office of Financial Management does an annual publication in April, and that we would use that for calibrating, if cap was the approach that the board ultimately took, that we could use the OFM's April's numbers. And so I think that's where we settled. I think they asked us for guidance on that, and that's what we after deliberation came up with. Any comments on that?
Just that using census numbers, they only come out every 10 years and, are already out of date by the time we get them.
Yeah.
So that was our interest in having up-to-date numbers as best we could, given that we won't have perfect numbers.
And then the final one was a discussion about community benefits. And so we sort of talked about that tangentially when we said that, well, if you provide short-term rental, or in fact, if you provide a long-term rental, you can provide a short-term rental. So that is a way to ensure that balance that's in our comprehensive plan that says that we're to balance the needs of long-term housing of the workforce with the needs of our tourist dependent businesses, which are significant. And so that was one of the areas. So we looked at some of the options available. I think Kevin really hit it on the head when he said that, that approach and that response to that community member. Is there anything that would you like to add? We've decreased or eliminated those life safety concerns. So I think that is also a community benefit by having life safety addressed, that we're not putting anyone in harm's way if they rent an Airbnb, because we know that it has egress, that if there is a fire, they can get out. And in fact, one of the most alarming things I've heard is that often if there is a fire, the smoke detector will activate if it's a forest fire. So I've heard of many instances of people finding out that the fire isn't from within the home, it's coming from outside. So there are a lot of benefits to that. Anything that you would like to
The
add?
only other thing that I would say that we need to be sure we're paying attention to is the occupied versus unoccupied short-term rentals, you know, where the landlord is there on the site versus the ones that aren't. I think that that's an easy way to distinguish between a short-term rental is occupied on site and within the home, like it being Airbnb originally was intended. Because a lot of the studies that you're out there, you go through this entire study, and then they say it was, you know, entirely owner-occupied Airbnbs in a community. Well, that's not really what we're trying to hammer on. So just keep that in mind. When you're looking at these studies and trying to disseminate that information. That's all.
I think too, DCD is proposing what you can't buy a house and then immediately turn it into a Airbnb. Aren't you suggesting like a 2-year moratorium on new purchases before you can do a short-term rental?
Well, that's also a question for DCD. They're gonna discuss the proposal after.
Right.
So I'm gonna defer to DCD.
The other thing I want to mention is we have the people that have owned property in the Coil for years. And they don't live in the area, but, you know, obviously they're good people that rent out. But the question is it legal to have a regulation for Jefferson County residents versus everybody else? So that's the question we have to ask.
Sam, did you have something to add?
Yeah, the topic is community, what was it, the topic?
Community benefit, discussion about community benefit.
I have lots of thoughts about this and lots of feelings, but I think that the community benefit to me of making sure that any commercialization of a house is done in a responsible way, that's done in a way that has the least impact to neighbors and has the least impact to community. And I think that's what we're trying to hit on, is how can we best give opportunity for people to do a home-based business, which is essentially what this is. And that gives the benefit to the homeowner when it's appropriate, but also benefits and doesn't harm neighbors, and benefits and doesn't harm community. And that was the balance that I was trying to strike. And I think, you know, in different ways, I think that was the balance we were all trying to see.
Then I believe, Commissioner Designate, you posed some additional questions about grandfathering.
Yeah, I'm just interested in what the deliberation was around the grandfathering question and the idea of expirations.
Well, grandfathering is different than expiration.
Yep,
right?
2 different things.
Okay, so what we were instructed by staff was that we had no right to take away something, if somebody would have a permitted use that was legal at the time of permitting, and that had no expiration, that we didn't have the ability to take that right away from them. So grandfathering is a fact. That's not a legal term. Legal non-conforming is the term. We kept being reminded. Yeah, so it didn't seem like an option that we really spent much time on, because it was a fact.
Okay, so you didn't deliberate on it at all?
No, we did, in my opinion, as I recall. And the idea was that, because I was driving towards, you know, how many are there out there? How much of a percentage of the housing stock is it? Let's find out what we know. And so when we came back, as I mentioned, Brennan was the one that had the highest number per existing housing stock. Others were smaller, but none of them got much over that 3%. So it seemed to me like, you know, everyone who's got an existing is great. They're in. If our limit's 4, 5, 10%, whatever we come up with, then others will be allowed to join in. But there will be at some point a lid. And it won't be until someone, I imagine, falls out of that an opening arrives for somebody else. I don't know if it then becomes a list, you know, all these things. And I would say that owner occupied is simply allowed. You know, I don't care if there's 500 out there. if I live in my house and I want to Airbnb my room, because it gives me a little additional income in retirement, I don't see we should cap or limit that at all, in my opinion.
And the reason, just to be clear, the reason I'm asking this is because I saw enough comments, especially in the written comments, asking specifically about grandfathering. So I'm just wanting to have this conversation
Right.
here, so.
And it looks as though right now, everyone who has one would get to keep it. We're not taking anybody's away until
To be
we
clear.
potentially get into someone who's got the half a dozen or more, and then we gotta figure out how that happens.
To be clear, when we say everyone who has one legally gets to keep one,
There you
because that
go.
is a right that they own.
Yeah, I mean,
Someone
again,
who's
they
been
all have to
paying
go through the same
permitted-
safety and all those other, everything that anyone would normally have to go through in a permit to achieve.
Right,
Yes,
and I
because it's
do-
not a shack with an outhouse and somebody's, they're calling it a structured area.
I just
Right.
think it's important to clarify, we're not saying that if you already are running a short-term rental that is not permitted, we're not gonna save that right for you.
No, that's an illegal non-conforming, and you have to get it up to legal.
And I just want to make sure that the record is clear on this, because I think in one of the staff reports, I also did indicate that, well, you don't have a right to avoid life safety regulations. And so you can be grandfathered in, but still, you have to comply with life safety.
Yeah.
Okay.
For already permitted.
Sure,
For-
and that would be taken care of in their current permit review, correct?
Right, and there was another component that I just wanted to make sure, and I believe I did include this in the staff report, one of the staff reports, that the investment backed expectations of those individuals that have already built out or completed a short-term rental must be respected. And so typically, we do that, like sign code is the most classic example. If you have a sign ordinance, you amortize the removal of those signs. Oh, you have $10,000 invested. Okay, we're gonna give you 10 years to bring it into conformance. So, because we expect that over 10 years, you will have recouped your investment. And so there's a lot of law on that, and I believe that, I just wanted to make sure that there's some nuances here.
No part of our proposal, though, from the planning commission is doing anything amateurized.
That's correct. We didn't include that. The planning commission did not. That's that.
I'd also say, I think the negotiations around the cap level, as Commissioner Coker were saying, I think we were thinking about where do we set it such that people who already are operating short-term rentals would be able to continue in the future, because the cap is so high that we wouldn't be kicking them off right now. I would still say, though, that there's the time in the proposed ordinance, there's the time limit, and a certain, forget where I think it's 5 years, a certain
3 years.
3 years, 3 years. People would need to reapply, and if we had hit the cap at that point, they might be moved to the bottom of the list.
And on that case, people are saying, well, I can't recoup and plan for an investment if I only have 3-year period. But the idea is to make it fair for everybody. Let's say somebody retired and said, hey, I wanna try it. So they would be out because there wouldn't be any room left in the cap for those people. So it was a balancing act. So I wanted 5 years, but no one would agree with me.
Okay.
Oh, some of it.
In the spirit of moving us towards hearing people, are you done with your staff
Yes.
presentation? And so we're gonna hear from Greg. And Greg, do you want the planning commission to stay in your?
No.
No. So you guys can go back, move your chairs back to your spots in the room. Thank you.
Do you have copies of the staff report? Because I couldn't find it online in the laser feed.
I'll go through that real quick. Basically, within your package, you had the planning commission recommendation.
Yeah.
You had a crosswalk, which we prepared, which was a comparison of the DCD version versus the planning commission version, and it basically summarized where the changes were and kind of why we made some changes. And then we had our version. And our version was something that, first of all, it's awkward and unusual for us to do this, but what happened was, Grant and the planning commission did this great work. It was a contentious issue. They covered a lot of issues at the very, the February 19th And then we waited for the board, and the board said, well, we want to open up the public hearing, so then DCD planning decided, well, we should get involved and see if we can come up with some alternate language that could maybe give you guys some choices, to make sure it's easier to administer and enforce. So we decided, and, you know, with the help of our great staff, Emily was at the planning commission, she gave us the number, she gave us a rough draft. Nikki's the one who does enforcement, so she said, well, we do a lot. We basically came up with the draft. And just briefly, I'm gonna go within 2 minutes, I'm gonna just go through my draft with you, and then you guys can ask me any questions.
Okay.
So basically, the definition of an operator was really important. So I think it was appendix, we defined who an operator was. Appendix B, short-term operator or operators mean a person who receives payment for owning or operating a dwelling unit, a portion thereof, of a short-term rental. If you look at the definition of a short-term rental, it does not include a bed and breakfast. So Kevin's comment about, if somebody wants to rent a room, it's not subject to the cap. Appendix C basically just says, if it's 5 or fewer, it's a type 1 process. 5 or fewer guest rooms, it's a type 1 process. 6 or more, it's going to be it's a conditional discretionary, which means the administrator, I can decide, are we going to have the administrative or a public hearing?
And I just want to point out, that was really a big issue because like Pomona Woods, larger projects created a lot of concern in the community.
Right, and it's like communities like Cape George, if they don't want to have as many short-term rentals, they could put a covenant in there and restrict it. So that's always an option for them.
In their HOA.
In their HOA, which we don't enforce. I'm just gonna go briefly through mine, the version that we came up with. Sections 1 and 2, we didn't change. 3 is short-term rentals. That's 182210. And the first thing is B, parking. We basically said all parking must be contained on site as determined by DCD. The planning commission had, I think, 1 additional, and then if it was a conditional discretion, they wanted 1 per bedroom. It's your choice what you want for parking, but you have 2 for the house, 2 for an ADU, and if it's on site, it seems like it shouldn't spill over into the community.
That's right, you're saying it's required already, an ADU has 2 spots and a primary residence has 2 spots, so there's 4 spots any place with.
Yeah. Number D. We basically allowed 1 identification sign up to 4 square feet, and that's just so people would know where they're going and they'll drive around the community. We could eliminate that. It's just something so people won't keep driving around to your neighborhood trying to find their unit. They can put up a flag or something like that. Number H, we said a short-term rental shall be tied to the property and cannot be transferred to a separate dwelling. So if you got a short-term rental, you couldn't basically say, well, I'm going to use it over here instead. It was tied to that particular property. Number J is pretty important. It says a short-term rental operator shall hold no more than 1 hospitality permit for a short-term rental in the unincorporated county. So to get around this residency requirement that we thought could be hard to enforce or maybe legally challenging, we basically just said everybody can have 1. And that's 1 per operator. And what we envisioned was that when you signed the application, you'd have an affidavit certifying that you only have 1 short-term rental. So.
What about 1 rental with multiple units?
Well, in the county, that's a challenge, just because, the only area that you could have multiple units now is the urban growth area that we've established.
I've got a bedroom in my house and I have an ADU.
Okay, well, a bed and breakfast is exempt from these numbers. So you can rent as many rooms out of your house as you want.
Right.
A short-term rental is basically I'm renting the entire house. And so you can have a house or an ADU, you can only rent 1 of those. So you can't get more than 2 dwellings per parcel.
And when I use the term unit, I think of a dwelling unit, an entire dwelling unit, as opposed to a part of a dwelling unit.
Still the same question though, right, Greg?
Yeah.
No, you could rent as many rooms as you want in your house. That's a bed and breakfast. Under 3, it's a type 1 use, and that's not subject to these caps. What we're talking about is for people who want to rent either their entire house or their ADU. if you want to do a bed and breakfast, that's not subject to this section. That's the
If you live
section.
there.
But I think your question is, so assume I have a 9-bedroom house.
Mhm.
And I live in one of the bedrooms. And if your septic is designed for that 9-bedroom, then you could rent out each of the other rooms in that 9-bedroom house
As a short-term rental.
as a short-term rental. Is that?
To me, that'd be a bed and breakfast. If it's 1 to 3, it's a type 1. If it's more than that, we have a separate process, and that's not what we're talking about now. That's addressed in this section, but not in this appendix D that we're talking about.
It's the difference in the table between a house or
Right.
a house with a bed and breakfast.
A
and
bed and breakfast is listed separately than a short-term rental.
And this gentleman we heard about with the 7 different properties would not only be able to operate one of those properties.
That's correct. Bed and breakfast, typically people think you serve food, but it's becoming rarer and rarer with all the health requirements. So it's just typically a bed and breakfast is someone's renting a room in your house. And so that's very different than VRBO or
Yeah.
that type of stuff. K is basically.
Can I ask about F real quick?
Sure.
So F looks like it makes a park model that's permitted by LNI, but could be legally on a property on a valid septic system, not a valid short-term rental.
Well, first of all, we have ideas about passing a park model ordinance with you guys eventually. But so you could do a park model under this provision. Because a park model isn't an RV. It says the short-term rentals are not in temporary portable structures not permitted by the county for permanent occupancy. So if we ever pass like a park model ordinance, like they did in Clallam County, then that would be a valid option.
Right now, you could have a park model that's LNI inspected as long as it's not permanently occupied on your property legally on a septic system. And could I rent it out as a short-term rental? Is it considered an RV more than anything else in this code?
We don't permit park models at this time, and so what we do is we make sure that they have an adequate septic. In the future, it would be nice if we had, let's say, a placement permit for a park model, so that we could make sure that, it's not in the shoreline or a critical area buffer, and it gets reviewed.
But doesn't F say that I couldn't rent it out as a short-term rental right now?
Right now, you could, but if you were to allow someone to live in a park model on their property, that would become a valid process. You could say you can live permanently in a park model in the park model ordinance, and then you could have that as an ADU or a short-term rental. So if you wanted to put a park model on your property with your house, if we allowed that to an ordinance, then that could become a short-term rental.
Okay. Thank you.
And yurts are included in there too. Not
Right, so I mean,
not
basically,
permitted.
our number one priority when we're enforcing short-term rentals is that it's a safe structure. And so, right now, anybody who's trying to rent something that doesn't have a valid building permit are the ones that we're actively enforcing. And so
That's why I
some-
asked about park model though, because they have been inspected by LNI, so they are safe structures, right?
Right, they're safe structures, they just haven't been reviewed, like you don't need a placement permit or a building permit from the county. So what we mostly do is if there's a park model on a property, if they have a septic system, we don't usually worry about it as long as they're not like in a shoreline or critical area buffer. In the future, it'd be nice if we could actually pass an ordinance that made that an option for people to live in permanently if they so desired.
Yeah, especially for affordable housing.
Okay, thank you.
The case is, if you have 5 or fewer, it's a type 1. L says 6 or more, it's a conditional discretionary. And then N is the cap. So that's where we basically built in the cap numbers. And so we excluded the Port Ludlow from the cap numbers, and with the numbers that we had, there'd be about 468 that would be allowed at this time. And then we were gonna break them up by the percent based on the census. And so like, I've got some preliminary numbers, but the census numbers are from like 2020. So right now, Port Townsend is about 30% of the census numbers, so they would get 30% of the STR numbers, or about, 142 of them, so we could allocate them that way. And then each year when we get the OFM numbers, let's say we got 100 new building permits, we could add 4 new short-term rentals to that.
Okay, I finally have a question.
Sure.
So years ago, when I was a young commissioner, Commissioner Dean was working with Granicus to get an estimate of the number of short-term rentals we had in the community. And I felt like it was higher than any of the numbers that we're seeing here. Has somebody done a review of the platforms to see how many are advertised in the community recently?
I can talk to a little bit of that.
Because this is the first time I'm seeing like a whole number, and I'm just wanting to make sure that we're playing with real numbers.
So at the outset, I was with Commissioner Dean, when we had those discussions. We had, for some reason, 476, but there was a question as to whether they had adequately delineated the city boundaries from the county. So we weren't sure about that.
Okay.
But that was now, I bet you that's more than a year ago. It might be, I'm sure it's more than.
It was like 3 years ago.
Oh, was it that long ago?
Yeah.
Okay, so, and I know that staff did communicate with Airbnb and they might have gotten more information.
Airbnb won't give us those numbers.
I asked too, they wouldn't give me either.
So basically, like, like if we were to do it by zip code, there'd be approximately 12% in Brennan, 8% in Chimacum, 2% in Forks, 16% in Port Hadlock, 5.8% in Norland, 10% in Port Ludlow, subtracting the units from the NPR, 30% Port Townsend. And I'll just give you those numbers just in case you guys want to see how many short-term rentals.
You say Forks, you mean West Baton?
Yeah.
That's great.
Where did those numbers come from? Right.
These numbers came from the we'll post this on the website.
Census, 2020 census.
The census counts short-term rentals?
No, these are total dwellings.
Oh, yeah.
And so what this does is this tells us how many total dwellings we have, then we times it by 4%. And then we can basically allocate it. So if Commissioner Brotherton wants to know how many in Brennan, it would be 55. How many in Quilcene would be 56. So you have about 111 in Quilcene and Brennan. And so that's just based on the 2020 census. And so that would just give you a feel for, like, you think that number's nice, is that appropriate? And things like that. Okay, I'm almost done. 4 is permitting. A is anything that predates 2001, we adopted the UDC. So those would be grandfathered. When we say grandfathered, they just predate the requirements. They still have to get a short-term rental permit. B should say any short-term rental permits that we've issued since 2001, and that's about 29 of them right now. And so those people who already have a short-term rental from DCD could continue as long as they get their annual fire life and safety permit requirement. And then 4C is basically says that the new numbers, anybody else who wants to apply can apply until we hit the cap quota.
And just one thing, so you said 29 new permits since 2021. Is that 2021, sir? Oh, 2001.
But right now we have 29 short-term rental permits. We had 76, but 50 people fell out during our renewal process. So it tells us that there's a pretty good churn of the numbers. And so we're thinking that if we did get a lot of applications, a lot of people might not keep it up, keep the program, or they might not meet the fire life safety requirements and decide not to do it.
And I just want a point of clarification, because there were short-term rentals prior to that date of our first regulations. And so we've seen those come through some of our processing. One of them, for example, was on Marrowstone Island. Say the name again? Oh, no, it's a different one, but so we do have some others that may not be captured by that number, that's all that I'm saying.
Right, and so what we have is we just say all the ones that predate the adoption of the UDC in 2001, all the ones that we have. Those people get priority, that's the only benefit you get, but you still have to meet all the fire life safety. And then after we subtract that from the like 460, then those are the number of additional people that could go into the program. And then the only last thing that we might think about, and we don't want to, is the issue of like, do you want to give people like an amnesty period when they can apply? And that's something that, we didn't want to put that in there, but like if we wanted to put something like that and we could say you have 6 months to apply, and then after that, we're going to apply these numbers. But that would be up to you guys.
And I would strongly recommend that, just based on the fact that we're finding that a lot of community members are unaware that regulations exist. Many persons have come forward at some of our workshops indicating that I didn't know that.
Mhm.
I'm here, I'm being honest, and I'm just sharing that.
Yeah, I
information.
remember that.
Yeah.
Right, and the other thing is it might help us too, in that we won't get a glut of applications right at the beginning, as soon as you do this, and then Nikki and Emily will have to try to process all these applications all at once. If you give 6 months, I'll give people, more time to apply. And then once, after that 6 month period, that's when the caps would kick in.
Nikki, Emily, anything you guys want to add to this from the staff side?
Clarifying some of those numbers, we're using the 13,000 is from the OFM housing unit numbers, and then the other numbers, the population. So in order to find out how many short-term rentals we should allow in each zip code, we have to look at population. We don't have a good estimate of the number of housing units in each of those zip codes. So we get our overall base number from the OFM, and then we look at our census population and the zip codes to determine how much of the 4% cap we should allocate to each zip code.
Just an FYI, the Forks, which I assume West Jefferson County, is that what that is, 2.2, that includes the correctional facility as well, so I don't think they can leave those rooms out, so it probably is like 5 units allowed on the west end of Jefferson County.
And then do we know, how many are currently permitted, held their permits from
30.
before?
Yeah, 29.
29 total
For the whole county.
for the whole county.
For the whole.
And do we know how those are distributed by zip code? I
No.
would imagine. You don't know.
Nikki?
To touch on the park model and potentially the yurt, Heather, because I heard you mention.
Yeah.
that as well. Those structures are actually not permittable, and I hear you, Brotherton, when you say that they're permitted by LNI, which, yes, but they're not actually all permitted as living structures.
For permanent residents,
For residences, yes. And
By
so why
LNI,
they-
they're not?
they're for 90 days or less, I think, but they are for short-term residents.
Yeah,
They are
temporary
permitted for
recreational
that.
use.
Temporary recreational use,
This-
not meant for permanent living.
That's-
And so what the thought process is the property owner could potentially live in the park model at this point in time, but until we figure out like a permitting process, because we, as Jefferson County, don't have a permitting process in the building department for the park models that are not rated for living.
Right, so the resident couldn't live there, but they could do a short-term rental.
No, what
According to
we
the-
were proposing is the property owner can live in a park model, there taking the responsibility of the park model and it not being a permitted structure, and then potentially using the permitted structure as the short-term rental as the commercial enterprise, as people are renting that space is permittable, that space has been inspected. That space passes the fire life safety inspections.
All the short-term rentals are gonna be inspected for fire life safety though,
Right,
right?
but
At some point in time, but right now, park models aren't permittable.
But there are park models in RV parks being lived in permanently. as well as
They're supposed to be
RVs.
permitted when they put in for permanent residence. They should get a DCD inspection, I believe, in that case.
Right, and so some of them having a different rating as a recreational vehicle or a livable park model, there are two different things.
I see.
So in some instance where we're saying it's permittable, that means that the certification from the manufacturer is that it's a livable unit. It's not
Okay.
a recreational vehicle. So there's
two different ones.
absolutely one
This
hundred
is-
percent.
Thanks, Mike.
Completely different. What we're seeing now is recreational vehicles. Those sell for a lot less money. So those are what people are snatching up for next to nothing and throwing onto their property as livable units.
Sure, you mean an RV, like, or a trailer?
100%.
Okay. I don't think
So
of that as a
that
permittable,
is
but-
the difference. We're not saying it's not allowed. We're saying there's two different types of structures. So there's gonna be different paths for those yurts to address the yurts. There's nothing in our energy code that really allows for yurts to be a habitable space, meaning a human can live in it. So it's actually not us saying that yurts aren't allowed, it's the building code stating that these are not structures that are allowed for living. They don't meet the energy code, they don't meet the snow load, those sort of things. So it's actually a building code issue when it comes to what structures are permittable for people to habitate or live in.
We need to
Basically,
move on to the hearing soon.
yeah,
Right.
just a park model, it's your choice what you live in, but if you're gonna rent it to the public, we're not gonna allow you to rent that park model to the public through a short-term rental.
And I just wanted to point out that there was title elimination, so if you have a mobile home, you can remove the L&I license and fix it to the land to make it a real estate. And so I believe that a lot of that occurs in mobile home parks. Is that once it's moved to the site, you can eliminate the L&I license and make it real estate.
Okay, tell that to the people living in Nepal,
Right.
first of all. Anyway, I really want to get on the hearing. I want to hear. So thank you, everybody. Thank you to our planning commissioners for being here and providing all that great background and threading this together.
Yeah.
And to our staff, we appreciate all of you and all the work you've been doing on this issue. It's a very important issue in our community. And now, as your elected officials, we want to hear from each and every one of you and anyone online. If you're online with us today and haven't already raised your hand and would like to make a comment about our short-term rental deliberations that we're doing right now, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. We're gonna go with folks in the room first, because they've been sitting here so patiently for a long time.
Some of them since 9 o'clock.
Yeah, and then we will go to online, so. We're gonna do 3 minutes. We're gonna power through this, folks.
Might have to get our lunch right.
Nope, they don't get their lunch, we don't get ours. Except for Mark, I guess. Anyway, so who would like to make a comment first? Testimony, right.
So
This is
that,
not recess. We're now doing a hearing and we are testifying.
And in
So
that case, we need
you
to-
do need to indicate your name and where you live. And I see a hand up in the back of the room. Come on up. And then we'll go to you, Ken, Cynthia. Good morning.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah.
Michael Volkman, I live at 83 Ridge Drive. So really quick, I just wanted to address the comment about the Cape George comments. I have neighbors in Cape George and I've seen several cases and some people that actually have rentals, short-term rentals there now. And the majority of the cases, what you see is people that live in Seattle, they come out and they're like, middle-class family, they're like, hey, I can make this my vacation home and I can make some money on it. I'm deciding to make the mortgage. I'll just throw that out there. It's not people, in the majority of the cases, you don't see people going, I can make a mint buying up homes in Cape George and making money on this endeavor. And then I really want to talk about the 3-year. There's been a lot of talk about it being a benefit, but for people that hold permits, it's a business. And if any of you own businesses, I think you understand that 3 years is not a way to, and it specifically targets the standalone home as being under the 3-year permitting. So that takes the most amount of capital to ingest into it to create the business. And then the shortest amount of time. So what you're doing is you're basically putting the standalone home out of business and favoring the ADU. So if what we have here in this county is affordable housing issues, you have now taken your most affordable housing and made it the preferred model for short-term living. Because all of your ADUs will fill the 3% cap, and all of the more expensive homes will go to retired people coming in and buying up homes. I'll just say that much. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Cynthia?
Hello, commissioners. My name is Cynthia Cohen. I am a District 1 Planning Commissioner for Jefferson County. And my probably biggest comment this morning is that I shared this concern at the Board of County Commissioners meeting where you voted to hold this hearing, that we didn't have a staff report at the point that the hearing was being published. And to me, that meant that the public didn't have full 10 days to look at a staff report. And I got a email from staff on Friday afternoon giving me a link to a 20-page document that did not include a staff report. I just this morning from the public got a 42-page document that also didn't have a staff report. It had a line in, line out from the Planning Commission that said that referred to a DCD version, but I never saw the DCD staff report. So I have a lack of clarity as a planning commissioner who's been involved in this for almost a year about what the staff is, how the staff's suggestion is differing, even though we just heard some things that I'm not entirely clear. And my concern to you is I sincerely doubt that most of the public knows what staff's version really looks like and how it differs from the planning commission. So I am often thinking about fairness and transparency, and that's a concern about this issue. That's obviously very important to the community. And I think I'm going to stop my comments there. I may provide written comment or reach out to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who else in the room? I'll go with the hand. I can't see the person, but I see the hand over there. And remember to state your name and place of residence.
My name is Holly Stiley. I live at 113 Moose Road in Coolsing, Washington. I'm out at the end of the Quail Peninsula. And I work for a short-term rental. And being out at the end of the Quail, as you guys know, there's not a lot of opportunities for employment out there. There's quite a few houses out there that are just vacant. People come out, for 2 or 3 months out of the year, and then the house just sits vacant.
Yeah.
Those houses could be probably used for affordable housing if it was actually affordable to live out that far. But when you consider your drive time and your wear and tear on your vehicle and your gas expenses to get to town, which is at least 40 minutes away, if not more, to get a job, it's not affordable really when you consider all those aspects. So the short-term rentals are providing jobs for people like me that live out in those rural areas. And I just would ask that you take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I see another hand on this side of the room? Come on up.
Morning, commissioners. My name is Brian McFadden. Our dream home is at 81 Madrona Beach Drive, and we also live in Seattle. I have deep roots in Western Washington, as well as the rest of my family, and we could be devastated by this ordinance, to be perfectly frank. My wife Virginia and I, we own a short-term rental here in Jefferson County. It's a place we love and we hope to live in full-time one day. This isn't an investment portfolio for us. It's our family's future. We have poured our life savings into this home. We are middle income people and we rely on short-term rental income to keep it. We're not corporate landlords or real estate speculators. We're a working family trying to sustain a home that means everything to us. We understand that housing affordability is a serious issue, but the county has not demonstrated that short-term rentals are a major contributing factor. So far, we've seen little data, only assumptions and anecdotes. At the same time, no real study has been done on the economic benefits STRs bring, how they support local businesses, generate lodging tax revenue, and providing year-round jobs in hospitality and maintenance. If this ordinance moves forward without strong protections for responsible STR owners, it could have unintended consequences that harm small businesses, workers, and the local economy. We're not absent landlords. We follow the rules. We know our neighbors. We maintain our home with care, and we take pride in being good neighbors. That's why I'm asking the commission to include a strong, clear grandfathering clause to protect those of us who have legally operated STRs for years, including protecting us from the owner occupancy requirement and the 3-year permit limit. Changing the rules now would be unfair to homeowners who have played by them in good faith, including us. Personally, these provisions would cause us financial ruin and require us to sell this home we love at a significant loss of our investment. Other communities that rushed into similar restrictions have faced costly legal battles, and Jefferson County should not repeat those mistakes. I urge you to take a more thoughtful, data-driven approach, one that fully considers both the housing issue and the economic impact before making a decision that could harm families like mine. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Brian. Come on up. I saw that hand go high back there.
My name's Nicolette Califatis. I live at 909 Rosecrans in Castle Hill. This is my first time being at a meeting like this, and I'm just gonna speak to you from the heart because I don't have anything prepared. I heard a lot about community benefit, and that's kind of where I want to focus. I think that as somebody that is part of the young working class in this town, I see my peers really struggling, and I see people that are older than me as well, really struggling with housing. And I think that putting regulations in place to some degree is a way of ensuring community benefit. I think that regulating things so that we do have a balance of short-term and long-term rentals, like was mentioned by our other planning commissioner, that seems really like a step in the right direction. As long as there is still a care and that the bottom line is still residing with the members of the community that are here now, I think that that's all in all kind of the right way to go. I saw another conversation around this kind of centered on small town atmosphere and innovation. And I think that a way to be innovative while still caring about the small town atmosphere is knowing that certain regulations are going to upset some people, but nourish the members of the community that reside here now. If you put in regulations to make sure that the people that can work here can afford to live here, your local economy is going to grow. People are going to be able to, it's going to trickle down. And I also know that hotels that are here and are now being built are exorbitantly priced, probably to compete with the cost of the Airbnbs and the short-term rentals. If you put a regulation in place, I believe that that's going to help lower, and that's going to further build the economy in our community now. And I just think that if we keep pandering to the greed, because while I do understand that there is a level to which, yes, people can support their families this way, where do we draw the line to make sure that it's not being blown out of proportion and people aren't just taking from this community without giving to it? The tourism that this community relies on isn't going to matter once there's nowhere to live because people can't work here. So thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. And then we'll go to the gentleman in the third row who had his hand up.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Napton. I am an attorney. I live in Spokane, Washington, and we have property down on the Coil. I'm proud of the Airbnb experience that we provide. I'm proud of the jobs that we provide for people who live in Coil, who live in Quilcene, who live in Brennan. I'm proud of the tax revenue that it provides. I currently have a permit on an adjacent parcel with the DCD with Emily that allows us to build another house and to put in another ADU. But for me, my work is outside this community. I love this community. We've owned real estate in this community since the sixties with the rhododendrons, you know, with my relative Warrenberg, who lived up in Port Ludlow, and very involved in that area. And from my perspective, I think that the goal should be creating more housing. And not just this whole conversation that I keep hearing is about fighting over everything that currently exists instead of expanding the supply. And my hope is to expand the supply, but I want to know that if I bring my dollars here and I invest them here from somebody who isn't able to live in this community at this time, would like to live here longer term, that I can still bring those dollars and create that housing, and it's going to be a welcome place for me. I think that, you know, being in those rural communities, we're going through the process to, you know, update one of the properties, and it's going to cost us $50,000 or $60,000 just to do the septic renovations to conform with where the property is and everything like that. Plus building structures, you're going to bring in $500,000, $600,000, putting in well, another $50,000, bringing in utilities, $20,000. I mean, the cost of putting in these structures is $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. And they're going to see that the DCD and the building permit side. And we want it to be affordable, but by putting in more supply, I think there's a really good goal there for people. I really just would ask that you guys think about the process of people who are going to make these kinds of significant investments in your community. I own an apartment building over in Kitsap County. I've got short-term rentals. I've just signed a lease yesterday for a longer-term rental. And we want to provide those kinds of housing for people. We want to bring it to the community, but we want to do it in a responsible way. And communities like Jefferson County will be competing with other counties for those people to come in and build those homes and making them affordable. And so I just ask you to consider that. There's some good tax benefits that are out there for places in Jefferson County. There's qualified opportunity zones that allow for development and some federal tax dollars for tax savings. But I just want to thank you guys for being here and having us be able to participate in this discussion. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Nick. Gentleman with the red hair back had his hand up.
Hi, y'all.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Denniston. I own and live in my dream house at 909 Rosecrans Street. I've lived in Port Townsend in the surrounding areas for about 6 years now. When I first moved here, I worked at Greg's Brothers store for quite a while. I've worked with Brent extensively on various projects, so I know this community very, very well. Seen a lot of good people leave because they just can't find a place to live. And that is brought up by people from Seattle, from Spokane, from Los Angeles, from anywhere that is just trying to make money off of this community, while all I want to do is raise children, spend the rest of my life here. Thank you.
Come on up. I'm gonna finish this side of the room, then I'm gonna go that side of the room, and then I'm gonna go on mine. That's my
Mike
plan.
Heffinger, 170 Sunset. In regards to Cape George, the covenants in Cape George are very generous to owners, members, and we have very little control over what people do in their properties. And to change a covenant only takes 100% of the members. So it's challenging. So I'm asking you to consider an ordinance that would restrict the cap on density. One thought is like Heidi helped us pass a no-shoot zone, is to do it by voting precinct. That's a small enough entity. I'm not sure what that does for staff and their issues, but that would cover the things that I'm trying to address here. Thank you.
Can I just clarify?
Yes.
You do want a cap in Cape George?
I want the density cap to apply to Cape George, so we don't exceed that cap that you choose.
Right.
And either a Cape George zone or voting precincts. We happen to have 2 voting precincts that cover Cape George. Would be a small enough thing.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Anyone else on this side of the room, on the port side of the room, if the bow's facing that way? Anyone else over there? Nope. Okay, how about the starboard side of the room? Maggie, you want to start us off over there?
Probably not gonna make any friends, but I just emailed Steve Theringer of District 24. And I told him, please vote to tax the short-term rentals. So that's all I want to say.
Can you state your name and place of residence?
Sure. My name is Maggie and I'm currently residing at 209 Monroe Street in Port Townsend.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
You got more over there.
I know. I'm doing logistics while we do.
Yeah.
Come on up.
Hi, I'm Catherine Melby. I'm a full-time resident of Port Townsend. It was really insightful to listen to the staff presentation and to listen to the commissioners. I appreciate the listening all around the county that they've done because it's clear that this is an issue where you all have to balance a lot of competing interests. My biggest interest is in affordable housing, in creating more affordable housing, in protecting the naturally affordable housing that barely exists anymore, right? But folks who can afford to rent a rental as a full-time rental, like that's fantastic. The more our housing stock gets turned into short-term rentals, the more, as we know in the data, difficult it becomes for working families to live here and find a place to live, for retired folks who are on limited income to be able to afford housing here. So I'm part of the group of folks that wants to speak up for affordable housing. And you guys are taking some courageous moves, trying to do things differently in a rural community. And you've always had my respect for that. So thank you. This is a heavy lift, I can tell, lots of competing needs to balance. I want to support the 3% cap. And it sounds like that you have some tricky enforcement roads ahead of you. I don't envy you that. But I just want to appreciate the good work you're doing to try and protect affordable housing and create more affordable housing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi. Liz.
Hello, my name is Liz Report. I am the Director of Housing Solutions Network, and I am a full-time resident in Port Hadlock. I would also like to say thank you to the commissioners, DCD staff, the planning commissioners who are here today, and the ones who have been working on this. As always, I appreciate the thoughtfulness and the energy behind the work in front of us today. A year-long conversation with our community, neighbors, employers, renters, and more. The decision you will make today will have impacts across our county, no matter what decision you choose to do. I have submitted HSN's updated short-term rental proposal last week and hope you have had time to look at that. While there is much gray area to navigate through, I do want to pinpoint a few facts that we all know to be true. One, in 2018, you or your predecessors sat in this very room and determined that Jefferson County residents were facing an unprecedented external pressures on our local housing and declared a housing crisis. Since then, with additional market and pandemic pressures, access to our local housing units have been exacerbated. Please note the intention of my words. There are two fights that we are currently up against. One is building more housing supply, and while the other is accessing our current supply. According to AirDNA, 94% of Washington short-term rentals are whole home rentals. Over the last 11 years, Jefferson County has lost an estimated 600 rental units from our supplies. The current number of vacant homes, which as defined by the US Census includes short-term rentals, now outnumber the amount of rentals in our community. We know that because we are a recreation and amenity rich community, the opportunities to increase tourism revenue will never cease to grow and never cease to stop to grow. And yet, at the same time, our hotel occupancy rates hover around 76%, which is good, but not great. And 85% of local businesses state the lack of affordable workforce housing impedes on their ability to operate and grow. Lastly, I urge you to consider the needs of your own constituents, not former or future people who may or may not end up in our community long-term. but those who are currently fighting for their ability to secure housing, to raise families here, to work here, to live here. Throughout these conversations, many pro short-term rental owners have brought up the argument that visitors put money into our economy, spending upwards of $1,000 per visit on local businesses. That's great. But you know who else aids in our economy? Local renters and people who live here. According to our survey, 2,900 local employees live outside of the county. While not all of them would live here, not all of them can afford to live here. I would say that the short-term rental owners also spend their profits in their own community, like the people who are commuting into our community spend their profits, their wages elsewhere. In prep today, Airbnb sent out emails to owners and pushing texts across the state because a family deserves affordable vacations. We urge you to take the right step in protecting housing for local workers and full-time residents who deserve affordable livelihoods. Once you have declared the housing crisis over, maybe then we can revisit the regulations and prevent housing to be used for financial gains. Until then, you owe it to your constituents to do the right thing for Jefferson County.
Thanks, Liz. Who else over here? Come on up.
Hello, my name is Ross Foster and I live in Gig Harbor, Washington. And my wife is a nurse and I'm in construction and we travel around the western states mostly. And we will rent our house out from time to time while we have to rent another house. And mostly it's on short-term. I'm sorry, I should tell you, we are building our dream home in Jefferson County, Norland. I forgot to tell you that part. And we plan to move here permanently when it's finished, hopefully this year. And we travel for work and we actually have to rent short-term rentals throughout the country. And the places we see that we have to spend the most for short-term rentals are the ones that have caps. Like we will pay double the rate than like a town 3 times over that doesn't have a cap. So I just wanted to throw that out there that when you limit the amount of short-term rentals, the price of them goes way up. And so for us, I know we have a unique situation where we need to offset some of our cost of being in those places by renting out our place. So that's my unique perspective. And I guess I would be for having a higher cap if possible. And also if there's another way, once the cap has been met, if there could be, has anyone considered a second tier where you could have people that only were able to rent it for X amount of days, 30 days, 60 days, a year. So there'd be a tier 1 of the 4% or whatever it is, and then a second tier that could do a smaller section. That wouldn't take any, like for my house, it wouldn't become a rental for someone else in the community. It would just be someone that's coming through for vacation that would use it. And I don't see how that would affect housing. It would just allow tourism and it'll allow me to make it easier for my life when we do have to go and rent another place. So that's my statement.
Wow, can I ask you?
Yes.
Do you have a sense of like the time frame you're looking at it? Because what I'm hearing from you is you're like a traveler, like nurses.
Yeah, my wife, yes,
They do like 6 months.
Yep,
stints.
they're usually 90 days, yeah.
Okay.
But that's her world, and then my world is construction. So our jobs can be 60 days, they could be 90 days, they could be 20 days. And then we're not always on the same schedule. So there are times I'm in Washington, she's in Montana, she's in California. So I would say we're at our home 3/4 of the year, one of us. And that's what we plan to do here. And so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments in the room anyone wants to make? Okay, we're gonna go online and I'm gonna start at the top of the list. Bob and Diana. You're gonna need to accept the promotion to panelists. We can just bring them all over. And once you get in the Zoom room with us, you're gonna have 3 minutes. Once you unmute, you'll have 3 minutes for comment or for testimony. You're gonna have to state your name and place of residence. Bob and Diana, are you here with us?
Do you have me?
Yes, we've got you.
Okay, Diana Denny, 200 Dennis Boulevard, Cape George Village. A man from King County bought the house directly below me in 2021, sight unseen, online with no inspection. The house was a derelict that over the years had an unpermitted structure built around the original 1978 double-wide trailer. The house had a long history of rat infestation and a septic system, according to our county tax records, quite possibly pre-1960. With documented deficiencies and problems. The new owner brought in his own workers from out of town who proceeded to do a quick remodel on the house, doing questionable work without permits. The 2 new bedrooms were illegally added and the house was put on Airbnb for 8 people, 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. The house is on the county tax records as the original 1978 manufactured trailer, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, matching the size of the septic system. This owner went to many neighbors saying how much he and his family were looking forward to being part of our Cape George community and that he was buying the house as a vacation retreat and would be there often. All a deceit. The owner has multiple other Airbnb rentals on the Olympic Peninsula and elsewhere. Our environmental public health has recently posted a stop work order on the side of the rental right next to the front door, yet it is still being listed on Airbnb and still welcoming vacation renters. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments, Diana.
The stop sign.
Oh, we need to turn it back on. Sorry. I was just doing that for Liz. Okay. Okay. So we will go to Caitlin. You're next on my list.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. My name is Catlin and I'm a Kenmore resident. I've owned and operated short-term rentals for nearly a decade and was actively involved in the new short-term rental regulations in Port Angeles. I spent years doing extensive research on the impact of short-term rentals on the housing market and the supposed benefits they provide. All of the available research shows that short-term rentals provide jobs that pay less than minimum wage, increase housing cost, and decrease housing availability. Regarding your recitals, I was struck by the recognition of the severity and impact of the housing crisis. There's strong recognition that homelessness and housing affordability are widespread community issues that cause social and economic damage. There's a housing emergency for those making under 80% AMI, which is basically everyone who works in the tourism sector. The recitals also recognize that there's a homelessness and affordable housing crisis, and affordability is declining. But yet, the proposed ordinance falls short of meaningfully addressing the issues of housing availability and affordability. Furthermore, it contains a residency requirement that's been challenged under the Dormant Interstate Commerce Clause and overturned in other jurisdictions. Requiring that owners reside in the jurisdiction where they own an STR is a legal minefield, unless you restrict STRs to the owner-operator's primary residence only. Restricting STRs to primary residences only where the owner or operator is present during the rental period is the best way to regulate STR growth and loss of housing stock. This allows the 5% of people who actually rent out a portion of their home to offset the housing costs to continue to do so, and requires anyone using a whole home as a mini hotel to put it back into the long-term rental or sale market. Every whole home rental that you continue to allow is a home that's been removed from the long-term rental and sale market for the sake of higher profit for the owner. Each of these short-term rentals contributes to the decline of housing affordability, to the rise of homelessness, to the regional and national challenges that your recitals acknowledge and presumably want to work to resolve. Every non-primary residence that you allow to become a whole home short-term rental pushes one household out of Jefferson County and makes housing less affordable for those who remain. In the absence of limiting short-term rentals to primary residences, a cap of 4% of housing stock is just too high. Port Angeles set our cap at 2.5%. Seattle's current whole home short-term rentals are less than 1% of housing stock. When your rental vacancy rate is less than 1%, each home that you allow to become a short-term rental exacerbates the housing crisis. We cannot forget that housing is a basic human right and running a short-term rental is not. Before this ordinance is signed, I encourage you to make meaningful changes to protect Jefferson County's existing housing stock. Limit short-term rentals to primary residences only, where the owner-operator is on-site during the rental period. If you're unwilling to do this, then at the very least, cap short-term rentals at 1% of housing and require a 1-to-1 replacement for every dwelling unit, including ADUs that are removed from the market as a whole home rental. Thank you for your time.
Alan, that's 3. Oh, thank you. Well timed, my dear.
Thank you.
Can I just confirm, did you say you live in Kenmore?
I do.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. What?
No, I'm still not seeing the light.
It was on for that.
Oh, okay.
Jean Ball. Jean. You have 3 minutes once you get yourself unmuted. Thanks.
Jean Ball Quilcy. I wonder if anybody has any information on the concern about putting more pressure on second home purchases if we limit too severely short-term rental opportunities, because people who would otherwise rent a short-term rental could then just buy a house and sit on it, keep it vacant, and sell it, when they choose or when the prices increase or whatever. I had recently heard, or maybe several years back, that as many as 40% of the homes in, I think it was District 1, are second homes, and that means that they are not occupied on a full-term basis. And I wonder if there's any information about that. We should be seeking out increases to access for both short-term and long-term opportunities, and increasing the short-term rental opportunities provides auxiliary benefits to taxes, to tourism, to all of the things that people want to come here to take advantage of. Playing kingmaker and choosing the winners and losers in a restricted short-term rental opportunity has impacts to people on fixed incomes and in retirement status. It means that we're using a blunt instrument which delivers unintended consequences. I agree, and I think that this should also be considered. I talked to Heather about this last week, that there should be some maybe consideration given to the precinct threshold, and I think that should be applied to the PFD as well. Precincts should be allowed to opt in or out for a public facility, as maybe should be considered for a short-term rental. The short-term rental cap, if you're going to go for that, should be based on a percentage of the total ERU, not a quantity. It should be a percentage, and it should be the enrollment should be considered on an ongoing basis, perhaps by quarter, maybe not month, maybe that's too burdensome for a DCD to process, but by quarter, so that you could get into it via lottery. As new construction is built, that number would change quarterly. And it should be, this whole thing should perhaps be reviewed annually to see if we've done the right thing, if it needs any tweaks. Thank you.
Thanks, Jean. And then I think the last person,
Tom and Shelley.
I don't see Shelley. Why am I not
She's
seeing
in
people?
there.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Let's go with Tom Tiersch and then Shelley Yarnow.
Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, Tom Tiersch, resident of unincorporated Jefferson County. I want to say how much I appreciate the comments of the person who spoke, from the person from Kenmore. Those comments were right on point. What I've heard lacking in some of the testimony so far is a lack of awareness from some people that short-term rentals, the more there are, they reduce the availability of long-term rental housing, and that's the housing crisis. So restricting the number of short-term rentals is a positive step toward improving the availability of housing. It's certainly not a panacea, but it's a good first step. So in that respect, the ordinance as written needs to include very strict provisions for residents only. You must live on the property if you have a short-term rental. None of these absentee owners. That is just taking money out of the county. For those who are running these short-term rentals as a way of keeping or paying off the mortgage on their future dream home in Jefferson County, well, too bad. Turn them into long-term rentals, you won't have a problem. But you run them as an Airbnb, nope, that does not help Jefferson County. And if you can't operate it as a long-term rental, well, then that's your problem. And to somebody who claims that, oh, I'd have to sell my property now at a loss, sorry, property values here just keep going up and up and up. So that is not even a credible complaint. You know, as for grandfathering, you know, and people saying, oh, well, if you do this, you're basically, it's a government taking, which is unconstitutional. No, it's not. All we're doing is adding a fee to your existing use, and fees change all the time. So requiring that if you have a permit, that you have an additional fee that now goes up and up, just like everything else, fees go up. Too bad. If you don't like it, well, sorry. Fees go up on all sorts of things that the rest of us pay for. Lastly, a comment about DCD's policy and the way that they approach this publication of their own version of the ordinance. Excuse me, the Planning Commission works for the Board of County Commissioners. It does not work for DCD, right? Planning Commission is appointed by the commissioners. Now, DCD, they can throw in their 2 cents of testimony, but they don't have the right to control what's going on here. The Planning Commission created a good ordinance. They held lots of hearings, and those are the people that should be listened to. The Representative Cohen did an excellent job of explaining the process that they went through, and I concur with her remarks. So, you know, DCD, your job is to implement policy. It is not to create policy, and that's what I see DCD trying to do here, and I find that somewhat objectionable. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tirish. Now, Shelley Yarnell. You have 3 minutes for comment.
Good afternoon, Shelley Yarnell Brennan. I sent all 3 of you commissioners a few minutes ago just a quick search that I did on bringing up Airbnb for the zip code 98320. It shows 1,000 rentals. So I don't know why anybody else didn't do that and kind of drill down and see how much of that is true, but there's a big difference right there in your numbers. I think that I said earlier today, the problem is not with short-term rentals, it's with housing and DCD and permitting. And we saw a presentation by Brent Butler on his stock plans. All of those stock plans were just a couple hundred square feet. So why is there a problem with park model RVs? Why is there a problem with alternate housing? Why is there a problem with ADUs? This is a DCD problem, not a short-term rental problem. And short-term rentals should have their place here where we need them for tourism. We don't have a lot of hotels. All there is Port Townsend. So where are we spreading the rest of that out in the county? So in my opinion, this needs a lot more work before it's ready to go. Thank you.
Thanks, Shelley. Okay, I think we've gotten through all the testimony. Perhaps. Anybody else with us in the room wanting to make testimony who hasn't already? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Brandon Bishop. I'm from Kitsap County, Bremerton. So in response to some of the people that are claiming that all of these short-term rentals should just turn into long-term rentals, I'm a property manager. Long-term rentals are tremendously restrictive and difficult, not impossible, but there's a lot of regulation in this state that gives long-term rental individuals all of the cards, and it's sort of like being in a fist fight with your hands behind your back. So if you are of the opinion that you should just turn these short-term rentals into long-term rentals and all of your problems will be solved, you clearly don't understand housing economics. And so just want to reiterate that there needs to be a balance. Everyone has a voice, and everyone should be able to voice their opinions. But long-term rentals are not something that it's not an easy business to be in. So, I've gone through unlawful detainers where people aren't paying rent for months on time. If someone doesn't pay in a short-term rental situation, I'm out for a real short amount of money or a real small amount of money in a real short amount of time. If someone goes into unlawful detainer, it can be 6 months to a year. And so you want to talk about hamstringing people that are trying to provide housing legitimately. This is a real problem. So not only do we have, you know, there's so many approaches that we can take. And so I just want to say, you know, thank you for understanding that those of us that are providing short-term rentals and long-term rentals, it's not an easy job, and it's not something that's done on a whim. It's a full-time job. And I met with someone yesterday to sign a lease at 2 p.m. on a Sunday because they couldn't decide whether they wanted to do it at 4 p.m. on Friday. And so renting long-term is just not a piece of cake. And so I'd like you to just take that into consideration. The other thing I'd like to say too is the second tiered housing that I believe the gentleman proposed. I'd really like to see, someone earlier commented and said that there should be a monthly or quarterly review of these. So as stock of housing goes up, then a proportionate number of short-term rental permits, if they're enacted, would then be allowed also. And so we need to consider that too. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, that was last call in the room. Anybody online who would like to testify who hasn't testified yet? There's a lot of folks on there. Is there anybody with us today in the Zoom space that would like to have their 3 minutes of sunshine? I see a phone number go up. So you're gonna have to accept the promotion to panelists, come over and press *6 to unmute. Oh, all you have to do is unmute, *6. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Demina Van Handel. My husband and I, we purchased our house in Brennan at 51 Pleasant Place during the moratorium. And first I wanted to express my appreciation for all the work that's been done by the county. I know it's a ton of work, a lot to consider. We purchased our home with intent to retire full time to it in 5 years and to vacation to short-term rent it when we were not occupying it. The short-term rental permit moratorium was in place when we purchased, and so we've been using the downtime to make some needed repairs, but because the regulations were already in place, we felt confident that we would be able to rent our home short-term in some capacity after the revisions to the ordinance. To be very clear, I'm strongly in favor of requiring permitting and fire and safety checks for short-term rentals, but it seems that rather than the goal of establishing a safe way for owners to rent their homes in a short-term capacity and identifying which properties were rented on a short-term rental basis, the short-term rental owner is now being asked to solve an affordable housing crisis, which will not be solved by severely restricting short-term rental operations. The decline of affordable housing is easily observed, but the causes are not as easily defined or even certain. Yet it seems that some voices want to convey that short-term are a significant cause. Data has been provided, but I feel that it's inadequate, outdated, and without statistical significance. As for us, we purchased our home for vacation and retirement and would not rent it long-term. Our home would not provide an affordable housing option if we were forced to put it on the market. And I would much rather see families, groups, and traveling work crews have the option to rent our home on a short-term basis to keep the home in service. The previous short-term rental ordinance allowed for identification of properties that could potentially be rented on a short term, but also required safety and fire safety checks, which I am in favor of. This is perhaps the most restrictive short-term rental ordinance I have ever encountered. I oppose many of the tenets, including the requirement that the landlord and owner must live and be present in Jefferson County. I oppose the current percentage cap on short-term rentals. I oppose the proposal that single units can only be short-term rented if the owner and landlord is occupying the unit. It's an egregious attack on short-term rental owners that do not have an ADU or multiple units. I am in favor of the grandfathering clause, and provided that licensure and safety standard compliance are made within reasonable amount of time for all units. The moratorium has been lengthy, and the newly proposed regulations are an extreme departure from the previous regulations. If there is further deliberation beyond the deadline of the April 7th moratorium, as may be, I urge the Board of County Commissioners to lift the moratorium and allow operation and licensure of new short-term rentals based on previous regulations. After a delay of short-term rental income for a year, we will likely be forced to sell our home or move interstate.
That's 3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate the opportunity to give testimony.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else online? Anyone else with us online who hasn't spoken yet, who would like to make a comment on the matter we're discussing, which is short-term rental regulation? Not seeing any other hands go up. I am gonna close the hearing.
Closing testimony. Right.
Closing
Yeah.
closing testimony. Okay. So, colleagues, what's your pleasure? Do you want to, I see Josh has his hand up. Do we want to start deliberation, hear from staff more? Do you want to take a break and come back and do this after lunch?
I would like to hear from Josh. And,
Okay.
I can't imagine that we're gonna be able to deliberate and make a decision today. That
No.
seems,
You can do a little preview though.
yeah,
Yeah.
we could certainly preview.
I did order us some lunch, so. Josh, we'd love to hear from you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Just on a procedural note, we did pre-schedule some workshop time or deliberation time for next Monday at 2 o'clock. So you could put that on your agenda as a time for deliberation and potentially take action. There's also, since there's the 5th Monday, there's not the following Monday, but there is a Monday on April 7th, which is the day the moratorium expires. So technically you could take action that day or decide to extend the moratorium. So there are choices for you. Certainly we won't want you to feel rushed, but at the same time, we're trying to put materials in front of you and make a decision before the moratorium expires. So you have that opportunity. The other just technical thing I want to mention is that you could also choose to keep this hearing open. I know you just closed the oral testimony portion of the hearing. You could choose to keep the hearing open until, for example, for written comments, until this Friday close of business if you wanted to have other opportunity for additional input, especially because, as has been pointed out, the staff recommendation came in on Friday and it was posted in full on Friday and as part of the packet. And of course, as has been pointed out, the hearing is on the Planning Commission recommendation, but of course, it's our responsibility to review that for implementability and for legal issues, which we did, as you know. So that's why we have our staff version. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. And I just want to say there was some criticism of our department and some of the county family, and I'm not, I don't know what the right word is, immune to criticism. I welcome it. I like to hear all the perspectives, but I've also seen how much our team has been bending over backwards on this matter for over a year. And we all have participated in the workshops with Brent and they've fielded dozens of questions from us about this matter. This is a very ripe issue right now, as we can all see, but I don't want criticism of our team. And I just feel like that's not productive. And it's not how we're going to get to a good resolution on this matter. And I am the biggest fan of DCD right now. And if anyone wants to talk to me about that offline, I'll tell you why, but I have very specific reasons. And I just want to thank you all for your time and a lot of work on this matter and all of the work you do, not related to short-term rentals, which I know is a huge lift. And that's for you too, Josh. I know you're still listening. So let's go ahead and do some early deliberation.
Yeah.
Some chit chat about this.
Sure.
I think I want to just throw one thing in there, which it is relative to the comment you just made about DCD staff. And I would agree and totally reiterate every interaction that I've had. Your staff is absolutely responsive. And I see you in there rolling up your sleeves, really partnering. I would say the same with the commissioners. It has just been a huge effort. And I want to thank you for that. In just a matter of trying to wrap our minds around what to do next. I have heard lots of really important points on both sides of this issue. And so if maybe we could just have a little procedural question or conversation about how to take, I mean, the complexity of the documents at this point needs to keep going toward clarity, right? And so finding ways to incorporate and decide which of these comments, right down to the very specific details that Mr. Tiersch provided in his written comment, for example, which really just have to do with going through the document and changing some words, right? How do we incorporate those things, and how do we move from here to, I can, with the deliberation that we need to have around which of these comments to consider making changes around, maybe needs to be preceded by how do we go about that? And do we wait to have that deliberation next week and then start trying to incorporate some of these changes? Or in the interest of lifting the load for our staff, are there some that we know we're already leaning toward and could make changes around? So.
Point of order, is the hearing fully closed, or are you gonna hold?
No, I just
open?
closed testimony today, sorry.
So written testimony and.
So that was Josh's
That's what Josh is
suggestion,
saying.
and I would suggest that we do keep written testimony open until Friday.
Okay, I just want
So
to make
that
that
could
clear
be
before we.
considered in our 2 o'clock session next Monday.
And so the only thing I would say to that is it just kind of further highlights what I'm saying, which is at some point we need time between the moment that the comments come in and the moment that we actually can say, okay, here's a clean document. We say, or the red line document, but a single red line document that we have said, this is the one. This has everything that we're willing to consider in it, or this is the one we're working off of, and we're considering these other things to be added or changed. We're gonna need time to get from the end of public comment.
Yeah, we'll have the
to
whole weekend.
That's my problem.
Again.
Because not only do I have a problem with that personally, but I also have a problem with that with regard to public, public access to the information. So, I would just say that we need to establish a process that allows us, so maybe we could cut it off on Wednesday, or, we've heard a lot already. There's already a lot to try to incorporate.
You can also create a special meeting on the 5th Monday. That is a
Absolutely.
time that we can extend the conversation to try to.
I will not be there, but
Oh,
you
okay.
can share.
Well, I don't think that just one of us gone is super helpful. We can also, extend the moratorium if we need to. I mean.
Also have the 7th of April.
7th of April.
Yeah, which is the actual day, right?
I mean, it depends how many changes that we're wanting to make, because those of course take time. We have a planning commission recommendation, we have a staff recommendation.
So can we get a copy with the planning commission recommendation and the staff recommendations consolidated into one document?
That's the staff, oh, I guess that's not the staff.
That's
It's
the
not
staff.
It's a red
really, though.
line.
It's a
Yeah,
comparison.
Like they deleted landlord, you don't see the deletion of landlord. in it,
Okay, I
so
need
it's-
someone to tell me which one that is. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's
Josh might
second
have relevant,
attachment.
and Josh has his hand raised.
The last attachment?
It's not the
It
last
looks like
one.
the last one. to
It's
me,
the
but-
middle one, because the last one is the comparison between the two.
Josh has his hand up.
Josh. Thank you.
Yes, hi, and I know that,
That's
I
the
know
one
that
was
Commissioner
looking-
Dudley Nola is newer to this process, and I would only say to offer this, that when you enter into your deliberations next week, in a sense, we'll see how it goes. So if it looks like there's direction from the board or more discussion on certain issues that you want staff to do further investigation on, et cetera, that would give us some time before April 7th in order to prepare a final ordinance for your consideration, which of course, even on that day, April 7th, for example, you could make changes to that ordinance as you wish. But it would give us time, and just as a reminder, each of these ordinances has to go through approval as to form, which is why we involved, of course, according to the ordinance on ordinances, the prosecuting attorney's office. So I guess I would suggest that because of the complexity of this issue, it's certainly looking like We wouldn't even expect necessarily action on Monday afternoon, although it's possible. But what I could picture is if you decide to leave the hearing open till Friday, and it sounds like you have, or just finalize that decision, then all those comments would be available to you. And then on Monday, you'd have that deliberation. And if there's direction from the board on which way you want to decide on a variety of issues, that would give staff, then working with the prosecuting attorney's office, time to prepare that final ordinance for your consideration on April 7th. My understanding is that the moratorium actually doesn't expire till the end of that day, not just at the close of business, but the end of that day itself. So that day we could make a decision on whether you're ready to take action and put a new ordinance in place on April 7th, according to the discussions that you'll have on this Monday, the 24th, or as the county administrator just mentioned, you could just choose to extend the moratorium, and we'll probably have an idea about that during your discussions next Monday, and we'll prepare the paperwork for that result if that's what is going to happen.
Thank you, Josh. Colleagues.
I mean, it's a lot to unpack for sure. I mean, I guess preview a little bit of where I am. Is that what you want us to do? You want us to do a little like high level deliberation, or at your pleasure?
That would probably help staff know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm of course the commissioner that's been on the tourism boards and everything, so I recognize, that industry too. We've lost Port Hadlock Motel is now permanent supportive housing. Claylock Lodge has lost 20% of their units to climate change, essentially, or erosion at least. And so we are alone on the Jefferson on the Olympic Peninsula of our lodging tax revenue is going down.
Yeah.
And everyone else is going up. With the thing, festival's not coming back anymore because there's not enough units. If you've had family come out, often they can't find units. So I think that is a problem. I think whole host rentals of these Airbnbs, the whole house is a different issue than someone who is renting out an ADU or a room in their own house. I mean, the way that I look at it, the only residential application for short-term rental should be if it's an owner-occupied piece of property. I think there were a lot of compelling testimony to that kind of idea that, and I would say no cap, because I live in District 3 and we're, pretty purple, but very libertarian. And if I want to use my property to, with an ADU or something, then I'm a YIMBY for my neighbors. They should be able to do it too. I think, parking is one of the biggest impacts, especially when we don't have street parking. So, making appropriate parking considerations is really important. I think putting a cap on commercial STRs, which I would define as anyone living out of counties, makes a lot of sense. And then you can start to control where we might actually impact the affordable housing. I find the connection to affordable housing fairly tenuous. I've looked a lot too. Most of these examples are pretty big cities that have really different demographics than our county. Not crazy about the zip code aspect of it, but that's less important to me. Sorry, just trying to hit some of the top. I think I don't know what our ability to force platforms to list the license number on those. It seems like we don't have a legislative authority to do that, but requiring applicants to list their license number on every platform and notify us of those platforms seems like that's well within our right to those permit holders. So we can still use the leverage of the platform in the same way that owners can use it to their benefit, getting to more customers by making sure that we can go and verify if someone is a license holder on a short-term platform by having them required that they put their license number on it. So I would say just put the onus on the owner operator rather than the platform itself, which I don't think we'll have a lot of luck with. Enforcement is always a challenge, and ultimately we want these regulations to make our community better. So I think no one really spoke out against the life and health, safety, and I think making that barrier lower for owner-occupied short-term rentals makes sense, but still with an annual inspection. But I'd make I guess a different two-tier system than we heard about today. I'd really make it owner occupied and non-owner occupied, and that kind of kicks you into the bed and breakfast. I'm more confused after today's meeting, where the cutoff between all that is than when we started.
I
But
think it's at 5, right?
well, there's 1 to 3 in the current one, and then there, I don't know, I found it less clear after today's conversation. I have a lot more like specific line by line notes when we actually start digging through it, which I don't think we have time, but these are kind of my high level thoughts.
Good face, Dudley.
Yeah, poker face.
Yeah. No, I mean, very high level, I'm gonna lean towards, I do think that short-term rentals affect our housing situation. I definitely, I see that happening in other communities. And I think that's really has to be taken into consideration. And I also see business owners as part of our community. And I think that people who are using their properties in this community to bring in, they are paying taxes in this community, and they are bringing revenue that we desperately need. So there's got to be a middle ground here. And I'm very interested in the you know, non-conforming use for people who have been you know, permitted previously. I want to look at that really closely, and I think there are some
Permitted or operating?
permitted, which is, you're saying is only 29 of those, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
but you are saying you have permits. Yep, yeah,
1 to 29.
1 to 29. So that is what I'm saying, so thank you for clarifying. I mean, I think we could look at others, but if we have people who are absolutely permitted and have been following the rules and paying their taxes, and, you know, I think we need to seriously consider that.
I mean, just because they weren't permitted, they still have to pay their taxes, because that's mostly on the platforms now. So, they are paying taxes, and it was challenging, as we've heard testimony too, to even find the appropriate process. Like Dennis Stearns talked about that in public comment today, and I think in his written testimony as well, that, you know, I mean, I think DCD has acknowledged too, that it was a challenge to understand that we needed to do this extra step. So I mean, kudos, and I think we should definitely grant, but I think that you will find legally that probably all those that have been operating there.
Yeah, and that's why I'm
Grandfathered.
saying, I think we need to look at that very seriously. We need to decide what we mean by, you know, who should be allowed a non-conforming use right now. And, you know, that needs to be a.
Do you mean
clear-
grandfathers?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, which is, you know, you're grandfathered in as a non-conforming use, isn't that?
Legal non.
Yeah, legal non-conforming use, yeah, that's what grandfather
Okay.
means, yeah. Yeah, I still feel like, there is so much lack of clarity for me right now in not having a document that we're looking at, that we know is the one that we're considering. So I really need to get there and do a line by line. I think that's where we're gonna.
Well, which document should we go through? I mean, line by line next week, should we go through both the planning commission recommendations and DCD?
Well, that's what I was asking, is if we could have one document
Right.
with those 2 sets of recommendations incorporated, but someone just said we have that. Maybe it was one of you.
Yeah, it's the.
So if we already
The
have
last
that,
one
then
is
why are we
the
asking for
comparison,
something
right?
else?
What we have at the end is a comparison of the 2. And I'm looking to you guys because you put together the packet. So I believe the second attachment.
The
Which
last,
is the
the
one
last
that's-
pages of our packet. That's what I was asking earlier.
Right, that's
This
the
one?
comparison.
Yeah, this is where we went through and there's no changes to, 200, 210. So then when we started there, we just said, this is where it's addressed in the DCD, or if it's the same, or if it's changed, why we changed it.
Right.
Which appendix is that? The
D.
D.
It's the very last thing, but
So-
isn't so you provided 2, the first one is the planning commissioners, their changes. The second one is the staff.
Right.
And the third is the comparison of the 2, correct?
Right.
So the staff version, didn't that make changes to the planning commissioner's version? Doesn't that include both?
Actually, I'm sorry to interject, but technically it doesn't, Commissioner Millet,
Okay.
because we're proposing to amend the code as it stands right now, not
Okay.
proposing to
So then
amend
we
the planning
need to
commission
add that
recommendation.
up. Okay, yeah, then
So
I
your
think.
packet today
yeah.
has the planning commission recommendation that you initially received on the 3rd of March. It has the staff recommendation, which incorporates legal advice, as we explained. And then it has a comparison that Greg Ballard just mentioned that shows the differences between the two.
And that's, I need to understand which pages those are in this very long document that we received.
37 is the
Yeah.
comparison.
Yeah, the last one's 37 through 42, I think it is. Right?
So it's appendix D.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought it was, but so I was trying to
that's-
ask earlier, but people were saying no, so
That's
I'm,
notes on the
But-
planning commission.
okay,
So it kind of talks about the changes that
Okay.
they made. But we
Got
don't
it.
have one document that really,
But I think we do, I mean, we have two different ordinances here. One is the one that the planning commissioners did, and the other one is the one that the staff did. So we need to be able to put those two things together. And then we can use the comparison to say, these are the things that they disagree on, basically, right?
is that something that you guys have the time to put together, a side-by-side comparison of staff and planning commission recommendations?
Yeah, I mean. I think. Almost everything that's the planning commission's put in their ordinance, we incorporated in ours. The only things we changed were something like the residency requirements, and we changed the. So it's not, the ordinances are very similar.
Yeah.
But we just like took out, let's say, the additional criteria for the conditional discretionary because it was the same as the other one. So it's the same ordinance, it's not very different, it's just. You know, the key issues, like, do you like the way the cap is described in the planning commission version or the DCD version? Or do you like the residency requirement? Or do you like the one operator per, so it's. And then the version that we did, what we did is track changes versus the existing ordinance and the UDC and the changes we made. We didn't do it.
Right.
We didn't do a comparison between
To the
planning-
one that the planning commission
Yeah.
provided. I think that
And-
is what's caused the confusion.
And instead of doing that, I mean, we put the staff comment because we could actually write. Oh, this is the same, so you don't have to look at this section, or this section is this number, but it's already in there. So it's,
I mean, it looks pretty different to me.
Yeah.
When I look at 210, it does not look like we made a few adjustments. It looks like almost every line under here has been rewritten. So, I mean, it's not just additive, it's a different thing. And it's challenging to like hold these both up, as Heather's saying, and say, oh, well, I want H from the planning commission, but I from the, and our goal is to move forward planning commission recommendations, right? I shared the frustration, I guess, of the public a little bit, that it's hard to unwind all of this.
Yeah, and just to get to clarity, what are we deliberating on? Let's just get there.
Right.
First,
I'm gonna write my
and
own
then-
copy this week. and
Right.
bring it back.
Which we can do, and I did printed them out. Over the weekend and looking at them side by side, so, I could get there. But it takes a lot, so I just think that's the next step that we need to get to be able to say, okay. Here's what we're deciding on. It's not quite clear yet, especially with all the additional thoughts added on.
Okay, well, we're not gonna do that now with a room full of people.
Right.
So we will work with staff to clarify the one document that we're gonna review in advance of next week's meeting.
At 2:00.
I'm now scanning the two documents, and
Right.
that's not gonna be a huge lift, I don't think.
Yeah.
So,
think
sometimes
we
I
get
feel like
there.
we're sitting up here and you guys are all looking at us like, why are they even asking us?
Mm-hmm.
But we are, because, we are going to recess until 1:30 when we have another matter to consider. We appreciate all of you being here today. We will talk about this again next Tuesday at 2 o'clock. Monday at 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
And
We kept written testimony open until Friday.
And written testimony is open till Friday at, what time's the
4:30?
deadline? 4:30 for our staff to get it to us to consider over the weekend, which we do,
Or can we do 4 o'clock then?
4 o'clock. Friday at 4 o'clock. Written testimony done. And everything's been real time lately. But anyway, appreciate everyone being here, and we will see you guys next week, and we'll be back at
But
1:30.
probably not those of you who had to drive this
Yeah,
far.
thanks for making it
You can
good.
show up on Zoom. Zoom in.
Thank you.
We are back after a very short break. Some of us even shorter. We are going to be going immediately into executive session with our county administrator, chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, civil deputy prosecuting attorney, and Department of Community Development Director regarding potential litigation exemption as outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110, parentheses 1, parentheses I. We're going in at 1:30 and 1:31, and we're coming out at 2 o'clock. See you when we get back. Hey. Calling us. Oh, we're coming out of executive session and we're not taking action. And we will resume our meeting. We have a couple of items this afternoon that don't have set times. One is the 2026 local celebrations of the 250th anniversary of the United States. I believe that's you, Commissioner Dudley Nolet.
It is. So, just get into this meeting here. At the end of February, we all received a request from an organization called America 250. And a woman named Lorraine Ralston to come and make a presentation to us. I accepted that invitation on our behalf and met with Ms. Ralston. She came and presented, of course, 2026 is the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. Well, it is the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, right? So this America 250 organization is planning celebrations across the nation all year long. And they are working at the local levels to encourage celebrations within communities. And they are not providing funding to do those, but they are providing coordination amongst the various different counties and this national organization, America 250. I had some probably fairly pointed questions for her just to really understand where this organization was coming from, how are they funded, and was this a mandate of our current federal government and anything like that? And she really made it very clear, and I think all of the resources that I've seen are that this is a legitimate intent to coordinate local celebrations at whatever level a community wants to celebrate. And in whatever sort of tone and style that a community wants to celebrate. And she was really encouraging to fold the 250th anniversary celebration into events that already exist, right? So celebrate all year long. Obviously, they're focusing on July 4th, which is the actual anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. And, we're hopeful that, big celebrations would happen that way. But they also were encouraging things like, one community might celebrate with a big, red, white, and blue celebration, very patriotic, sort of traditionally patriotic, and that would be encouraged. Just as much as another community might do a public reading of the Declaration of Independence on the courthouse steps and do lectures on the current status of our politics and what people, want to see differently in their local and state governments, all of that would be equally encouraged. So, we then went on to talk about, how just the fact that what this nation looked like on our side of the country in 1776 was very different than what things looked like in Maine or New York or, on the East Coast. And of course, that means, begs the question of that interaction with our tribal partners, our tribal neighbors. So I asked her the question of whether that outreach had been done at the state level, and she said no, that her organization, America 250, has been waiting for the state to initiate. They felt it was most appropriate for the state or any governments to initiate a formal government to government invitation to local governments. And I said, is there any reason why we would need to wait for the state to do that? If that's not forthcoming, could we do that at the local level? And she, of course, not really a question for her, it's a question for us. So that's part of the reason why I wanted to bring this to this conversation. I also then got a message from both John Morrow, and then he folded Shelley Levins into the conversation, of course, at the city of Port Townsend. And this kind of backed up or what Ms. Ralston was saying, that they had this America 250 has actually done specific outreach to museums. Of course, Shelley doesn't work for the museum anymore, but used to. And so she has said, yes, our local historical societies and our museum. And I didn't ask her if they, for example, reached out to the BOCC Museum, but I know they have reached out to the one in Port Townsend. So they had the same question, feeling like really there should be formal outreach to our tribal partners, our tribal neighbors, before, to ask the question, do you want to participate in this with us? Do you want nothing to do with it? Do you want, and if you do want to create celebrations together in some respect, to get that input from people. And so the city of Port Townsend expressed some interest in it being a formal invitation in that way before we move forward, and I felt that way. I had then had the opportunity to talk to Vice Chairman Greninger and shared that I had had this outreach and presentation from America 250 and what did she think of that, and she said she thought that her tribe would be interested in a conversation about it and would certainly appreciate the invitation. Whether they would respond and say, yes, we want to have some sort of participation. She said she couldn't say, but she would welcome the invitation. And she also noted that she could not speak for any other tribes and particularly suspected that each tribe would feel very differently about this, which I think is also not surprising to us. So that's kind of the bulk of the background. And so I just wanted to have a conversation with you all about what does government to government invitation look like? Do you think that's a good idea? Do you think it's a bad idea? And do you, also we can kind of go, we have this contract with the Production Alliance. Their whole sort of existence is about celebrating community events. And so do we want to talk about involving them or asking them to even just consider dropping this theme in? So I'll leave it there and see what your thoughts are.
I'm reticent to do anything because we weren't here then.
Because we're just state.
This should be the tribe's celebration.
Possibly, but would they be celebrating
their life here?
No, but would they be celebrating? Is my question. Not what would they be?
Yeah, I don't feel like it's our place to celebrate in this place what happened 250 years ago.
Okay, I definitely disagree with that. But
great, I love disagreeing.
Yeah, I like a party. Everyone likes a party.
There you go.
I tend to agree with with Heidi a little bit that, it's, what are we celebrating? It's a very place-based celebration and this was very not the United States 250 years ago. So I don't know quite what the theme, what would the theme of a Jefferson County America 250 be, like coming soon? I mean,
Well, we are part of the nation that began 250 years ago. That's
know
what,
that.
that's what we would be celebrating, and also giving our community an opportunity to have those conversations and to have those discussions and to celebrate. I mean, I think there are people in our community who probably would take big exception to saying that, that they don't. I mean, I actually don't think that you are saying people shouldn't celebrate.
No,
Yeah.
but I don't
Yeah.
feel like we have to throw a big red, white and blue party about the 250th. We don't throw big parties.
No,
Really?
and I'm not
I-
suggesting that,
Okay.
that the county should be involved in throwing the parties per se.
I thought that's what they were asking of us.
Well, I think what they're asking is that we initiate and kind of get behind the conversation.
Mm.
And that's what I'm interested in. If there is gonna be, there are going to be celebrations here of the 250th anniversary, undoubtedly.
Well, there'll be Independence Day celebrations.
You bet. Which,
I mean, is that in the Production Alliance contract this year? Remember the whole tug of war thing and
July 4th.
no, okay.
Yeah. And they didn't, obviously, we're gonna have to have the fireworks conversation here.
we could ban fireworks for 250. Yeah.
Some people
We have
would
time
love
to do that.
Some people would hate it,
Yeah.
Who's up for reelection when?
right?
You're gonna, get half the people and lose half the people. I can't imagine a more divisive topic.
Yeah, that pretty much, and especially this coming year.
If you're gonna do it, you need to get on with it.
Oh, yeah, no, I was being clear. I wasn't really.
I mean, I'm not trying to be just like. By saying that, I'm not trying to be shocking. I'm just saying that I think the conversation I'd like to see us to have. Is with the tribes and saying.
Me too, that's why.
We've been requested to help.
Yeah.
Get these conversations going. Are you willing to have one?
Yep, that's exactly what I think I think it's an opportunity. To have, to do this and, make an invitation, and they can say, nope, not interested at all, but, and then we know. That we've made an invitation, and some tribes may be interested in participating and some may not, but there are no other entities. Who can, the city of Port Townsend, sounds like they're having this conversation as well, and they could potentially just do those invitations themselves. Of course, the city is not gonna have as many travel, connections as the rest of Jefferson County would. So I think it's a unique opportunity for Jefferson County.
Feels like an odd thing to ask the tribes, but.
Well, but what are you asking, really? You're asking, this is happening. It's a big, these celebrations will happen in our community.
I know, but
Do you want to be part of it? And
Why are we hanging our hat on this celebration though, with the tribe?
why do you ever celebrate a big birthday differently than you celebrate did you celebrate your 49th birthday differently than you celebrate your 50th? That's just the nature of celebration.
I don't know. I'm not excited by it, I guess.
I think you can keep, it's a good reason to go out and build relationships with the tribes. I wouldn't stop you, I think we still have time to figure out a path. I mean, if you want to look for a thing to do. I think things that would tie in well with are the Maritime Heritage District, talk about the mosquito fleet and Brennan and other things. What was Jefferson County 250 years ago? I think that's an interesting conversation. I think I'm like Heidi, not too excited about it, but if you,
Is that because you just don't want to touch it?
No, I'm not afraid of it. It doesn't seem like I'm like the nexus isn't as strong to me as it is to you, I think, but there's lots of great things that we can find about 250 years ago. So I think then and now kind of exploration, it's kind of a bittersweet, but also optimistic exploration of place would be worthwhile to pursue. I think the first step would be to go to our, I guess, 9 different neighbor tribes and talk about this. And if one of them says we're offended by that idea, do we drop it? I mean, it's just you're at your.
I don't think, I mean, you may be slightly misinterpreting what I think is an invitation.
Mhm.
And that is truly the question. We know that there will be celebrations happening in our community uniquely around the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence.
Mhm.
Is that something, and we also know that this community was you back then.
Mhm.
And is that a time and an event that you want to be part of? Do you want to be part of the conversation about what was happening 250 years ago? And do you want to sort of be part of that?
You're
Well,
saying this is what you're
acknowledgement.
saying to the tribes.
Right, do you want to be part of it or not?
But are you representing authorship or owning it at all when you're talking to the tribes? Like, there's just gonna be these celebrations. We might do something, we might not.
Is there something that is there a way that you want to be involved in that? As we start planning things in this community, is this something you want to be included in the planning of this?
Mhm.
Or do you really not want to be invited
I
to
would be
that?
very interested in you having those conversations and letting us know how those conversations go.
I'm happy to.
I have no objection to it. I am, there's a lot of things that we need to spend time on. This is not something we need to spend time on, but it would probably develop relationships with our tribal partners, so.
Well, that's why I bring it up, because I do think it's an opportunity to develop relationships. And I actually do think that there's half of our community who really does need this. Who really does need to find ways for us to celebrate what we are today together. And so I think that not being willing to engage in this as a potential way for our community to come together is missing a big opportunity. That's why I brought it up. And I think I've talked to a lot of people who feel that way, so it's another reason why I brought it up.
Yeah, well, I don't have an objection to you continuing this conversation. I guess
The next conversation would be with the city of Fort Townsend. They've asked to talk about
okay,
how we might partner together, so.
so far ambivalently.
Okay, ambivalently, all right, well, I will certainly, I think, just continue to hear what's kind of boots on the ground, just listening to what people are planning, and if there's an opportunity.
Yeah.
For us to be involved.
Yeah, no, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
sounds good to me.
sounds good. That's all I had.
Okay. Okay, then. Last,
Professionally directed spending.
Oh, yeah.
so we received all 3 of maybe, Mark, do you have those forms handy? Maybe we can pull them up,
Yeah, they're not attached.
pull one up. They're not that different from each other.
I thought we already had this conversation, I guess. I was surprised to see it.
Well, now the forms are in front of us and the deadline to fill them out is in 2 weeks. So, and the city has requested us to partner with them on CDS for Mill Road. And so I just,
They're a variety of due dates. One is April 1st, one's April 6th.
Mhm.
And then for Randall, they haven't been announced yet.
I might be conflating a couple things, but I thought that we said we would be fiscal sponsors for Habitat's application.
I remember that.
Yep, we did say that.
And you can only do one. If we're fiscal sponsor for them, that's our congressionally directed spending request, is my understanding.
And Habitats is for Mason Street and does the same, and this is where me being the first year legislative person, can we do different ones for different members? I remember us doing that in the past.
I feel like we've done it in the past and we've also been,
That's why we're having.
There's I don't really know the answer. I've got mixed recollections about whether that's a best practice.
And when I got the request from Jefferson Healthcare to write their letter. And I talked to Amanda Christofferson, and she suggested that I should reach out to our lobbyist, Stephanie Wright, to get any conflict concerns. So that might be something that we could do here, is to just, you know, would she be an answer for us to say, you know, yes or no, you can do more than one?
A letter of support is different.
Yes,
I think.
absolutely. That was what she said, but.
Okay, well, I went to Cantwell and
My
you gotta
point was
create
that
an
that was
account.
Amanda's
get
advice,
the form.
you know, and so I think it could be.
And I got a request last week as well from Mason PUD1 that we've often supported their grant applications since much of their service area is Jefferson County, and
So
they've got
someone collecting all of this.
spending.
We need to take
request
notes on all
in
the, I'll do
Mason
it.
County that they would love a letter of recommendation for their ongoing projects that we supported in other letters of support. But so I was gonna just bring that
And
up
not being a
here
fiscal
too.
sponsor.
Not being a fiscal sponsor, just letter of support, which is also what Jefferson Healthcare is asking, right?
Mhm.
I don't know if it's disingenuous to write letters of support when we are a fiscal sponsor of a different one either. I don't really know these best practices. I kind of,
As long as they're not conflicting projects, it's not like we're saying, you know, we want,
aren't they though?
well, not if they're different funding sources, so
Well,
that's the
But if
question.
they're both congressionally directed, oh, you mean like different, like one's the House and one's the Senate?
Oh, and also, each of them can come from different pots of money. So for example, I know that the Jefferson Healthcare one is coming from USDA-RD. That is
The
the
accounts,
actual,
it's the accounts, that's what Stephanie said.
right?
Oh, I don't
So
know.
they're actual different pots of money, and in other words, they're not competitive because they're coming from different pots.
Huh.
So can we just collect the ones we've heard of? Cause this is why we're having this conversation.
Yeah,
Actually,
well, I mean, Mason Street Habitat, yeah, right?
and Mill Road Roundabout with the cities, with
Yeah, and that's
city
an important project
of
for us.
PT,
Right.
Jefferson Healthcare.
Sewer expansion.
Oh, right, yeah, I think.
Yeah, I asked Monty to be here if you wanted to hear from him on that.
Okay,
Say our own.
is he here?
And
Mark, it would be great if you could help bird dog these items too after this.
Monty's here.
Okay, so we've already committed to support Habitat for Humanity for Mason Street. We have a request from the city of PT for the Mill Road Roundabout. We have a request from Jefferson Healthcare.
We already wrote that letter. We approved that I think that was last Monday.
Wrote letter of support for theirs. Okay,
Right.
We have a request from Mason PUD1 for all three portals for a letter of support to for their Dorstad substation grid resilience project, the construction of the substation. We supported this project last year. They were not funded.
all three portals. Okay.
Draft letter.
And then we potentially have a need for a congressionally directed spending request for the sewer. Monty, is that why your face just showed up?
Well, Mark asked the question about whether there were any public works projects that we should be thinking about. And I haven't I got pulled into this conversation pretty late, so I don't really know what exactly what we're trying to accomplish here. We certainly did pretty well with the sewer in the past with Murray, money from Senator Murray and Derek Kilmer.
Well, maybe assuming that we don't get the funding from the legislature, that for the 3 million for the resident hookups that we asked for, that we need to be prepared to ask for it again here.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Or, I mean, the thing about the sewer is it can always use more money because it can always extend or hook up more people. So there's never a reason not to request funding for the sewer. And so And those would be the uses, sewer extensions or connections. So it would look a lot like that legislative request. You're correct, Heidi.
Okay,
And even if we got the legislative request, we could also use congressionally directed spending on top of that. Because again, we can keep going with this project as long as either the federal government or the state government's interested in funding it and getting people off of old septic systems.
right.
And Monty, how would you line up this project and the Mill Road collaboration with the city? If
You mean,
they're-
what's a higher priority?
Yeah. I mean, they're both, I would assume they're the same pot of money, both being infrastructure, but I could be wrong about that.
That's a great question. You know, it's always great to partner with other agencies on projects like Mill Road. And we do have some funding previously that we received for the sewer that we're just getting under contract. So, it certainly could be the issue though with the congressionally directed spending money is that, I mean, it can take several years before you really get going with it and get it under contract. So if we don't ask now for the sewer, you might not see money for quite a while.
Yeah, and the sewer needs financial support, so if we got more hookups, the financial support amount would drop.
Okay.
You mean per hookup?
No, I mean,
The
to cover the
subsidy.
cost of operations.
200K
and-
subsidy.
and
Right.
fill up the emergency and replacement fund and, all the cash requirements that the sewer has.
Are there any other congressionally directed spending requests for public works that you have on the back burner, Monty?
I think the sewer's got to remain the top public works request. There's plenty of things, right? But I think the sewer would be the one I would prioritize for Jefferson County Public Works.
Okay. So we've got 5 that we either are willing to support or sponsor. We have the Habitat for Humanity Mason Street, which we've already committed to supporting.
To sponsor, to like being their fiscal sponsor, right?
Right.
Because they need, at least last time, they needed a municipality as their fiscal sponsor.
Right. And then we got the sewer expansion, which includes the $3 million we've already asked the legislature for resident hookups. Could be more than $3 million, because we talked about if we wanted to bring in the old alcohol plant, at least a couple years ago, we were talking about that being another $5 to $6 million. And then there's also been the idea of Rhodey Drive, and I haven't heard an estimate for how much it would be to sewer Rhodey Drive, but that's been another area we've talked about.
Well, and remember the sewer treatment plant will need an expansion at some point, once all these hookups come in. It'll need another MBR and another equalization tank.
Yeah.
So that could easily be another 5 million.
Did you guys get this message about the community project funding requests from Emily Randall's staff?
I don't think so.
So I've replied to it because I'm not quite certain which funding application they're talking about. But this came in on Friday night, late on Friday night. This evening, the Senate passed a full year continuing resolution of CR that funds the federal government through the remainder of fiscal year 2025. Unfortunately, that continuing resolution.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't include anything for fiscal year 25 community project funding.
So those are this year.
This year.
What we're
Yeah.
talking about now is next year's.
Right. my reason for bringing this up is there anything that didn't get funded here that's gonna then be asking for? I know this is community project, but
I don't think the CR had any new spending in it.
Okay.
It was, I think, a $12 billion reduction. So,
I asked her to send me a list of, you know, the ones that didn't get funded with these dollars, because I'm thinking, then is that gonna represent new requests coming forward that didn't get funded through this funding mechanism? That was my reason for bringing it up.
Right.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen that list yet.
So I guess, I mean, fundamentally, if we have the opportunity to put anything in. And we would be willing to support, write a letter of support to the city for their Mill Road,
Yeah.
I imagine.
Yeah, of
Yes.
course. Letter of support, that's.
What we would want to do, if we're already committed to being the fiscal sponsor for Habitat. That should be our primary one. Our secondary one would be sewer expansion. And then we have Mill Road Roundabout. We've already written letters for Jefferson Healthcare, and then there's this Mason PUD project.
Which is just a letter of support as well.
Okay. So we,
I can bring that letter next week. I have it now, but no reason to rush it on.
Walk it on.
and we already did the one for Jefferson Healthcare.
Mhm.
And so I can get back to John, because he asked about the Mill Road Roundabout.
And I'm just curious if that's the same pot of funding for the sewer expansion. That's what I don't know. Like, are those the same thing? Are those competitive?
That's what I need to ask Stephanie, so I'm gonna ask her that question. And I'm
You
also,
know, I can't answer that question, but ultimately they would be distributed from different programs. But
Yeah, that's what I was.
I mean, you know, the federal sewer monies come through the EPA and transportation money comes through federal highways, but I couldn't answer the question whether it starts as just federal money and then they decide where to put it, or whether they're actually separate pots.
They're separate pots.
I just don't know.
Yeah, we just don't know.
so Stephanie said to me, because she couldn't be here for this, she was gonna watch the recording of this. I'll send her an email with questions.
Okay.
And, anything else that anyone has an inkling that we might need to put on the list as a placeholder or parking lot item? For the future?
Not for.
Childcare is fully funded?
Childcare is fully funded as far as we
The
know,
pool?
but that is.
I don't think we'll create for the pool. I mean, no, I mean, there's other needs, of course, you know, Glen Cove, but I think Mill Street kind of precedes that, Mill Road Roundabout precedes that, so I think the sewer. Can't imagine anything coming over those.
I'll just get a funding update on the childcare center. I know their big concern is even if all of their funding stays where it is, doesn't get clawed back, which right now it's looking like it's fully funded and contracted. That's why they feel confident, is that they're actually all the way through contract on all of it. But they also haven't gone to bid, so they don't know what those bids are gonna look like and whether they're gonna be able to build it for what they have been funded for, so.
Gotcha.
So I'll certainly ask. And I am going to the city council meeting tonight, Heidi, so if you want me to check
Are
in
you
on
on the
the
agenda?
agenda.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, then if you wanna,
Ask about the Mill Road letter.
report out on this conversation and. Let them know that we are committed to. Sponsoring
Okay.
the Habitat application. And also have a need to advocate for a sewer expansion, but would be willing. Enthusiastically willing to write a letter of support.
Okay.
And partner with them. I mean, we'll have to partner with them when that comes. That project comes to be.
Yeah.
But what does partnering with them look like?
I mean, to build the roundabout, because it's in the county.
These are always the external dollars.
Yeah.
I wondered too, in your conversation with Stephanie, maybe you can talk about. I regardless of their different pots of funds, I see the sewer expansion and Mill Road as kind of, I would see them as competitive options, so. As Monty says, I think we've had success before when we've had multiple partners at the table for a project. I guess I'm just wondering if Stephanie can weigh in on the sewer expansion versus the Mill Road as well, or whether they are in competition as I'm perceiving it, or if they're just totally different, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. Sorry, I'm over here.
Yep.
Taking
no, that's
notes. Do all applicants for CD have to get a letter or, from their local jurisdiction? I don't remember, because I've applied for it in the past, and I thought that it was a requirement.
I'm sorry, I was thinking.
Do all applicants who apply for CDS, they all have to get a letter of support from their local jurisdiction of some sort, don't they? In order to be able to apply. It would
They
seem
had
like,
changed it last time, you had to
Yeah.
be fiscally sponsored by a municipality, if you're not a city or a county or a
Right.
port or PUD or something,
Right.
Then. That's why Habitat had to pull out, that's why they approached us early to say, hey, can you make sure that we.
yes,
Cause they had come to us late at the last CDS portal time, and we. I think we supported the Mill Road. The Mill Road one in partnership with the city was the one that my recollection, I don't know.
so you actually couldn't.
And you could, yeah, on at least some of the portals, and I
Mhm.
think it was a best practice for all the portals that, just keep, don't throw in 20 different barrels of pork, but just kind of choose what's your priority.
It looks like too, I've clicked into all of the portals and there's no form currently available from any of the members of our delegation. Because it says you have to request the form, which we knew, but they all say. Oh, Campbell's doesn't say it. The guidance document on Campbell's. Oh, here's the form. Okay, I have to create an account. Okay, I'll do that.
Okay,
And send our questions to Stephanie and talk to her.
okay, thank you very much.
So that was all that was on our agenda
Oh
for
my
today.
Goodness, done ahead of time.
I know some.
We haven't
people-
done any, of course.
Right,
briefing,
briefing her.
Yeah.
We haven't done it for a long time, so we could do the last few months of briefing.
Yeah, how's your 2025 answer? Ready. You wanna start with that? Heather?
Yeah,
I can go first. I think we looked back last week, so I'll just do 1 week back. You guys, of course, on Monday. We're in, oh wait, that's the wrong week. And then, let's see, Tuesday had the finance committee meeting for EDC. Went well, we're kind of below budget right now. Yeah, nothing really to report there. Had our first tourism coordinating committee meeting, council
how'd
meeting.
that go?
It went very well. I had, if you guys recall, done interviews with most of the members of the TCC. One I could not get scheduled because she was out of town and kind of traveling. So I didn't, I said, catch up when you get back. And I actually met with the last member of LTAC on Friday. So I've met with them all, recorded a bunch of interviews, and then I used AI to do a thematic analysis of those interviews that we're talking about. I asked them all 5 questions, and I've got a report mostly ready that I'll share with you guys in a week or so, kind of planning to get the TCC new resolution repealing and reestablishing it in front of us in a week or so. So we went over that resolution. Not everyone had a chance to review it, so I'm giving people until the 25th of March to review that resolution that our prosecutor's office helped me write. Repealing and reestablishing, the big changes are that this is a place for having the conversations between the public and private aspects of tourism to bring the government and the tourism industry together. And that it would change the geographical requirements and then just make a minimum of 7 members with the commissioner assigned as the chair rather than a rotating chair. I don't know, rotated, but an elected chair. There's been some sloppy membership in the past where they haven't been going through the appointment process, getting on our consent agenda. So there's a little bit of catch up to do, but we had someone that applied to be the backup for the Quilcene museum because the person that was traveling wasn't able to come. And that had just sort of been approved informally before. So like our boards and committees meeting had a very different makeup than that board. So we haven't appointed anyone yet because I want to just get the resolution straightened out. So, because this person doesn't have to be an alternate, they can just be a full voting member of it. After we reestablish and I'll send you this report when it's done, I wanted to get input from the interview applicants because they're quoted in the report. I got some initial comments on a broader report that was 10 pages just on those interviews. I've added that to a bunch of quantitative analysis that I've done on the tourism industry, basically, including those numbers of the LTAC revenue for the last couple of years and looking about the different kind of the blend of investments that we've done over the last couple of years. And I gave them a long PowerPoint presentation, kind of sharing that research that'll be in the report as well. Robust conversation. I think people appreciated it. I think it went really well. So we'll keep going. And after we get reestablished TCC, one of the questions is, should TCC work with the county commissioners on defining our priorities for LTAC? So one of the kind of visions that I have that came out of the interviews was, I think Dan Ventura suggested it, is kind of those questions about what our priorities should be could gestate in TCC, and then LTAC is pretty much implementing those policies. So you kind of bifurcate that a little bit. There's been a lot of same members in both bodies for a long time, but other than that, I like the idea. Also working on LTAC bylaws with the prosecutor's office that will bring back after the TCC resolution repealing and reestablishing. Yeah, it was good. I don't know.
So the first thing you mentioned before he said changing geographic requirements was changing the first thing you said
Makeup?
that you just did discuss. No, not the makeup.
Well, I thought it was board composition because there's a very sort of Byzantine members and then alternate members and everything. And we're getting rid of that. You could have 2 people from the museum if you want. It's really just about bringing more people in. I remember. I don't know. Okay. Can you rephrase the question one more time? Maybe that will jog my memory.
No, you were just listing the things you just talked about. And the first thing you mentioned was you were talking about. Not the changes to the geographic requirements.
Quantitative measurements of tourism. I can go through the slide deck if you guys want to see it. It's a lot of charts, pretty much. I'm still struggling, like some of them gave, I've been asking for lodging information from some of the hotels, which is, reticent to give, it's like proprietary information, of course, but it's very clear, like Claylock Lodge sent me the last 2 years of just occupancy, and it looks like someone's shoulders, it's just high in the summer, and then it just goes down to 40%. I mean, I think that 74% occupancy we heard is perhaps a little generous. I'm not sure where
Seasonal, that's all seasonal, right?
I mean, I
With
think
the
that
shoulders.
with the shoulders, I've heard more like if you can get past 60%, you're viable, but that's a struggle.
But I mean, maybe 74 is the the whole year. So if it's 100 in the summer and it's 40 in the shoulders,
Not anecdotally, from several proprietors, I've heard 60% is the aggregate over the year.
Okay,
More
okay.
than 74%. Even in, you know, at some of them, even in the high season, they're gonna have, you know, more like 80% occupancy. I'll bring more information. I'll share that report with you guys when it's done and kind of approved by all the participants in it. I just want to get their buy-off before I start sending it around.
and every time I drive by the Gateway Visitor Center, I think I should ask Greg next, what's going on at the Gateway Visitor Center?
Well, obviously not what I intended, but I mean, I think there's visitor center operations at it. I mean,
I mean, it's open. I
It's
haven't
open.
heard any updates. I thought,
Well, we're going to get a couple options from the designers about the pavement soon. We'll hear that first in Jefferson Transit Authority meeting. But I think it's continues to provide visitor services.
Okay,
visitor information services. Nothing's changed then. The designers in Jefferson Transit asked, is that building important? And I was like, I'm not sure. You can give us, so I think they're gonna give us a design with the building and without the building. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it's fulfilling its contract according to the
Okay,
LTAC
okay,
contract.
okay.
Is in any of the documents that you're writing, does
Mm-hmm.
it address the relationship between TCC and LTAC?
It's been talked about, I think
Just
that,
clarifying.
I don't know what those should be yet. I think that more, the idea is that after we get this, you know, 2-page document reestablishing TCC, that the idea is that they work with us again on bylaws, and I think it would be formalized in the bylaws. It's not really a matter of the formation, which we talk about the same goals of, you know, unifying the public and private, you know, creating a bridge between the different agencies. You know, I mean, I talked to TCC about short-term rentals a lot too, and I was like, why are we not talking about short-term rentals at this table? So that's the kind of thing that we want to talk about. And then, you know, the ultimate disposition, the Gateway Visitor Center and the art project, you know, there's still project to put signage and art at the roundabout at Paradise Bay Road. So lots of things ongoing, but nothing quite settled yet, but it's getting much closer.
Sounds good. Steps.
Yes, but it was a good meeting. That first floor conference room is still pretty janky though. I'm disappointed that we don't have one, just a screen up there. It seems project has taken a lot longer to get moving than I thought it should. But pace of government. On Wednesday, I had chaired the Orca board meeting. Odell Hadley, who I think you guys met at the Board of Health, gave the climate change conversation, the presentation that updated because it's increasing all the time. But good meeting. Not able to go to the Peninsula Trails Coalition because I had my last day of class.
How was that? Are you done now?
I'm done with this quarter, though, I had an independent contract, again, back to do focus groups on the Glen Cove infrastructure. And that's been kind of delayed because the report is still not done from SCJ Alliance, so we're still giving notes until the 21st. So it's gonna be kind of a, you know, Death Star and Return of the Jedi, not quite done, but functional as we walk through it, but I still think it's a really great, you know, kind of to my comments earlier today, a great place to be having public engagement with the property owners. I've told you the whole idea, right?
No.
So we had a $60,000 recompete strategy and development grant that we've through our RFP process, SCJ Alliance got it, and they are doing 2 things. They're building a report and helping with public outreach on what are the different options for bringing urban level infrastructure to the Glen Cove Industrial Park, Lammert. And also, and the 4 options that they've outlined are UGA expansion, UGA swap, Lammert expansion, and just sewering the existing Lammert. And then of course, there's the 5th, no alternative option. So I'm working on a slide deck tomorrow night here and Thursday night here. I have a bunch of property owners coming in. And we're gonna kind of talk through those options, give them the draft report that's very draft right now. And try to get their feedback before we decide on the path and just start working through having those conversations, and we'll record those conversations as well and try to both make sure that they are mavens with information and that we can get the benefit of those conversations before we really align on a path. You know, one of the things that there has been a lot of concern about in previous conversations is the fears of Port Townsend annexing the area. And this fear was, of course, heightened in the leader article about the budget of the Port Townsend last, where they talked about Glen Cove annexation as a path to fiscal solvency for the city, which is, that report came out in late 2023. And I kind of dressed him down at that point, but, you know, that's the kind of thing that increases mistrust. So the other aspect of this work with SCJ is to facilitate an ILA between the city of Port Townsend and Jefferson County as to how are we gonna do this? What's the plan, including what's the plan for annexation? And what I've always insisted, and that is that we insist, what I've told the residents of Glen Cove is that annexation would come as it normally does with a petition from a majority of the property owners in there, that we're not going to put municipal expectations on that. And at the same time, this ILA will also talk about, maybe not explicitly, but lay out the path for revenue sharing agreement in the instance that, you know, a sewer is brought to Glen Cove. What's the makeout? How do the municipalities, I mean, you can just pay, charge for what the services cost, right? But there's substantial cost to it and a lot of benefit that comes just from sewering the land. Based on that article, focusing on that financial sustainability document of the city, more and more, I think that probably the path that we are gonna walk down, just to give you a foreshadowing of what I expect, is that sewering the existing landward is probably the path of least resistance, which still creates that buffer between our expanded UGA urban growth area zone that goes into Coswell Brown and some properties beyond. And there's kind of no planning needed for that infrastructure, just kind of design, and it's well within the law to bring additional levels of infrastructure, which is sewer, and then also we're going to have the stormwater conversation at some point too. But that's a very easy area to do stormwater in, just because it perks really well, and you pour a cup of water on the ground, it's just gone pretty much anywhere in Glen Cove. So yeah, that's coming this week. Sorry, I'm taking a lot of time, but
It's okay, it's important.
Yeah.
I had some conversations this week about the concerns about putting housing there, and as opposed to focusing on.
I would love to put housing there, but I think it makes a lot of sense.
You think it makes sense to put housing there?
But I don't think that will make it. No, I don't think it'll happen, but I think that greenfield middle housing, you know, where like bring that housing through. I mean, I know that much of the land between the 5 parcels we own just south of Coswell Brown are owned by somebody who says, I'd love to build housing there. Right now, I can't, but I would love to build housing there. And the people with construction know-how and heavy equipment to get it ready for that at least. So I think that, I mean, I love it when you can find an opportunity to create the kind of density that we really struggle to make, that maybe, you know, I mean, you get NIMBY is a charged word, but you get reaction against infill development, even inside Port Townsend, right? Of higher density development, anywhere that you go. We get it out in Cape George, anywhere that you want to add density, you're going to get pushback from the existing land use, right?
Yeah, I just think that this is a particular issue around the industrial, you know, and
whether it's equitable, socially equitable,
whether it's allowing appropriate amount of expansion possibilities for our light industrial businesses who feel pushed out of this area because they can't expand.
I mean, that's less the amount of real estate and more the density that you know, we're having greenfield required. Like right now, according to our assessor, half of Glen Cove is vacant. It's vacant, there's nothing in it, just, so I mean, like, there's a lot of space to move in Glen Cove, but it doesn't currently allow the density that it would allow a business to grow. They'd have to just like build another storage facility next door. That's, so it's, I think it's
But if it was Seward, it would.
Yeah,
overnight.
yeah, absolutely, and that would allow the light industrial growth that they're wanting, not the.
Some people,
Yeah.
well, I mean, that's the kind of, how much, I think there's some businesses that are throttled because they're growing, and there's many businesses that aren't throttled by the current development pattern, because they're doing already. They've planned for what the existing development pattern is, but the existing development pattern, I mean, since the 2000 or 1999 2000 comp plan, I mean, it's been called out. And the early comp plan, Port Hadlock Sewer and Glen Cove Sewer are the two priorities that we need to work on. So, and this is, this is not my goal. This is just a continuation of the county goals. And I think that the development pattern there has been no development. So that doesn't seem quite appropriate,
I
but
think that was the first comp plan in 1998.
1998, yeah.
I was on that planning commission.
Oh, nice, yeah. So I'm not sure what I was talking about then, but let's see.
You were talking about Glen Cove.
Glen Cove, yeah, that's coming really up this week. On Thursday, because you guys took the hit and went to the press conference, I was doing the interviews for the communication specialist. We had 2 interviews on Wednesday. And they were great. We have one more tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. Good applicants. I think we'll be in good
Oh,
hands.
good.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
This was after it had been
Excellent.
winnowed down, I think, from
Mhm.
quite a few. So
Yeah. I was
Great.
part of the winnowing team, but.
Yeah.
Awesome.
The 3
Yeah,
finalists are all well qualified.
Great.
Good.
Then had a meeting with the HDR that we signed the contract with, Jeff from that group, as well as Brent and the vice chair of the WOOC, Kevin Street. Planning out the agenda, and, you know, HDR is a pretty, professional outfit. They've got a very good scope of work outlined in their contract. And it's a lot of work on us first. So we're having our meeting this week, and then a meeting, I think, 2 weeks from now, kind of every couple weeks, to get going on providing them enough information so they can get that done. You know, there's a lot of involvement from environmental public health too, for the climate aspect of it, which is a big part of this. But yeah, it's moving along.
Great.
And then I briefly joined the Jack board meeting, Jefferson Aquatic Coalition. I don't, nothing, everything's moving along. They've got their survey folks, Caitlin and Catherine, are really good. I mean, they do this all the time, and they're working. On Friday, I actually had a meeting with both of them and Diane, as well as Jenny Matter and Ken, excuse me, as well as Sean Fredericks, to kind of go over what are these public records that they're creating for us. And I think the only unwelcome news is that any of their emails about the survey or texts are also public records. So they're creating the repository to put all those past ones in and just have that all set up and creating all the information. That's no
Have we gotten
problem.
a request about that?
Oh, no, they just, they
Preemptively.
want to be on track so they can,
Respond, yeah.
years later still have everything. So we're talking about records retention schedules with Jenny and how long we have to keep the different things. And they're gonna present all the data, and then I think they're even talking about having some open meetings as they do the analysis of the data to bring some of those folks that have been vocal in support or opposition onto those, just to make it be as transparent as possible. So, I mean, they're trying to be transparent enough that there aren't public records requests, though there always might be. Let's see, and then as I said, on Friday, interview with Kevin Woolley from LTAC. And then that was my week. One thing I should say is I got invited as part of the recompete to go to the Harvard Kennedy School to participate in a panel on place-based infrastructure.
Interesting.
So at the end of April, I'm taking a few days paid by the Harvard Kennedy School to go out and
Cool.
do a 2-day seminar thing with them, and then maybe take a few days extra, and I've never really been to the Massachusetts area, so
Nice.
spend a few days in Boston.
That's
Cambridge.
fun.
So,
Sounds great.
last week in April is that. And so that, you want me just to go on to this week?
Yeah.
Let's see, I cannot go to the Northwood Canal Chambers St. Patrick's Day celebration today, because my wife has some medical transportation needs. And then tomorrow, we got shelter operation check-in and coalition meeting, having lunch with Aaron Berg, and then oh yeah, we're doing site plan review on the Gateway Visitor Center plan with a consultant. Did you guys know who the consultant is for that project?
No.
You wanna guess?
Katie.
No.
SCJ.
SCJ. I know. And then the last communications specialist interview is going to slightly interfere with the Quilcene and Brennan Empowered Teens Coalition, which I've been a very core member of this year so far. Be with you guys for the budget meeting. Oh yeah, and then I have focus group tomorrow evening in the chambers. And then budget meeting with you guys in the morning, and water utility coordinating committee over at DCD, or in, I don't know, public health really. And then the EDC hiring committee for the ED position is meeting on Wednesday evening.
Have you already done interviews?
No,
Okay.
we've winnowed it down to 10, and I think we're gonna winnow it down to, the interview the subjects, 3 or 4. Let's see, and then haircuts and meeting with Rothman here on Thursday. And then we have the coalition check-in for recompete that I'll be there briefly before joining you guys for Board of Health. And then I have a separate Glencoe focus group Thursday. On Friday, I'm going to Polsbo for the Joint Olympic Workforce Development Council and OCB meeting. The chair, I think I was surprised with again last week, but and then we're also touring the Watson Furniture Group in Polsbo after a meeting.
What's the Watson Furniture?
It's a family-owned, successful furniture making business, office furniture in Polsbo. I mean,
Why are you touring that?
as part of, this is the, workforce development board. And I think that I'm not quite sure.
Are they doing a workforce development program there?
I think
That
they
you want to-
utilize some of the services of OWDC, and it's just a good example of, I think, a growing company that is kind of growing and using their resources to bring I don't know. I'll tell you why we toured it. And then we're headed out for birthday dinner, so I asked that we push our joint meeting with SWAC to next week. And that's my week.
Heather?
Want me to go next? Okay.
Yeah.
Last week. How fast I can do this. I went to the Jefferson Aquatic Coalition public conversation of potential aquatic facility on Monday night. And I thought it was gonna be a big old meeting, like, at least as big as the one in Quilcene, and I think might have been 3 members of the public
Oh,
there.
wow.
There were a bunch of, a couple of folks from Jack and some from the YMCA and former Jack members, but really didn't seem to be a whole lot of outreach from the public, so it was interesting.
Can I get one little bit of information? Sorry.
Yeah.
And this is really for Ariel, but I think we had pushed the hearing, we were on the PFD that we were gonna try to do as quickly as possible to April 7th. And just hearing about the data analysis and everything, it's like an artificial deadline, having the hearing on the 7th, which was what I had kind of planned. So I told them I would I'd just push it to the 14th.
Which
and
is-
have the hearing on the 14th, so they don't have
Since
to.
it's likely we may still be working on STRs on 7th too. so-
Yes,
So
very
are
good.
we assuming that Ariel's hearing that right now? Is she in the?
I will also send her an
Okay.
email. I'm not
Okay.
relying on her hearing that, but we
Because
do, I mean,
I don't
it was pretty much ready for us.
I don't have the list.
as on a consent agenda. So there's not additional work to be done, just
Yeah,
when
we
we
just
bring it
yank it,
back.
change the dates.
Yep.
Thanks.
No worries, that was good. Yep, otherwise just BOCC meeting. I attended the Peninsula's Early Childhood Coalition meeting on Tuesday, and that was
Mhm.
interesting because apparently they are hugely affected by the federal funding cuts, and so much so, I think that they're concerned they might not be able to convene this table anymore and might not have, that's the Peninsula's Early Childhood Coalition. Mhm. Yeah, so there were, a lot of the conversation was about, how, how other organizations may or may not be interested in helping to partner with them, about fundraising efforts and, talking about what impacts they are making and whether people think they still need to exist. So it was a very interesting meeting, and I think that because of our childcare desert concerns out here on the peninsulas, I think they do a lot of legislative work. They really are the ones out there really pushing for the policy at the state level, and I think that's why it seems really important that they continue. So I thought I would help to look at their budget and just kind of be on a group of people who are willing to assess what the viability is and some fundraising options. Ferry Advisory Committee meeting on the 12th on Wednesday, and that was great to hear, of course, the update.
Good
from-
news, yeah.
Good
It's a
news
good
that-
ferry committee.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, that we're gonna get our, we won't be, I wouldn't say that we'll be fully restored. That's, John Vizina from WashDOT, was clear. Later in the week, I attended the Fund Our Ferries meeting, which was all elected officials from the ferry, both what they call ferry counties, which we are not considered a ferry county, because we don't have county operated ferries. But of course, we have
So
Washington
it's just
State.
Pierce and Whatcom?
Yeah, and
San Juan.
San Juan, yeah.
Okay.
So, but this Fund Our Ferries effort is all counties that have ferry service through Washington, through WashDOT. So, both at the Ferry Advisory Committee and the Fund Our Ferries meeting, but more at the Fund Our Ferries meeting, we got a little bit more detail from John about what our restored service really will look like. And so it's likely that it won't happen until July, that we would get our second boat back, but also that it's likely that it will only be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, where we have that second boat service, but it's better than it was,
Yeah.
and hopefully continued effort to try to bring that, fully restored.
That's so great.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's big stuff.
Very exciting. So, then, we had I had this interesting conversation as one of us from the Board of Health, about, if you remember the last Board of Health meeting, there was a member of the public, Dennis, who came and, made a public comment.
World Health Organization.
About
Yeah.
joining the World Health Organization. And so that question has been taken up by several members of the public, a few doctors, including Pace Call, who are really interested in exploring that further. So they brought Apple and Dr. Berry and a few members of the organization that has proposed this, and Case and some others that were really exploring the options. And it looks like the possibility is to potentially join PAHO, which is it's a subgroup of WHO, it's PAHO, and I'm trying to think of what the PA stands for,
Prosecuting
but.
attorney.
And yeah, it's not prosecuting attorney, it's more at the state level. And so they're starting to explore
Public health, I'm trying to imagine.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up, but they're looking at, a conversation about, joining at the state level and advocating for that conversation. So not necessarily at the county level, but at the state level to join the health
That makes
organization
sense.
as a state. So we're gonna explore that a little further and do some outreach to PAHO to see what the eligibility requirements are. And Dr. Berry and Apple are also gonna reach out to our state health officer and kind of start those conversations. See, are they already working on this, for example, or are they interested, or that's why they wouldn't be interested? And so we'll continue that. I was supposed to be going and watching a pour at the Port Townsend Foundry on Thursday, but of course we ended up going and to the governor's press conference on Thursday. So I did have a phone call with Pete Langley from the Port Townsend Foundry, and it was actually a pretty broad phone call. He and I used to sit on the Economic Development Council together, so he was really giving me a kind of big broad updates about marine trades and that kind of thing. But he also wanted to share concerns about the idea of having housing in the light industrial of Glen Cove, and why he was, really felt that that was a bad direction to head in, and primarily because he felt like, the capacity for the marine trades in particular to need that light industrial growth capacity should be higher, prioritized in that light industrial area as opposed to trying to put housing there. So
100% agree. And no one ever suggested putting residential in the light industrial area. There's rural residential 1 to 5 between that property. So there's residentially zoned property between the urban growth area.
Yeah, and I think he feels like that should be if we're gonna expand into that area, it should be light industrial.
Yeah.
And not housing, right?
In
So,
the rural residential, is what you're saying.
That's
Yeah.
what Pete says.
yeah, that's what Pete says.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. I then got to go to the sheriff's office and do the virtual reality training, which
Oh, man.
was,
Yeah.
it was really, I thought, oh, that's, cool. We get to go see how the sheriff's office is using these resources and how they do their training. And I kind of just thought, oh, that'll be fun, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's an opportunity just because it's fun. But it was so much more than that for me. It was really a great opportunity to see, for one, I actually got a few comments from members of the public, one of them was my own husband walking out the door saying, oh boy, I must, how much virtual reality probably costs the
Right.
people, but it's actually free to us with our the package that they received, we purchased
Taser
the
camera package.
the tasers and cameras. But the training came free as part of that package. So and the way they're taking advantage of that and using it to train their officers was really remarkable and really impactful for me. I did both the taser training and the active shooter training, and then also the behavioral health training that they had.
Nice.
Basically.
You're doing that again, right?
Yeah.
These were great.
Yeah.
Lead cards.
The lead
Oh,
cards
yeah.
are good, they need to be updated. And there's some movement in that direction to do a more online.
Cool. I'm
tool,
just
but-
putting it with my
Yeah.
Narcan in my purse.
Yeah, no, it's a good thing. So that was really informative and just gave me some confidence in what our sheriff's office is doing in terms of training. Then got to go into the Mountaineers in Seattle and
Oh,
go
yeah.
to the press conference with the governor, and of course, Commissioner Eisenhower will share more, I'm sure, about that too. But for me, it was such an opportunity to not only to meet the governor and to see that process. We actually got to sit with the governor and Representative Birnbaum and the governor's, what is her title? Press Secretary, Brianna Aho.
I'm not sure what her title
Yeah.
is, but Brianna, yeah.
She and the executive director of the Mountaineers was in there with us as well. And Commissioner Mike French from Plowland County. And so the however many of that was that I just named off, plus Commissioners Eisenhower and myself, sat with the governor, and he kind of taught us what it's like to, how to prepare, you know, and how to be prepared, especially for Heidi, who was gonna need to make comments and, you know, I just stood in the back and was one of those entourage people in the back and, but it was really, just such a wonderful experience in so many ways, plus really informative. And I think we learned a ton, not only about how to kind of partner at the state level, but also, how the communication around that works. So it was a be there, and Krishna represented us admirably. It's pretty amazing to watch her. Then I had the Jefferson County Fair Association board meeting that night after we came home. I did go to the Fund Our Ferries board meeting the next day, and I got to advocate for our ports. I really, you know, made just kind of, as I was introducing myself, just made sure to make some comments about, you know, our active working waterfronts here in Jefferson County, and gratitude for the restored boats, and also the importance of our of the tourism economy that is really buoyed by that ferry activity, and also trying not to sound ingrateful for a July start, but just a reminder that our festivals are really pretty active almost all year long, and really dependent on those ferries. So I got to make it, you know, and provide some resources to them around how to track and see when our activities are. So and then I was on KPTC in the afternoon for County Connections, and brought Sheriff Andy Bernsteiner there and got to talk about that experience of the training. And I kind of focused a little bit more on the behavioral health element of and our mental health officer that partners there through Discovered Behavioral Health Care, just because I know a lot of public questions are more about the you know, crime prevention, and I thought it was important to highlight the work that they're doing in supporting behavioral health needs in our community. And then we also talked a lot about the Citizen Advisory Committee. I had had some conversations after the virtual reality training. I got to sit with Sheriff Bernsteiner and talk about the Citizen Advisory Committee, how people are appointed to it. We talked about the fact that it's not full, and did he have any, you know, opposition to working in the community and promoting that a little bit more, and really trying to diversify that membership and get some more voices onto the table. And he was very, very welcoming of that. And so we got to talk about, you know, how do you apply to the Citizen Advisory Committee, and what are they looking for, and what kind of voices do they need, and encourage people. I think there are still 6 or 7 positions open on that Citizen Advisory Committee. So
What kind of voices do they need?
well, you know, we did talk about the fact that, you know, not necessarily looking for someone to join the CAC who wants to just tear down the sheriff's office, right? But we are looking for, you know, people who want to get in there and really work with our sheriff's office to build their community policing capacity, and to really, and it is an advisory committee. It is meant to advise the sheriff and, you know, on how to operate, maybe what things they might not be seeing in the community that they need to pay attention to. You know, voices that they maybe feel like aren't as easy to come to the table, to make sure that they hear from our Black and brown neighbors, and how they experience policing differently. And so he was very open to that conversation. I was pleased with that, and he was open to me kind of promoting people to participate in that. So that conversation will actually continue into this week. Do we want to keep going? You guys look sleepy.
No.
Yeah?
Keep going.
Okay, I'll keep going. So this week I am going to the city council meeting tonight. I will head over there, and I'm on their agenda at 6. So we had talked about, I reached out to both John Morrow, city manager, and Mayor David Faber about, you know, how would you feel about your District 1 commissioner showing up to your city council meetings every once in a while, just so I know what's going on and, you know, in that big, huge part of my district. And of course, they were very welcoming of that idea. And also said, hey, the first time you come, maybe we could do it a little bit more formally and, you know, actually have you on the agenda and have you, you know, as opposed to just having you show up. And I said, you know, absolutely, I totally understand that. And so we're gonna kind of talk about, John and I talked about it a bit and you know, Faber and I kind of have gone back and forth on email to just talk about what we kind of landed on was continuing my County 101 kind of perspective that I've used on KPTZ, but to do a County City 101 to maybe talk a little, you know, explicitly about things that the city and the county partner on and what our relationship is like and what does that mean to have a body that that governs the whole county, but then to have a separate body within that county that governs itself. And so we're gonna just I'm gonna just basically introduce myself and to anyone who doesn't know me and talk a little bit about the conversations that we've had, and then we'll just have an open conversation about that. So I think just in the interest of continuing that relationship building between the city and the county, this would be just a start to that with a new commissioner. So we'll do that.
I think checking in with them about the congressionally directed spending is
it's a great example of
Yeah.
how we potentially partner together.
Yep.
So hopefully tomorrow I'm gonna catch up on emails and organize and
Yeah, that's never accounted for. on the
reread
calendar.
things about the, you know, short-term rentals, because I have nothing on my calendar. I can't believe it.
Exciting.
So hopefully it's gonna be just a working day here in my office. Budget meeting on Wednesday morning, as you said. I'm gonna get to meet with Amit Sharma, WSU Extension Director, on Wednesday afternoon to just sit down, learn more about the WSU Extension and their goals and see how I can support. And we'll also have maybe a more detailed conversation around the food resilience plan that I'm working on with the Climate Action Committee subcommittee. I've also not been able to attend my own Port Townsend Empowered Teens Coalition because it actually conflicts every single month with I can't remember what meeting, some other meeting. But Chimacum Empowered Teens is happening this week, and so I wanted to ask you whether you're actually attending.
I think I am.
If you are attending, then I will not, but if there are ever Chimacum Empowered Teens meetings that you, or yours, Wilson
I
Empowered
have a conflict.
Teens.
You can go tomorrow if you want. I mean, I was gonna be there for the second half of it, but I would
Okay.
prefer.
Well, I would attend one of yours if I can't attend Port Townsend. I am still trying to find ways to engage with them and talk
What's
about
your
how I can
conflicts? You have
support.
an Ongoing conflict? I mean, I know
Yeah.
that
I can't
mine's
remember
on
what it is.
Tuesdays, so I know our holidays have gotten in the rid of it. way of it a
It's the
couple times.
Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Advisory Board. So that's one of my appointed committees and it conflicts every month with Port Townsend Empowered Teens Coalition, unfortunately. So anyway, I am reaching out to them to see, and we do think there are ways that I can still engage with their Empowered Teens Coalition, but as a commissioner, but not attending their meetings. So there is that. Then Wednesday night, I have been invited to an Olympic Peninsula YMCA celebration dinner. It's kind of an update celebration of their, it's not a fundraising dinner, apparently. It is just kind of a celebration of current events. They're going to be talking or current projects. I'm sure they'll talk about the childcare and family support center. And of course, I'm sure the Child Advocacy Center and other projects that they're working on. So I'll get to hear all about those things in real time. I am going to participate on the 20th in the marine carbon dioxide removal workshop. So yeah, I'll get to hear. That one is remote. The one I think coming up in the summer is going to be in person, and the one then toward the end of the year, September, October is remote again. So that was That's gonna happen on Thursday morning, so I have a couple other things that I won't attend and or need to cancel. So that I'll just get a sense of what that is, and how it's gonna engage our community throughout this year, talking about potential marine carbon dioxide removal projects that may or may not come to Jefferson County.
It's all Port Angeles Bay right now, right?
Yeah, right now, but they are definitely planning, to prepare people in Jefferson County for the similar projects. And so this is a very,
I would.
yeah, and also, a big part of what they're doing is trying to experiment in, public outreach processes.
Oh, right, because they've got a lot of pushback for this project last year.
Exactly. So this is actually, I think I told you before, it's actually run by a group of social scientists out of American University.
Nice.
And so really what they're doing is using this process to test, how do you best engage the public around these types of these types of projects?
Novel
And-
technologies.
Yeah, exactly. And at what point along the way is that most effective? And at what point along the way can it thwart a project if you do it too late or too soon or whatever? So I'm interested in learning, their findings around that as much as I am about the marine carbon dioxide removal project as well. Board of Health meeting on the 20th, and just by the way, on that, I did reach out to Jolene Crone of Salish Behavioral Health Administrative Services Organization, SBHASO. She, who's the executive director for the public, and I think it was you, Greg, who suggested, because we had talked about having her come and present to the BOCC, and instead we thought, well, maybe she should present to the Board of Health, because it has all of us plus, and clearly it would be very interested in behavioral health projects. So she can do that, and so I'm gonna put in an agenda request for the April Board of Health meeting for her to come and do a presentation there. It sounds like I just got an email from her that she can do that. Then on Friday, Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Committee, or SAC, is on the 21st. And I did see, I don't know if you saw this, but I'm just looking to you, Heidi, because you were most recently on this SAC, but some of the federal funding cuts that came through their facility was cut.
Oh, wow.
So I think, I'm not sure when that will happen, but I'm sure we'll talk about that.
Be interested in your report out from that.
Yeah, so I'm interested to hear how that goes and what their plan is and they may need in terms of support. And then I had foreshadowed that the conversation about the sheriff's office and the citizen advisory committee was going to continue into this week. So I have been asked by, members of the public to come and meet about their concerns. I believe particularly from Black and brown members of our community, and to talk about, have a more in-depth conversation about some of the concerns that they submitted during our deliberations about appointing the sheriff, and to just talk about, I think they wanted to do that without the sheriff present first, and then get some advice about how to proceed and how to, and I'm hoping that they're going to be open to conversations about how to work with our sheriff's office to address their concerns. But they had sent a message, I believe, to all of us. I replied, took you two off of it, and said, because she actually asked in her message to all of us, she would like to meet with all three of us. And so I replied and said, well, there are mechanisms for doing that, but it would have to do it be in a public setting. Is that what you want?
Or individually.
Or individually. And she said, okay, I think first we'll just meet with me, and then, so you may hear this
Sounds
as
good.
well. They may decide they're gonna meet individually with each of us, or they may decide that they'd like to ask for a workshop or to meet with the sheriff or something. So
Sounds good.
I think just sort of moving that conversation forward, that's my interest, of just really hearing people and
That's great.
understanding where they are and what they need. So I'm gonna start that conversation on Friday, but I hope that you all will get to
Oh, yeah.
fold into that
Sure.
in whatever way they want. And that is that. 21st is our colleague's birthday.
Yeah.
And isn't the
It's the
20th?
20th.
Somebody is
Yeah.
mine. Yeah. Bring babies.
Right. I am the youngest commissioner, is that right?
By what year?
72?
And
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
the oldest anymore.
I'm 71.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm the baby.
You're a month ahead of me.
yeah,
Birthday?
I'm actually,
Yeah.
we are actually all within a year, but
Yeah.
yes, I am now the oldest.
Wow.
Yeah.
Big
You were the
sister.
oldest before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, no, I'm the oldest by
1950s.
one.
Let's see, okay, looking back for me. Last week on Tuesday, I had some time, thankfully, to go through my mountain of email. And also to work on a lot of the host stuff in advance of the Thursday press conference. And then I had lunch with Mark, which was lovely. We could not get Singapore noodles though, because the cook got in a car wreck on his way to work. But the waitress knew how to cook the curries, so we had curry. Yeah,
And spring rolls.
and the cook showed up, so everything was fine. Then I came back and attended a meeting with the assessor and Sherry Schold talking about designated forest land in the county. And just doing kind of a review. I guess Mallory's had some interest from landowners and enrolling their lands in designated forest land, and what would the assessor consider before accepting?
Yeah.
And then Jeff turned on the map of how much of our county, East Jefferson County, is actually designated forest land, and it was
Right.
a majority.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, so it was really a good. Mallory's like, come if you want. I said, anytime I get to sit with Jeff and hear more history, I am in like Flynn. So that was a great conversation. Then I went up to Habitat for Humanity. They're starting to get into the details of Mason Street and some of the kind of infrastructure development of the project and some differences of opinion with our Public Works Department on how the roads are developed there and the sidewalks. and
Mason Street specifically.
Mason Street, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Whose responsibility are the sidewalks?
yeah.
Yeah.
So good introduction to that conversation with me, and my next step needs to be to follow up with Eric Guzman and not talk about the whole road with him this time. And then after Habitat, I jumped on a call. This was with, this was with the governor's office, just about the Thursday press conference. Then went straight into my community foundation board meeting. They are still trying to figure out how to best collect information about what the effects of funding freezes have been on community organizations. And, the community foundation has a interest in kind of being a clearinghouse of that information, but we're not really sure how we're gonna solicit or collect or hold that information. But so far it's just anecdotal.
Okay.
And then on Wednesday morning, had a meeting with the chair of our Conservation and Futures Committee, discussing some membership issues that they're having there. And that was a good conversation. Super grateful for Joanne Ventrella's leadership of the Conservation Futures Committee. Later that day, we had a meeting on strategic plan implementation. And what we learned from that was that Mark needed to crack the whip. So hopefully Mark's been cracking the whip since then. Then I headed out to the sheriff's office to do virtual reality training. And my reflection on it was that I had done this in my early days as a commissioner. And the program they're using now is far better.
Yeah.
It's much more people oriented, human, soft skills, human oriented. And the scenario was actually, bless you. The scenario was actually about substance use disorder, and I don't know if you remember when I reported back for my first time doing it, where I had to tase somebody.
Oh, right.
And I was pulled out my taser. I'm like, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to tase you. And Brett England remembered. And I'm like, well, I hope I don't have to do that again. And And there was no need for that this time because it was really about using your heart and your head and your soft skills and bringing that to the table. And, you know, it was interesting because the partner in the scenario was really pushy and like, come on, we gotta go, we got a lot of other calls.
I know, that was my comment.
And
too.
then,
Yeah.
and
I told
then
him to.
it made it
Right.
stressful to be the one saying, no, let's stay a little longer. I think we can resolve this, you know? But it was a good, I thought it was an upgrade in the software.
Mhm.
So, yeah. And I think I think that the team out there also feels the same way. And then the next morning, bright and early, Heather and I headed over to Seattle for the press conference with the governor, and it was great. I've never been in a Bright Lights Big City press conference, and you know, I had my written comments, and I decided that my role there was going to be to bring the hoe. To bring the hoe to the press conference, because I knew everyone else would be talking about funding and and I'm like, I want people to remember what we're talking about. And so I had everyone close their eyes and just encourage them to listen and to feel the forest, and it actually got written about in a couple papers, so I was like, okay, good.
Nicely done.
But I felt like it was good, and we were definitely punching above our weight in that moment. And we were also, I think, standing up for what's important to our community. And I think that came across. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was grateful that Heather could go with me. We were all invited, so it was good that we showed up in force, and yeah, so I felt like it was really good.
Yeah, it was great to have Colin there too.
Yeah.
My precious.
And Adam had only had 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah,
so
really?
he'd been on the floor.
It's like my job is to,
2:15.
yeah, he'd been, literally on the floor.
Wow.
Till 2 a.m, so. Not on the floor, but on the floor of the House of Representatives for the state of Washington, yeah.
He wished he was on the floor.
Yeah, so I said, my job here is to hold you up. So he's been a great partner, this session. And then I came back and actually dove into doing some of the trainings that I've been overdue to do.
Yeah.
And got some of that done. And then Friday morning, I met with Peggy Webster from OLICAP, because she said she was at our meeting and she realized that she talks to you guys all the time, and she should probably fill me on what's going on. So she came and filled me in, which was good. At OLICAP with housing. And then middle of the day, we had our LSC WASAC legislative session update after the bill cutoff of Wednesday, and a lot of bills died, so our list got much smaller.
Oh, good.
Easy to
And
track.
a number of the WASAC priority bills died, so I think we're just tracking now a handful on the WASAC priority list. But next week is LSC and we'll get the full, it's just been the scrambly time in the legislature. With, you know, so many things dying, or people trying to get things not to die, keeping them on life support, so I'll come back with a full report next week, and I have a new system where I write my update as it's being told, so that you guys will actually get a complete update.
Nice.
You just have your computer there with you.
Then I had a meeting with a former SWAC member about recycling, and Lisa Crosby.
Oh, yeah.
And she's smart and came with some great ideas, so just need to get some time with Al Cairns and talk to him. You know, she came in with her guns ablazing.
Oh, yeah.
Good ideas in her satchel, so. And I'll just say, that afternoon I had a tea with my friend Roxanne Hudson, who Spring Rain Farm in Chimicum, but is also chair of the special education department at the University of Washington. And it was super depressing to hear how the universities are being really rigged over the coals right now. And departments are being gutted in the University of Washington, so Roxanne's super stressed
Because they're federal funding.
about the future of the education department.
Yeah.
Not just special ed,
Yeah.
the whole education department at the University of Washington. And then,
Wow.
yeah, that was my week in a nutshell. Last week, okay, this week. Switch, looking forward. Here with you today, of course, tomorrow. I have a doctor's appointment in the morning and an exercise class, but then I'm going to work on my Board of Health report for Thursday because on Wednesday, and then I have a very flexible day tomorrow too, so I'll be here working away with you, Heather.
Tuesdays seem to be
The day,
chill us,
sweet
yeah.
spot, and I have a ton of work to do. One thing is that I'm supporting our team in processing all of the private contributions that are coming to Jefferson County for the Ho Road.
Nice.
So having been in the nonprofit world and the development office of many
It comes
nonprofits,
in handy,
I
doesn't
know how to
it?
do those donor receipts, so I'm gonna create a template for our team, and
I'll bring my check tomorrow. Sorry,
Okay.
I know I pledged.
it's fine, we're not,
Too.
no one's overdue right now.
Yeah, I did too, so I'm happy to.
Then Wednesday will be a super long day. I'll be here for the budget meeting, and then I will do the Chimicum Empowered Teens Coalition meeting, and then I'll head straight to Olympia. I have a meeting with Stephanie first, and then the LSC roundtable where we go around the room and talk about what we're stuck in each county. And I have to think that my stuck about 2 weeks ago helped with getting us unstuck about Ho Road, because there was a lot of smart brains in the room that day, and especially Axel from the transportation affiliate. He probably has a direct line to the governor's office, so. And then I'm organized a little meetup of a bunch of super smart forestry ladies on late Wednesday night just to get together and talk about what's on the move in Olympia. And Kate's gonna join us, and Paula Swadine from Conservation Northwest, and Mallory, and some friends from DNR, and we're just gonna talk about the policy front in Olympia, and how things are going, yeah. And then LSC all day, well, from 9 to 1 on Thursday, and then I'll get in the car and drive straight back for Board of Health. I might be a few minutes late again. And I'll miss the perk meeting again, but I'll let them know that I will be on deck to do tamales in May. And then Friday, my real thing I have on Friday is that I'm gonna do my KPTZ show about the Child Advocacy Center.
Nice.
Yeah, it's great. So I had them penciled in earlier, and it got overwritten by some pressing policy matter, and so I'm like, let's get you on the calendar.
Nice.
So we're gonna do that, and then, and then on Saturday afternoon, I'm gonna go to the Chimicum ASB dinner with the Empowered Teens Coalition.
Yeah, I've been to that. It's great.
Yeah. Said anything to hang out with Deedee's banker. I think I'm gonna go to the Dim Stein out on Sunday.
Yeah.
It's Sunday.
Sunday
Yeah.
brunch,
I
What
have
time
that
is
on
it?
my calendar too.
11 o'clock at Alsprit. And that's,
I got one more meeting happened while we've been talking here. It looks like we've been trying to pull together the North Olympic Development Council Executive Board
Good.
to and just haven't been able to get on the calendar yet. It looks like they're gonna potentially meet this Wednesday at 2:30, so I'll join that.
so if anything from any of all of us that popped up that anyone has follow-up questions about?
No, I think we talked about it along the way. We'll hear from Mark.
I'll get into it.
Yeah, Mark, what's your looking forward?
Okay. So March 10th, the board meeting. And then on the 11th, lunch with Heidi, and an 18 meeting in the afternoon.
How'd that go?
18?
Yeah,
Good.
I mean, everyone's retiring. Well, you and Kevin.
Kevin Street may go through September or.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, they're negotiating. I don't think they moved out as quickly as we did with a headhunting firm. So they're a little behind Parker, but.
And everything's good at the port in the city?
Well, the big thing was a proposal to change the ADO setup that we have. Where currently we contract with EDC.
I saw an email about that.
Yeah, I think you shared.
Yeah.
Yeah, I shared it with you. Essentially, and I think it was 2021 or 2020 when, the port made a move.
Yeah.
To try to assume EDC, and there was pushback. This proposal is different than that one, because they were gonna subsume the whole mission. Here he's proposing top dog at the port, and then a representative at the city and the county, that would split time between the EDC and then internal to our own jurisdictions. And so I think Aaron set up a meeting with Cindy Brooks to talk about the notion. And he's talking to Mark Knudsen on the board to try to put some butter on it, you know, make it slippery.
I mean, wouldn't that kill EDC? I can't see how both of these, I mean,
Well, I'd have to withdraw our ADO certification for the upcoming biennium.
right, because they're already getting slashed, their budget's getting slashed this year, all ADOs are.
Oh, I hadn't heard that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's gonna punch a hole in the hull locally, because you know, the county upped its contribution. PIF is donating 100,000.
Yeah.
And so.
What's
anyway.
happening? What do you know?
I have a note that just the ADOs, let me just look for it here real quick. Budget reductions targeting ADOs, if not reversed by legislature, significant impacts to economic development.
It's a bill that's coming.
Yes, Senate Bill 5677
Oh,
and
so it's state funding.
yeah. There's 567, I think they're talking about like a 50% cut.
From what to what, Greg? Do we know?
I think from 80 to 40 or something like that,
Okay.
K a year.
Okay, so that wouldn't be a giant hole. They could still limp along.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, what the UC's response is after talking to Aaron.
It's gonna be no.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure, it's gonna be no. They're not interested. I mean, you know, I thought I saw it framed as if there's a struggle with the ED search was the triggering.
Yeah, it's a second option.
Right, so,
But I think over time.
yeah, keep presenting the second option all the time. It's
Yeah,
like,
John,
what do you
yeah.
really want here?
Yeah, John and Aaron, I think we're gonna continue to reinforce the perceived benefits of a new way of approaching the mission. So,
Yeah, okay.
but I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah, I
I think
have my
we,
doubts.
They want it. Why do they want to take that on? It's a lot.
reports are often ADOs. I mean, that is
Yeah,
their
no,
mission,
absolutely. They're the only
economic
other one.
development, right?
Mhm.
But, yeah, you know, I think it's, I think often frustration at the outputs of the EDC team
Yeah.
Jefferson, and I mean, I think they're really up in the game right now. I mean, I feel like they are hitting, I mean, I'm on the board side of EDC too, so I see it.
So you hear more.
I
than
hear a little different perspective, but they've been doing great workforce development and, you know, the work with Recompete now is a 5-year program, so pulling funding out of this organization within that 5-year window really screws up that Recompete grant. Like, what do they have left? So I don't know, it's a challenging board in general. I mean, I don't sit on any board that has more disparate opinions on it than the EDC board. So I think that might be part of it. It's
Yeah.
just that,
EDC doesn't have a lot of leverage since quite a bit of funding comes through that 5-way agreement.
yeah, I mean, we pay much more than any of the other.
Yeah,
programs,
twice.
but, yeah,
I think 90 or 95,
Yeah.
plus the 100 from TIF.
right,
Although that's community money, that's not
right.
technically
Yeah.
ours.
Yeah, and all the members are, all the 4 municipalities are on the PIF board, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we chatted somewhat about local newspaper coverage and how they're really fixating on a couple of targets. That I won't
Could be worse,
mention.
yeah.
Okay. All right, Monday the 12th, had my monthly meeting with Judy Shepherd, and that was followed by a conversation with Shannon Burns about the Proctor House. Usage of that house is way down and per day bed costs are through the roof. And so she's reorganizing how she's meeting her requirements for housing juveniles. And in the process, she's gonna save the county about $175,000 a year.
Wow,
So kudos to Shannon.
do that.
By not paying the Proctor House anymore?
Bingo.
Not at all, huh?
No, Kelly Parcher will still be kept on for transport and for some other things. Substantial savings will be achieved by what she's doing, so that's great. And then I had a really great baked potato.
Oh, yeah.
It was exquisite.
An exquisite baked potato.
Well, it had chili and jalapeno peppers and cheddar cheese and sour cream and 6 other ingredients that I won't list.
Sounds pretty good.
It was good. 1 p.m. Met with the North Olympic Peninsula City Manager, County Administrator catch up. The Kitsap County Administrator joined us for the first time, and I served as a reference for her and coached her when she was being interviewed.
Okay.
So it was great to see her. And then we had our Jefferson County Strategic Plan implementation team meeting that Heidi referenced that I need to start cracking a whip. And then I sat in on WASAC's ARPA quarterly check-in. Some jurisdictions are still struggling to spend their money, which it's hard to believe, given how long that money's been in the hands of these jurisdictions. Thursday, Cindy Brooks, CEO breakfast, Aaron Berg and Kevin Street were there. Both at the same time for the first time in about a year. Betsy Davis was there, the XO from Indian Island was there. So good discussion. And then we had a pre-meeting for the interview team for the communication specialist, just to talk about ground rules and process. And then we had our first candidate after that prep meeting. And like Greg said, I think we're gonna walk away from this process with someone we're gonna be happy with.
That's great.
Then at 1:30, met with Sarah Melanson and Judy Shepherd to talk about the coroner program. Since James washed his hands of it, and now we're going with Bradley at COSAC. It's created some bargaining unit issues like premium pay for people who are on call. And then actual on-call pay. And so we're gonna have to do an amendment to the collective bargaining agreement to account for those changes.
But there's less people that are on call, right? Because of the people who are on call is the on-call.
Well, they were exempt employees. These are not exempt employees. And so, they're hourly. We gotta pay them call out pay at overtime rate. And
Who, I'm sorry, who are these employees?
Lisa Phyllis and Laura
At the
Nicholson.
prosecutor's office, okay.
Cause they're not attorneys, so they can continue to serve in a coroner role, but the attorneys in the office can't.
Okay.
And so. Anyway, we worked out a course of action and we'll implement it, so the board will be seeing a contract amendment coming through at some point. And then at 3 p.m. we had our second communications interview. And then after that, I joined Washington County Administrator Association for a legislative update. We get a nice printout laying out the status of all the bills, and a bunch of them were added to the dead list. I can share that list with you three if you'd like to see it. I don't know what you get, as part of LSC, but.
I don't think I get that list.
Okay, I'll.
Oh,
forward-
dead bills, yeah, if you
The
have.
live list is more interesting.
Yeah, at this point, the live list is.
Right, well, when you see dead, you stop worrying about it. And then the next one that comes out, it's removed altogether, and so. Then on the 14th, I had my every 2-week meeting with Josh Peters. And then I managed to take a few hours off in the afternoon. Then, of course, today, with you all day. Tomorrow, I had two shelter operations meeting, yeah. The coalition, is one to prepare for the other, is that?
Yeah, the earlier one is a smaller invite list. That's just Bayside and the American Legion,
Just the ones
Judy.
making it work?
That's like the
And there's a larger group.
operations, and then the
Yeah.
Shelter Coalition is anyone that wants to come, other than, you know. Right.
Okay, and then 2 o'clock AT meeting again, and then 3 o'clock. Our final communication specialist interview, and so hopefully we'll have. A communication specialist on duty in a week or two, so. Okay, Wednesday, budget meeting. And then the 3 o'clock, water utility coordinating committee. I think I'm gonna attend that. I need to ping Steve King and Kevin Street on their share of the HDR contract.
Yeah, they're down for it.
Yeah, they are, but we've got an MOU that we're preparing just to lay out
Great.
The relationship and who owes what. Yeah, and then 2 light days, I meet with Sean Frederick at 2 p.m. on Thursday. And then Friday, I'm scheduled to have coffee with Mallory. And it's pastry day, so if any of you three are in the office, I buy pastries once a month.
Nice.
So, and that'll be it, so I get to work on. A number of things. I need the sponsorship resolution that you've been waiting for forever. And a resolution regarding the county picnic and specifying that that the county will cover the cost of the county picnic this year.
Oh, I think that's great. I was asking, why can't we just cover that? And
Yeah.
you were asking the same thing.
Yeah, well, I finally got a legal opinion and we can do it, but I need a board resolution. Which I'll draft up this week.
Great. Staff.
Versus.
The staff.
Versus-
County picnic.
Yeah.
Or all county picnic at HJ Carroll Park.
Okay.
Well, the all county picnic is now.
It's
what's it
now called
Well, the
emergency preparedness picnic.
No, not that, not
Yeah,
that.
it's the
The
county employee picnic.
County employee picnic.
Ah, when is it?
Tens.
Yeah, but I won't be there this year.
Oh, well, you should come back. And-
Yes,
Okay.
When is it?
I could do that.
Oh, my God.
And then Zach Moser sent an email to the board about the connectivity summit and whether you wanted to have a hot wash with Danny and Zach.
Oh, I saw that. I need to reply to.
Talk about good, bad, ugly. What should we do again? Any new ideas for the next one?
I think
Do
it
you
would be
even
good.
want to do a next one?
Yes.
Yes, we do. That was amazing.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So would you like me to invite Danny? and Zach?
Yes,
Yes,
yeah.
please.
I think that
Cool.
would be
All right,
great.
so-
Now we should do it all. together.
24th?
Sounds good.
Next Monday, yeah, I mean, as long as there's time on the agenda, I mean,
Okay,
sooner rather
There's-
than later,
If
probably.
there's time, yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
thank
that'd be
you,
great.
very good. Okay,
So
that's it.
I've gotten some more intel about CDSs.
Okay.
So
Oh,
we've
have
been-
you?
While we've
Okay.
been sitting here, so I did sign up for Cantwell's portal because it looked the most complicated, so I picked that one first.
Okay,
And first of all, schools are not eligible.
Yeah.
wasn't asking for a pool, of course.
No, but
Yeah.
I thought
That's good to know.
maybe
Yeah,
the
yeah.
clinic center, and I was like,
It's interesting they specifically say that.
yeah, and then I went back to Habitat's request for support, and that was in 2024, so that would have been for a 2025 request. And in Senator Cantwell's guidance here, she says for those projects that were included in either the fiscal year 25 House or Senate bills, please be advised that you should resubmit your application in order to be eligible.
But they were unable to, do that because they didn't have a fiscal sponsor last year.
Right, so now they're doing it
They're
for this
submitting
year.
for 25.
But we
For
said we would
26.
last year.
But then we couldn't,
Oh.
we couldn't
okay.
ultimately do it
I'm glad
because,
that your memory banks.
yeah, no, remember, because we
Unrelated.
were working actively on the childcare one, I think.
Oh, that's
And then
right,
she
that's right,
came
yeah.
Since I've been here.
Yes, and
Yeah.
we
we
committed
approved.
to
Yeah.
Okay.
supporting them this
Just the
year, so
morning
they're.
Okay. Great. So, it sounds like this has a lot of, caution clauses in it. As of this time, the Appropriations Committee has not released updated guidance for fiscal year 26, and congressional leadership has not formally agreed to accept CDSs for fiscal year 26. So lots of get out clauses here. And then it says also here, please also note that the House of Representatives refers to CDS applications as community project funding requests.
As you were pointing out.
Yeah, and maintains a different submission procedure than the Senate. So you need to fill both of those out, both the congressional, the representative one and the Senate one.
So can you do Murray's and Cantwell's though, with different? That was a question that we had.
They don't, that's what I was hoping it
You
would.
could before.
Yeah.
You know, I know that we were encouraged to apply through multiple portals in the past, but.
Yeah, I think we did that previously.
But we did it with the same application through multiple portals. Did we do different applications to different
I thought
portals?
we did.
Okay.
I'm gonna follow up with Jamie tomorrow, Matieski,
Okay.
and see how they wanna play this.
Okay.
Because it says that under, rural USD rural developments grant program, you must work through the rural development office in the state.
Oh,
So
interesting.
I'm not sure if they've already
Mm-hmm.
increased those skids or not, or so. I'm gonna call Jamie tomorrow.
Okay.
Cause I have time to do that.
Sounds good.
Who's on top of it?
Yeah, I do too.
Together.
Anything else? How's the hearing this morning sitting for everyone and next steps? It felt like it was challenging. I think I figured out which pages I needed to refer to in the thick packet of pages for next Monday, but in terms of what we might want to ask staff to focus on, so we feel clearer in our.
Give us one document. You can even say, you know, these are the differences between the two. I mean,
I have a feeling we're gonna come up with a new option, no matter
I
what they
think
give
so
us.
too. I mean,
So-
that's really what more where my comments are going is that, you know, how do we incorporate? You know, what's the process? Is it
Super hard
us
to move from the
proposing?
planning commission and
Yeah.
the staff one. That is a
Or
challenge.
does it go
So-
back to the planning commission and do we say, you know, we'd like to incorporate this, this issue and they write it, or do we write it? Do you have any sense of that?
I think we have the planning commission's guidance, right? In
Yeah,
this
Right, but
document.
if we want an additional
Once.
element to be considered.
right. I mean, we don't, we are the ones
just
considering
write
it.
it.
We can just write it. We can direct staff to write it. We can ask the planning committee, I mean, we can take as long as we want and kick the moratorium down the road for a little bit.
Because anything we propose then has to go through the prosecuting attorney's office, I would imagine, to make sure
We
it's
should.
No,
legal.
it will.
Yes, it will. Mark
We
says
have
it
an
will.
ordinance
I
on
agree.
Ordinances.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And we can't, you know, we have to have legal advice on it, so.
So in terms of what you guys want in packet for next week's meeting, it's just one document.
Ideally,
Yeah, I can work with whatever, but I agree with Heather that having a document to look, I mean, we can't have one document though, because we have two recommendations. So, but one that distills both of those in a more
one.
parsable way than this one, which is just the planning commission one with the notes about what they're gonna do on the staff recommendation.
Right.
yeah, what I don't feel like is totally clear in this version, which I've also heard from members of the public, is that it, you know, are there certain elements of the planning commissioner's version that, well, I mean, I guess I'm gonna say this question and then I might just answer it myself, but are there things about the planning commissions that they haven't addressed in their comments? Maybe not. Maybe they're saying, we accept all of the planning commission's changes or, you
Yes, I
know,
think
draft. And here are the ways that we would change their draft. So we just need to put that into,
I mean, maybe a table showing the differences would be the easiest way to do it, like, these are
That's what I asked
these are the
earlier,
options,
yeah.
you know, planning commission,
That's what I
staff.
asked if they could do a
Original,
side by
just
side.
side by side, the three three tables that looks through
Right.
all the different,
And then we
because there's
have
not
our
that many
legal advice
variables
on
that we're
that.
really talking about changing.
No.
I mean, the planning, the staff one has quite a bit more caveats, that, like the definition, do we have a definition of landlord? Because there are things that are taken out of this planning commission one and the staff one too, that are harder to see. For me, they were harder to kind of understand, but I think I understand the reason for, landlord here, no landlord definition here. Yeah, I guess a table would be my request, outlining the options that are before us.
Is somebody hearing that out there?
Hello?
Communicate that.
Okay. A side-by-side table of
I
the
think
two.
Josh was still there,
Yeah.
actually, whether he's actually listening, I don't know, always used to have these meetings on in the background while I was trying to
Right,
work,
right.
and do other things.
Yeah, Josh isn't there.
And you left, okay.
Something from the week before that I'm not sure if we quite reconcile, the workshop you started with Dev House and Holy Cap, and like, we've talked before about discretionary funding requests and how do we prioritize these, whether it's a small community grant that we can expend. I mean, this has been everything from accessibility grants that we were asked for. I mean, it's really, there was a lot of requests during the kind of the COVID relief times. But now, I mean, we're gonna have a housing fund board meeting next week and we can take this question, but I don't think there's a surplus of shelter-ready dollars in there, so we need to know, is this a priority that we wanna do? And we should have that conversation, in April, not in June.
Yeah,
Cause that's when
sure.
it's gonna hit, so but then there's all sorts of different impacted departments, EDC, and, Holy Cap, there's lots of different, budget cuts, or we are not the agency that can just fill all those gaps, so how do we prioritize those requests? I don't know the answer, I just think we shouldn't let that, it's easy to ignore that one, I think, but keep it top of mind.
Good thought.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing else, I know some of our colleagues have a ferry to catch.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
yeah.
they're going to clerk
Oh,
training.
that's right, they have their clerk training, that's.
Going up to Blaine.
Yeah.
Nice,
Does that mean
oh, yeah.
Carolyn's already back?
Nope.
Nope, she comes in at midnight tonight.
Tonight and is going
Yeah.
right to the training?
No,
She's not gonna
she's
check,
She's
she'll
going
be
back
here.
there.
This is ships passing in the night.
Ships
Yeah.
passing,
Yeah.
So you guys get to go and.
Yeah.
Have a great trip.
Thank you,
Don't forget about those bicycles.
thank you.
Okay, well, if there's nothing else, we're adjourned.
All right.
That's good. We're
Okay, the
safe.
chances of running into Canadians is well reduced.